So the idea of this chapter, creating a high-performing team, comes from Mrs. Sandberg, Sheryl Sandberg, Google CEO, who was acquired. She used to work for, Facebook CEO. She was acquired by Zuckerberg when he met her in the party. And she created a team of people. And she hired a woman who wrote the book called Radical Candor, leadership practice that is being almost every leader in the world right now. Global companies, they acquire Kim Scott, and Kim Scott provides this, guidance to the teams on how to lead people, how to be a kick-ass boss. That's what she says, right? Kick-ass boss. How to be a kick-ass. And people who are these great bosses, leaders, she likes to use the word boss. They believe in creating a high-performing team. This lingo, creating a hype.
Hemant, I believe we lost you in between.
Hemant, we lost you.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me? Good.
Yeah, we missed out, Hemant, when you said that the leader was about to say that.
Yeah.
How to have bosses. After that, we lost you. And before you begin, sorry, this is Jatin. Guys, can we please all be on mute? I can see a couple of people who are not on mute right now. Thank you.
Yeah, that is very, very important. So it's a very important protocol. Now, what happens is now Jatin speaks in between, and we are in the process of delivering some information, right? Now, someone is feeling disturbed. Of course, they will speak out. And now, in the process of delivering information, now there is disruption. And for some people who are extremely serious about this course, for them, the information flow has been disrupted. For me too, the person who's trying to provide this information, there is a disconnect right now. So kindly be cognizant of other people's need. And this is what is called one of the very important traits of a high-performing team. It is emotional intelligence. Not only knowing our own self, but also knowing the needs of other people. People who cannot measure up to these two areas, they usually do not become part of high-performing teams. So kindly bear this in mind. It's very, very important for all of us because it is a serious pursuit of knowledge, right? We are here for about 8 weeks, and then we'll have 2-3 more sessions here and there, 6, 7, 8 weeks, and serious pursuit. For some people, it is about a promotion that's coming in Amazon. Really, there is a person here whose job is lined up right now because of PMP, right? There's a person here who's sitting from San Jose whose job is lined up because of PMP. So it's very serious for people. So now look what happened. We wasted 3 minutes talking about something that was not critical, that was not important. I'm not here to provide you career guidance and coaching and the aspects of emotional intelligence. So kindly bear with us and please be on mute. And when I always give people an opportunity to ask me questions and answers. We have that open forum going on. And then I have review sessions. If it doesn't get answered today, they get answered on one of these days when I find my own personal time to dedicate towards your pursuit. So let us all respect each other's time and also be on session at 9 a.m. It's extremely important for all of us, right? It's extremely important. Every minute that we spend in learning will be beneficial because then we don't have to sit here after 4:30. We can be wrapped up and spending time with our families, I think, which is more important on a Saturday and Sunday. That said, let's continue moving. Sorry about that. So here we go. So this idea of high-performing team was coined in actually Facebook by Sheryl Sandberg. And she believed that the idea was not about increasing the sales, right? Sales. The stock at Facebook is at $18.75 when Sheryl joins Facebook. The idea was creating a solid product. It was about products, not revenues and sales. She said, if you create a high-performing team, and what she said was topic number 4, topic number D, E, F, and G of this chapter, where the value is after topic A. C is no value area of this chapter called creating a high-performing team. Topic number D, empower your project team and stakeholders. Topic number E, train your project team and stakeholders. Topic number F, which was engage and support the virtual team, because make no mistake, projects are not executed in one geographically co-located location anymore. Projects have a global focus, and if you're working in a great company and in a big company, in a company which has global exposure, and most of the companies have, you would be working with global teams. So continue to understand that. Very important. This is also an exam question. You can make a note of this. Virtual teams also have the same shared goal as co-located teams have. Sometimes we make a mistake of thinking that these guys are just bodies and they've been acquired to just do the work because they're cheap resources. It's such a wrong notion. These resources exist or are part of your team because the expertise they provide is not available here. That was the primary reason behind virtual teams. Maybe it has shifted with time and the cost factor has taken precedence over other factors, but the primary reason always remained, that expertise that is not available in my geographical location, in my co-located area, can be acquired from outside. So they also have the same shared goal, and this is one of the PMP exam questions. Virtual teams, the first step is understand their needs and have the same shared goal. And the last topic, called topic number G, is the most important topic for today for us, where we'll wrap up this chapter. And in that topic, we talk about vision. Developing or building shared vision or shared understanding of the project. Imagine all the project team members and stakeholders continue to see one future. They all see and remember the one future. And as project managers, it is our eternal responsibility to continue to communicate the vision of the project. And that's why when I asked Gilles a question last time about PMBOK 6, he said kickoff meeting happens at the end of planning, which was PMBOK 6. It's gone. That's why we don't read PMBOK 6 anymore. You'll get all your questions wrong, right? We don't need to shift the burden of PMBOK 6 into this new guide, into this new word. What we want to do is we want to read this guide and establish knowledge base based on this guide. And wherever it is important and when it is needed, I will tell you when to see what guide and what pages to look at, right? So the last part about building the shared understanding of the project, or in other words, as project managers, we must communicate the vision of the project to the teams numerous times as and when required. So I try to make this show today. We will turn it into a show today, right? This show of knowledge. I've tried to make it very interesting. We'll start with what happened in 2016 when, let us see if you can see my slides now. Here we go. And here we are. We covered the two topics, and just get this. So,
excuse me, can I just ask you something?
Go ahead.
So for the test, we did the.
Just talk about the test right now, please. We will come back to that, right?
Okay.
Only when I have a Q&A, then you ask me about the test. Test is done on Thursday. We'll come back and then I will answer your question, right? But right now, what we're doing is we're trying to record this session for students who have not been part of it. And this is some sort of disruption, but I will come back to you and I will answer your question. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Let me open the deck first. Sorry, who asked that question? Because I'll just make a note of that.
It's Kadar.
Kadar, yes, Kadar, sorry, let's answer your question a little bit later, okay?
No problem. Thank
Right,
you.
thank you. So here we go. You all see this on the screen here, right? You see this picture on the screen. These are all ex-presidents, and no, Trump is not kissing Comey, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Trump is not kissing Comey. Trump is actually, this is the first meeting between Trump and Comey that's taking place when Trump has become the president of the United States. This is 2016. Trump is being introduced to his staff. Comey is the FBI director. There is a reason why this slideshow is here right now. This is where it starts. Creating a high-performing team, right? This is Trump's team. FBI director is also part of Trump's team. Trump is not kissing Comey. Trump is whispering something into Comey's ear. This powerful line that Trump whispered in Comey's ear and told Comey that this is what he's saying right now, 2016. This is what he's saying. I want your loyalty, right? He's telling his team, I want your loyalty. Dogs actually are very loyal, right? Humans, project team members, if you tell them that I want your loyalty, they will really literally, if they have these teams, if they're high-performing team, they'll say, I don't want to work with you. In Silicon Valley, if the boss says, I want your loyalty, they said there are 25 people waiting for me to be hired and acquired. You don't tell me that you want my loyalty. So Trump is whispering into Comey's ear, I want your loyalty. And look at these ex-presidents. They're all laughing at him. They're all laughing, standing there. And then there is Trump. And there is Comey, right? Comey's like, what the heck, man? So what if you are the president of the United States? You don't say this to me. And look, I have to bend down. I'm 6 feet 7 inches and you are 6 feet 2. You're looking up at me and telling me you want my loyalty, right? So now this is where I wanted to speak to you about a couple of exam questions. From this slide, pictures make sense, right? Commitment over loyalty. You know, we must seek at least at a bare minimum commitment from our team. Remember, you and I, the project manager, we are the project managers, and we have a team working for us. We have a team working for us. And what did we seek? What do we seek from our team? What we seek from our team are results. This is the ultimate goal of every, when you create a high-performing team, this is what we seek from our team. The ultimate goal is results. I seek results. But to get results, I want my team to be accountable. This is where he says loyalty. I want to see where loyalty exists in this whole idea of results or high-performing teams. Results, to get results, you need team to be accountable. For a team to be accountable, you need the team to be committed. For a team to be committed, you need to eliminate the fear of conflict from their mind. And for eliminating the fear of conflict, you have to establish trust. Now look at this, the whole scenario. The first step in project management or building a high-performing team, whether that team is built in the White House, the most powerful place on earth, or it is built on a small little restaurant, which is making maybe a French cuisine restaurant, or an Indian restaurant, or a Mexican restaurant, any restaurant. The first step is, with your team, form trust. Only when you have established trust. So the foundation of project management is trust. This is where the first steps that project managers take in building or creating a high-performing team is they start working on building trust. When they build trust, they open the area of project management for experimentations or conversations or or discussions, right? And teams, they slowly do not fear the conflict when they have to present their point of view. So trust, when you form trust with people, this fear of conflict, if I say something wrong will happen, it goes away slowly. There are two important components in building a high-performing team. Form trust, which will lead to elimination of fear of conflict. And when the teams, they lose this fear of conflict, that they will say, the project manager will chime and say, oh, don't talk right now, or I will talk at this and that, is when commitment takes place. The third step in building a high-performing team is you get commitment from the team. You know why we get commitment from the team? The reason you get commitment from the team, because they trust you, they believe that their voice will be heard, and now they are committed to that one shared vision. They are showing commitment. Only when people committed, they become accountable. I will do the work because I believe in the vision, and when they become accountable, results are delivered. So the flow is from trust to eliminating fear of conflict, to commitment, to accountability and results. You do not go out there ever, whether you work in predictive or traditional projects, or whether you work in agile projects, and ask people for their loyalty. Dogs are trained to provide loyalty, not humans, right? So the word loyalty was such a poor choice of word while building a high-performing team at White House, that things started falling in disarray right from that moment. And one of the key members of this team, who was actually responsible for Trump being in the office, has now become the most disruptive member of this team, right? It's something very, very important to see, something that I think about here and there. And this idea has been picked up from conversations with leadership, be it Larry Page at Google, be it Jeff Bezos, be it Sheryl Sandberg, be it Kim Scott, be it anyone else out there, and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and Tim Cook and everyone out there. This idea of trust to eliminating fear of conflict, to getting commitment from people, to accountability, and finally delivery of results. So if you seek results, so the idea is, if you seek results, create a high-performing team. But creating a high-performing team is not like going out there and saying, well, you are a high-performing team. There is a lot of work. Sometimes the work takes culture shift. Culture shift starts with building trust with the team. When you form trust with the team, it is at this time teams becomes vocal and starts experimenting without any fear that their voice will not be heard. They get committed, accountable, and results are delivered. So keep this framework in mind, because today it is all about the teams and the teams and the teams and the teams. And what kind of teams? Creating a high-performing team. Last week, we covered two topics. One was building the team, and second was building or defining the ground rules. Today, we look at the third topic, and the third topic is negotiating project agreements. Negotiating project agreements. But before we go and start talking about negotiating project agreements, I will very quickly present to you yes, see the big picture. Always the idea of big picture. Every chapter has a big picture. That is why when we said we will look at this first chapter called creating a high performing team, my goal remained. And last week when we ended the class, someone said, well, could you please provide a summary of the chapter? And I said, there are 7 topics here. And all of us in the class, all 60 of us, must know these 7 topics. Topic B, topic C, topic D, topic E, topic F, and topic number G. Topic A, the big picture. Build a team. Start building a team. What are you waiting for? Build a team. Topic number A. Topic number B. Define the ground rules. And who defines them? The team defines them. Define the ground rules. Sit with your team and define the ground rules. Do not do them in silo, because if you do them in silo, the team, this high-performing team, is not going to follow. To build trust, you should work with the team. That's the whole idea. So building a team and defining the ground rules are trust-building activities. Look at this. There is this underlying sentiment that is being talked about here. Then, topic number C is, today we'll take a look at negotiate project agreements. Remember this, you build a team, you define the ground rules. But can all the work of the project be done by internal resources? Ajay Yatunde, do you think all the work of the project can be done by internal resources?
I don't think so. Sometimes you may have to outsource.
Sometimes you will have to acquire resources from outside. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I think.
If you acquire the resources from outside, you will have to negotiate project agreements. Now, there are two important sentiments in the exam that you get tested on that you might just want to write down now, all of us. One is mostly this negotiation of project agreement will be done by procurement department. But project managers and the team will participate in this negotiation. They may be part of this negotiation, right? And this negotiation could revolve around statement of work, warranties, incentives and penalties, termination of the contract, work that will be performed, and all that kind of stuff. So keep that in mind. There are two important concepts that we'll learn in negotiate project agreement. One is negotiation is usually done by procurement department in an organization, a mature organization. Second, project manager and the team may participate in this negotiation. Two important sentiments. Then we take a look at topic number D. Topic number D and topic number E are similar. One is empower, and the second is train. So empower and train who? Who do we empower and train? Empower and train project team, not just project team, and the stakeholders. Because remember, project team, when we say project team, it comprises of project team, the team members who will perform the work, who are vital to the project, the stakeholders who will provide subject matter expertise, and third, and the important component, the binding factor called the project manager, who will integrate these two components. And only when the project team members, the people who are vital to performing the work of the project, and the stakeholders who have a vested interest in the project, when they will integrate together, it will become a high-performing team. So topic E is empower project team and stakeholders. And topic F is train the team, project team, and stakeholders. Then comes the last topic, which for me generates the maximum value, about 20 questions on the exam. I think there is one topic which generates the maximum value is topic G, because it contains so many different items and ideas. And it is build shared understanding of the project. And we build shared understanding of the project by having various kickoff meeting. Number one, have various kickoff meeting as and when needed, because team will continue to build. And number two, And the important part is continue to communicate the vision to your team. Continue to communicate the vision to your team. And the reason why you want to continue to communicate the vision to your team is because we want our team to always remember the future, right? So there are various important things in topic G that we'll be discussing. It will be at the end of the day. I want you to be refreshed today. I want you to learn this as a show, a story, right? That's why this deck is being presented as a nice story today. Okay? All right. So see the big picture. Every lesson is a big picture. Now I will take some questions before we jump into our next topic, which is, let's say here, negotiate. Topic number C, negotiate the project agreements. Negotiate project agreements. This is our topic today. First, this topic is part of lesson number 1. This is what we are covering. Lesson 1, which is creating a high performing team. Lesson 1, topic number C. And what I'll do is I will take some questions. And first of all, I'll answer Kadir's question. It was about the exam. Again, it was your personal question, something that could be sent via an email, but let's just answer it. Maybe other people have the same question. Go ahead, please.
So it's not actually personal. Like, I read the material and I took the exam just one time. But I noticed that not all the questions are from the material we had last session.
Yeah, so I'll answer that question to you. PMP exam also does not contains questions that are not from the material, right? So
Yeah,
you
but
to
it's like,
develop, listen to this, you have to develop the mindset, Kadir. You have to develop the mindset and your own judgment to answer some of the questions now. The whole idea of our training here would be provide you questions from the topics that we discussed, but also throw questions from topics that you're not aware of, because I would like you to open your mind, not just make a compartment, right? Use this lens and just look into topic A, B, C. I'm expecting the questions from here. No, don't have that binocular. Open your mind and use your judgment of project management and maturity of knowledge to answer some of the questions. Let's see how you do it. That's the idea. Got it?
okay. Thank you so much.
Because PMP exam, look, this is how it will go. Question number 1 comes from keeping the business in mind, lesson 5. Question number 2 comes from neither lesson 1, nor lesson 2, nor lesson 3, nor lesson 4, nor lesson 5. Something which is about project management, but has not been discussed. It's a foreign item. There you go. Now you got to use your judgment, right? Question number 3 comes from creating a high-performing team. Question number 4 comes from starting the project. So your gears are shifting. So when we start giving questions, initially we would, from a knowledge, people, their knowledge gets in a compartment. It comes from a compartment, and we don't want to do that. From beginning itself, you want to test this theory of, it's not important to score 80%. The idea is address the gaps, right? Address the gap, and with every such instance where you find a foreign item, you are actually building on the knowledge by getting it wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so getting it wrong is like part of the learning process. It's okay to be to have so many wrongs, right? Because
Absolutely.
we learn from our mistakes.
As long as in the first exam we have scored anywhere between 50 to 53% to whatever we are doing, some of the people are scoring 80 because they've also seen this exam before. Some of the folks, so let's not make a mistake here by thinking that some people are exceptionally brilliant or anything. It's not about being brilliant here. It's about understanding. That's it. 80 is not going to help. 50 is not going to help. Addressing the gaps is going to help. For the person who scored 80, there is 20% area that they need to learn. And for a person who got 50, maybe they didn't study well, or maybe they're just new to this. There's 50% area that they need to work on and address those gaps. And that should happen prior to the class. Move on to the next question if there is any other question.
Hemant, hi, Jatin here. I have a question. Don't know if it suits everybody, but I'll just ask it quickly. We had a question in the exam. The question is, who typically manages project budgets in a multi-divisional organization?
So who should manage a project in a multi-divisional organization? Look, for the project manager will manage the budget, right?
Yeah.
But project manager will manage a budget for the project, but who will, where does the budget or financing come from? It comes from the sponsoring organization. There are two different ways of looking at it. Okay. Yeah.
This is Pooja here.
Okay, this is not a Q&A question for the questions that happened in the exam. This is not where we ask these questions, right? Today's topic, if there is any question from what I just discussed about creating a high-performing team, is where I would like you to ask me a question, not from what happened last week and you could not answer a question. This is not a forum for that, by the way, for today, right? Just for everyone to set the right expectations here. So go ahead, Pooja, what's your question?
Can you please elaborate topic F that you had highlighted in the previous one?
We are not going there yet. We are starting with topic C. We will get to F when we get there. Okay, Pooja?
Sure.
Sorry,
yeah.
It's Manisha. Quick question. On the previous slide, I realized one got missed, engage virtual teams.
Engage, absolutely. Engage and support virtual teams. Yes, topic number F. Thank you, Manisha. Absolutely, yeah, you're right.
Hemant, Abhay here. I need, there's one thing here. For creating a high performance team to get results, there were 3 things that were mentioned. Are those 3 things in order, or those are the 3 things that needs to be done regardless?
So creating a high performing team, what were the 3 things that I mentioned?
Needs a commitment from the team.
So 3 things that I mentioned 5 things. Trust, fear of conflict, right? 3rd, commitment. 4th, accountability, and 5th, results.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. So from exam standpoint, the first and the most important thing that project managers must do on a project is to form trust. Foundation of project management is based on trust. Keep that in mind. Only when trust is formed, teams, they open up and they start speaking to each other without any fear of conflicts. And those 2 are extremely important to moving towards commitment, right? Teams must at least be committed before they become accountable and results are delivered. That's what I said. So we'll move on now, and we'll move on to.
Sorry, I just have a quick question regarding trust. So in the beginning,
about what? Sorry, regarding what? Regarding what?
For trust. The one we.
Yeah, go ahead.
About.
Yeah. Okay.
So trust, it takes time to build, right? So how we can build a trust in the beginning of the team, like if we are working with different people or new people.
Sorry, who is this?
Gurpreet.
Gurpreet, yes, absolutely. Trust is formed. It's a process. It's not an event, right?
Yes.
But trust building starts with modeling certain behavior. When you start modeling your behavior in a certain way, for example, on day 1, you had a meeting with someone and someone came and spoke to you about something, right? And the next day you went and spoke about this, whatever you were told by one of your team member to someone else. Now you're not modeling their right behavior. So trust is a process. Of course, it takes a lot of time. But on day 1 itself, team starts feeling the chemistry with the true leader because they are modeling a certain behavior, right? So it's a long process. It's not an event, but we can establish trust building starts with, for example, you created 5 people at City of Markham. You're leading a team of 5 people, let's just say. And now these 5 people that you have on day 1, you acquired 5 people, and day 2, you sat together with them and said, guys, look, we have some expected and unexpected behaviors that we will demonstrate in this project. And let's sit together. How about we define them together? Now the team will like that they are being included, right? The feeling of on day 1 itself, you created this feeling of inclusion among the team members. Trust building has started. But it's an ongoing exercise or ongoing process that continues throughout the life cycle of the project. It takes years to build trust and a moment to break it, right? On that note. Did I answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll move on now. So first chapter is, or topic number 3 is negotiate project agreements. There are some enablers, there are some sentiments in this chapter. There are some sentiments. What are those sentiments? Let's talk about some of those sentiments first. How do you negotiate project agreements? So as I said, I asked Ajay, started my session with one of the questions to Ajay today. And I said, hey, what is all the project in the work done by internal resources, full-time resources? I said, no, it's not the work. We require contractors, vendors from outside. So when you're building a team and defining ground rules, during that time, there will be instances when you will have to work with third parties and acquire resources, work with vendors. And this topic revolves around what are the best practices in negotiating project agreements? What are those few things that we should keep in mind when we are negotiating project agreement? And let us create a mind map. Negotiate project agreement. What are those 3-4 important things that we should keep in mind about negotiating project agreement? First, whenever you are working with a contractor or a vendor or a third-party service provider, whenever you're working with them, first of all, the first thing that you should do is understand what is it that you want to negotiate about. What is it that you want to negotiate about? Don't go to the table with no preparation. Sometimes what is it that you are negotiating, or what is it that you're negotiating? That's point number 1. Don't get to this negotiation table without the right preparation. Lack of preparation on negotiation table has led to creating contracts and treaties which have yielded no results, which generate no results. So what is it that you are negotiating? Or in other words, understand the boundaries of negotiation before you go on the table so that you are negotiating right. Understand the boundaries of negotiation. Number 1. Number 2, once you know what the boundary of negotiation will be, now, if I was negotiating with a third-party vendor and if I was negotiating on 10 items, I will never go with my list of 10 items sitting there, because I know that negotiation will lead to both parties seizing some ground. So I will go there with a prioritized list of items. I do not go into negotiation table without prioritized list of item, right? And those prioritized list of items should meet the objective of my project. I should not be working on a priority that is not going to meet that objective of the project. So negotiate project agreement before. So tomorrow I am going to negotiate with Abhay. Abhay is one of the contractors. Abhay and I are going to negotiate. So as a project manager or the procurement manager, what am I doing? I'm studying the contract. I'm understanding the boundaries of negotiation. I'm trying to understand what is it that I'm going to negotiate. But simultaneously, on all the negotiation point, I'm also making a priority. 1 will be this that I want to discuss because this is what is going to generate value. Priority number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 3, I let go also. I let go, but these top 7, I want them, right? Priority, so that objectives are met. This is number 2 when you negotiate. Number 3 is during negotiation, you should verify that objectives of negotiation have been met. Verify that objectives of negotiation have been met. That's number 3. And verify that objectives of negotiation met. And as project team, as I said, mostly this work will be done by procurement department, procurement managers, procurement analysts, but you must, to ensure that objectives of your project are met, you may also be part of this negotiation. So PM plus team must remain part of this negotiation. They must remain part of this negotiation and also must help develop the negotiation strategy. So when you are negotiating project agreement, number one, understand the boundaries of negotiation. Number two, create a prioritized list of items. Don't just go there with these random list of requirements and sit there and negotiate on low value requirements. Understand what you're negotiating, and those requirements must meet the true objectives of the project. Continue to verify during the negotiation, when you're negotiating, continue to verify that objectives are being met, and be part of development of negotiation strategy. Don't just leave it on procurement, because you know what your project needs. You know what the requirements are. You know that the kind of resources will be able to fulfill the requirements. So participate actively in the development of negotiation strategy. These are some of the 4 or 5 sentiments, or sometimes called enablers. This is what will truly enable negotiation of project agreement. This chapter, so now let's take a look at what PMI has to say. Negotiate project agreement. And it says, look at the boundary, number 1. It says, what I wrote there, number 1, analyze the boundaries of negotiation, or understand, or in other words, understand what you are negotiating. Do not reach the negotiation table with lack of preparation, no preparation. Be fully prepared. Understand the contract when you sit there. Second, understand the priorities, right? Sometimes I want to renovate the bathroom and I am talking about the tile. I'm not talking about the shower. I'm not talking about other important things. I'm talking about the bloody tile. My top list item is I want a beautiful tile, but I'm not talking about the leakage that I'm having in my toilet. My living room is getting destroyed. I'm not talking about those priorities, but I'm talking about a good tile. Not going to work, right? Number 2, establish priorities. Number 3, ensure that your objective of agreement is being met. But for objectives of this agreement to be met, you should be part of negotiation strategy, and you should also participate in it. Remember one important thing here from exam standpoint, this is procurement's responsibility mostly, but project team and the PM must participate because they know what their project demands, right? They know what kind of supply is required to satisfy the demand of the project. So if they know the kind of supply that is required for the demand, they should also be part of the negotiation strategy and participating in negotiation agreement. So now we'll take a look at the next slide. And I'll put it up here. What are some key important things here? You know, one of the very important things, they say negotiate project agreement. When they say negotiate project agreement, this topic number C, one of the key skill is negotiation. One of the skill that you need or technique that you need is your ability to negotiate. And as John F. Kennedy once said, let us never negotiate out of fear. Let us never negotiate out of fear. Let us never fear to negotiate. This is what he said, fear to negotiate. So let us never negotiate out of fear. Let us never fear to negotiate, right? John F. Kennedy said that. So negotiation is a key skill that is required for the President of the United States. it's required for a PM, it's required for a team member. And why do we need to negotiate? Did you ever think why we need to negotiate in a project? So let's talk to the class about this. Why do we need to negotiate? Let me just open up you guys here. Where are you? Let me get sharing off a little bit here. Share. Okay, right here. There you are. So this question is for Bala. Bala, why do we need to negotiate on a project? What is the reason we need to negotiate on a project?
Sometimes the teams work on different priorities.
Very good.
And
conflicting priorities, and this is an exam question. Negotiation on project is required because there are conflicting priorities. So one of the key skills when you negotiate project agreement is the key skill is negotiation. Now, when do we need to negotiate? We need to negotiate when there is conflicting priorities. So this is one of the exam question number one of the very important questions. The second is, okay, I said when there are issues with priorities, spot on. Chima, the next question is for you. So there are conflicting priorities. So what should a project manager do? There are 7 stakeholders. Let's say there is Abhay, there is Bharti, there is Devendra, then there is, these are our stakeholders, right? Devendra, Bharti, Kevin, Clara, Kosha, Kudzai, Lily. These are our stakeholders, and Lori. These are our stakeholders. Now these stakeholders, our stakeholders, they have conflicting priorities. Now what would you do as a PM? Can you answer this question? What would you do as a PM? Chima, you there? Okay, if Chima is not there, we'll go to Fabian. Fabian, you're there? If Fabian cannot.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
What was I missed the question? What was the question?
Question was, Bala said, we need to negotiate when there are conflicting priorities. First of all, do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Good. Now, and then I said all these different stakeholders, right? They have these conflicting priorities. What would you do as a PM, and what would your team and you do when there are these conflicting priorities? What would you do?
Well, we will first that we will prioritize.
No, we already said yes, you will prioritize. But what would you do? Now there are 7 stakeholders who have conflicting priorities. You are the PM and you have a team. What would you do right now? What would you do? What should you do when there's 7 people saying different things? What would you do as a PM?
Well, I would try to verify the overall objective.
Stop there. So look, do you have kids? Do you have kids, Fabian?
Yes.
You have kids, right? Now, let's just say you got 2 kids and both of them are wanting 2 different things, but you're thinking that one should be okay for both. What would you do when such a thing happened? Both the kids are talking over you right now, and they, well, that doesn't happen in our family, but let's just say they're talking over you and they want something, they badly want something. What do you do right now? What do? You bring them to the dining table and you sit with them, correct?
Yes, and try to negotiate.
You facilitate, correct? Rather than letting it escalate. So in the exam, there is a question on facilitation. The question is very simple, but people, the question is stakeholders are having conflicting priorities. The project manager and the team cannot move forward at this time. What should you do? There are 4 options. One of them is leadership. one of them is conflict resolution, one of them is facilitate. People, 83% of the people last year chose leadership and conflict resolution. But the answer was simple: facilitate, bring them in the room, hear their priorities, and negotiate with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, from exam standpoint, first of all, we negotiate when there are conflicting priorities. But to negotiate, we must bring them together in the room. And this is when you will demonstrate your top skill, one of your top skills of facilitation, right? You will facilitate, and you will, why do we facilitate? Because we want to build common understanding, and it is the common understanding that lead to forming consensus. And when consensus is formed, approval takes place. Very, very, very important from exam standpoint. Good project managers and team at a bare minimum will drive the project members towards, will drive the stakeholders towards at a bare minimum common understanding. But good project managers may just stall here, but great project managers form consensus or 100% unanimous decisions, which leads to approval and happy movement ahead towards the vision. Keep that in mind, right? So two important things here: negotiate, facilitate, and never forget that there are experts that are sitting around you all the time in projects. You have experts sitting. Rely on expertise, right? So those are some sentiments. And if you have heard me well and taken your notes, whatever is there in negotiate project agreement, you got it right now. You will get the exam question right. Remember, the idea of this exam is not memorizing this book called PMI Authorized PMP Exam Prep. The idea is to understand the underlying principle. That's why I stress so much on whiteboarding in front of you, so that you take some notes, right? So two other important things that are part of this section are, there is a definition of negotiation that people got tested on the exam. So remember, negotiation is not a debate. It is not a debate of any sort. It is a discussion aimed at reaching an agreement. So negotiation is a discussion, not a debate. It is not a debate. It is not an argument. Negotiation is not an argument. It is not a debate. It is a simple, easy discussion aimed at reaching an agreement. That is what negotiation is. And all negotiations must lead to win-win situation for both the parties. Negotiate to create winning situations, not win-lose situations or lose-lose situation. That's not good negotiation then. Both parties, the stakeholders and the project team, must leave the table thinking they both got value out of this, right? Whether they got all the requirements or not is not the question here. Whether they got the value out of it or not. That's why when you negotiate, understand the boundaries of negotiation. Number one, I said, and number two, I said, prioritize your requirements before you reach the negotiation table. Otherwise, you will get the best tile in your bathroom when you're renovating the bathroom, and your faucet will be the worst, your shower will be the worst. All other things which are important are the worst out there, low value, but tiles are the best. It's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it, right? So boundaries of negotiation and prioritize. Two important things to remember here. Now, there are two other concepts that are on the exam. One is called service level agreement. Service level agreement. We will write it down here. We'll insert a new slide and it'll say, what is service level agreement? Number one question on the exam is, service level agreement is between the service provider and the end user. That's number one, right? service provider and the end user. Service level agreement. Number 2, it is about service level agreement is an agreement or a contract between the service provider and the end user. Just like how you have Rogers and Bell at your house and they promise you 55 Mbps for this of upload speed, download speed, and that kind of stuff. So it is a service level agreement with you, Rogers, the service provider, and end user, which is us, service provider and end user. It is the agreement between the two. Remember when we sign all the cable contracts, etc., there is an agreement that we sign. Number 2, it is about functional performance. That's very important from exam standpoint. It is about the functional performance, right? What level of performance will be provided? That's one of the important components, that it is about functional performance. That's number 1. And number 2, it is about other aspects such as business continuity. It could be other service level agreements on things like data retention, maybe retention of data. Depending on the industry you're working on, it will vary. It could be a disaster recovery. It could be maybe some sort of audit and documentation. It could be about the quality and other such aspects and other such aspects of service level, whatever that service level in that specific industry is all about. Like 24/7 availability could be one. 24/7 availability, right? So keep this in mind when you so from exam standpoint, the question could be right here. Service provider and the end user. SLA is an agreement. Another exam question could be, it is about functional performance. And it could also about other aspects such as business continuity, data retention, depending on the industry, disaster recovery, audit documentation, quality, availability, and other factors. So keep this in mind from exam standpoint. Important right here. This is important. This and functional performance. SLA. The other important topic that PMI discusses here as part of negotiate project agreement. So number 1 was, we said, some skills: facilitation, negotiation, expert judgment. 3 skills. Then we said there are 2 other important components there. PMI has said 4, but we are saying 2: SLA, service level agreement, and go live blackout periods. Go live blackout period. So we'll just write down here in new slide. The other, so topic number E has another important topic C, negotiate project agreement, has one topic, SLA. We talked about it. It has some skills or competencies or techniques that you should have: your ability to facilitate, your ability to negotiate, the prioritization, which is the key. There are various different prioritization techniques that we will learn about. And there is go live blackout periods. We'll talk about this blackout periods now. So go live, when the system or the solution is ready, now it is about to go live, there are certain agreed blackout periods, right? During which there will be no system performance upgrades to give people a certain kind of experience. So business owners and the development team, they sit together and they decide what those blackout periods would be. Are there any exam questions from here? No, there are not. But you should read very carefully in PMBOK guide about go live blackout period. There are 2 or 3 lines at a maximum that they have talked about go live and blackout period. It is a time when you're very close to delivery of the solution. What we do is we say that none of the system performance upgrades will be done at this time, right? We agree on certain blackout periods during the time the solution is about to be released. And the reason we do that is because we want to increase the performance a little bit, give users a little bit of better experience. Or sometimes we do not want to impact BAU or business as usual. So remember, go live, there is a exam question. It is during implementation of solution. During very close to implementation of solution, there may be agreed upon times when no performance upgrade will be done to the solution. There is no performance upgrade to be done during this time. So that's go live blackout. Every project that we work on in IT side, mostly there are blackout periods that we create. Sometimes we do not even want to do an implementation during the March break time. We keep it as a blackout period. We agree with our stakeholders during December 17th to January 6th to not do any critical business work or implementation because business owners are not available during this time. It's Christmas time, holiday time, and we would not go for any implementation, right? So blackout periods are agreed upon. If there is a question on the exam, it's an agreed upon time when during which time we do not want to have any performance upgrades. We want to keep that business as usual or keep minimal impact to business as usual or operation. Keep minimal impact to business as usual or operation. So that's the whole idea. Let's take a look at this slide that we have created. So again, this is topic C. Topic C, negotiate project agreement. For that, there are some deliverables. Service level agreement, we talked about it, contract between the service provider and the end user. Exam question, functional performance is listed here. Functional performance. And then there are go live blackout. During this time, work or changes to the system may be suspended. The idea is minimal impact to BAU, sometimes called business as usual, business as usual, or operations of an organization, right? Negotiation right here plus facilitation. As Bala said, negotiation is required when there are conflicting priorities. And Fabian said, whenever there are conflicting priorities as a project manager, we must facilitate, but do not work in silo. Use the collective wisdom that is available to you as part of your subject matter expertise. The people, the stakeholders that are available, they have a lot of knowledge. They have explicit knowledge as well as tacit knowledge. Use it well. Use the collective wisdom to make some calls, to make some decisions. And lesson learned, we'll look at the flow of lesson learned a little bit later. And then in prioritization, there are 6 questions on the exam. So we're going to learn about these 2 topics as part of some of the next few slides that we will take a look at. So right here, negotiation. The idea of negotiation, as I said before, is to create win-win situations. That's the idea of negotiation. When will negotiation be required from PMP standpoint? When there are conflicting priorities among the stakeholders. Exam question. And while you are negotiating, what is the best skill to use? We said, Fabian, you said it is facilitation, right? What is the primary skill required to resolve conflicts? What is the primary skill required to resolve conflict? And we will ask maybe, Lori, how about you answer this? What is the primary skill required to resolve conflict?
Good facilitation skills.
Facilitation, yes. Good. One of the skills, I can say facilitation. The moment there is a conflict, facilitate. Absolutely. Bring the parties into the room. Have a face-to-face, real-time communication. But there is one more. Manisha, what do you think? There is one more. Facilitate and now do what? Facilitate and now do what?
Come to an agreement.
Sorry, Manisha? Build common understanding. Okay, so let's say Lori and Manisha, they are in, I don't like to use the word conflict. I'll say there's some difference in opinion here. And the project manager is Manjeet. She gets Lori and Manisha into the room and she facilitates right now. So Lori and Manisha, they're having some conflicting priorities with Manjeet, the project manager. Lori and Manisha are a team. Manjeet is here. Manjeet is the project manager. So Manisha, you said build common understanding, but how would you build common understanding without, if you are the PM, what would you do now? You got the people in the room, you're facilitating a session. What would you do? Prioritization. You'll do prioritization? How would you do prioritization? You did not even hear them yet. So if you are a PM and there is this conflict going on with one of the team members, you get them into the room. What do you do the first thing?
Have a discussion.
Have a discussion, or you actively listen to people. Active listening is the way to resolve a conflict. So in the exam, if you were ever given a choice between facilitation and active listening, I would always choose active listening, even if I'm going to get it wrong. Active listening is the key skill required to resolve a conflict. Look at this. Look at this. I'm a PM and I call Lori has a conflict of some sort, difference. I call her in the room. I'm not going to speak over my stakeholder. I let Lori speak to me and I listen to Lori. Active listening means listening to understand. So that's why active listening, and your stakeholders, if you will speak over our stakeholders, they will feel disrupted. They will not feel good. And sometimes stakeholders are extremely powerful, influential, and authoritative people. So when you bring a stakeholder in the room, always first facilitate, call them in the room, and then actively listen. Active listening is listen to people to understand what they are feeling. What they are feeling, not what they are saying, what they are feeling, and demonstrate empathy towards them. I know where you're coming from. I understand this, where you're coming from, right? Listen first, don't say anything. Understand what they're feeling, understand the challenge, and then demonstrate empathy. So whenever you are in a conflict, for example, if you go in an interview and someone said, how do you resolve conflict? Whenever there's a conflict or difference in opinion, the first step is to engage with stakeholders, have a face-to-face meeting, ideally a face-to-face real-time conversation. The first step would be to actively listen to what the stakeholder is saying. Number one, actively listen. Second, understand what they're feeling, where they're coming from. So listen to understand, demonstrate empathy, clearly to understand what we are talking about. Actively listen. Number two, and most important, understand. Number three, the most important of them all, acknowledge what your stakeholders are saying. So in the exam, questions revolve this. You are having a conflict, what should you do? Answer would be facilitate. Now I said, you're having a conflict and you're facilitating right now. What should you do? Answer is actively listen. You're having a conflict. You engage the stakeholders. You've actively listened. What should you do? Acknowledge what you're saying. So for fifth variation of the question could be, in the question, you're getting this information. You are having a conflict. You've actively listened. You acknowledge what your stakeholder is saying, and you acknowledge what they're saying. What should you do? Now present your point of view, right? So look, facilitate. Very, very, even in an interview, you should go like this. Facilitate a session. I will actively listen. I will understand what my stakeholders are saying. I will acknowledge what they are saying. And now I will present my point of view. And Manisha, now the common understanding and consensus forming happens at this time. Does that make sense? So you took like, you left this point, you left this point, you left this point, you left this point, and you went to common understanding consensus. Will fail the exam if you continue like this, right? So the flow, there is an underlying principle in project management. And that integrity of that principle has to be maintained. That's why when you write, sometimes when we write the PMP exam, and unfortunately, sometimes when we end up failing, the reason is because there's these ideas that we are overlooking sometimes, and we are jumping straight to building common understanding, which is the right thing to do, ultimately the goal. But really, first step, actively listen. Guys, did you take that mind map on? Because there are 7 to 10 questions on conflict resolution on the exam, and it comes from this flow. Did you get that? Does anyone have questions around this?
Hemant,
One that you made, like facilitate, active listening, then it's empathy, empathizing?
No, facilitate, active listening, understand, acknowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. How about I put it nicely? Let's put it nicely. It's even if you had to go for an interview for any leadership role, this is something that will be asked. So let's go here. Let's put it nicely. Whenever there is a conflict, first step, facilitate. Then in the meeting, actively listen. Actively listen to understand what the stakeholder is saying, and then acknowledge it. Imagine you are a PM and a VP sitting in the meeting, and you're not acknowledging what they're saying. What are they going to think about you, right? Acknowledge. Now, once you have acknowledged, now present your opinion matters. PM's opinion matters. So present your point of view now. Present your point of view. Now build common understanding and consensus. And look at the final thing. Collaborate to problem solve. No conflict in the world can be resolved. The eventual goal actually is not building common understanding. That is not the goal. This is not the goal. The goal is to problem solve. No conflict in the world can be resolved without problem solving. But to solve the problem, you will have to collaborate. To collaborate, you will have to form common understanding. To form common understanding, you have to present your point of view, but to get there, you have to acknowledge what the stakeholder is saying. To acknowledge, you have to understand. To understand, you have to actively listen. To actively listen to someone, you must bring them in the room. So backward and forward, both flows. Good, everyone, you took this note, because this, for me, could be the third most important slide of the day. Everyone good? Kevin, you're good?
Excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So now there are 6 points: facilitate, active listening, understand, acknowledge, present, build common understanding, and then collaborate in the problem solving. There are 6.
Yeah, whatever is there on the screen, absolutely, yeah. I don't think
Okay.
there is anything outside this. This is what it is. Okay?
Thanks.
Okay. All righty. So Then there is this slide where there are two pigeons right here, and it says, what are the other words for expert judgment? Continue having peer reviews with your experts, your subject matter experts or your stakeholders. The stakeholders that exist on the project, you must rely on them. Rely on them for what? Their expertise, because they have a lot of knowledge, and you can gain insight into, so look at this, you can gain insight into their expertise by having peer reviews, using their expertise, by reviewing expert examination and maybe expert operation. Different ways of saying it, right? But expert judgment or relying. The idea is to rely on the stakeholders for their expertise. Do not work in the bottom, it says, rely on your expert. Collective wisdom is important, and never work in a silo. Never in project management environment, we work in a silo, right? So very, very, very important. So next slide speaks about expert judgment, right? Now, expertise will vary based on the industry you're working on. So if I'm a project manager from banking, and I ended up executing a program for OLG, Ontario Lottery Group, based on my expertise in project, program, and portfolio management, not because I had knowledge of industry. So, but I executed it, I would not say flawlessly, but I was able to do the work that I needed to do, and we were able to create that online casino. But the way I was able to function in an environment or industry which I had no idea about was by using expert consultants that were available to me, who were from the casino industry, who were from the gaming industry, who were from the gambling industry. I was able to work with them, understand or gain insight into their knowledge and work through the project without having the industry knowledge. So in the exam, you may find questions on lack of expertise for a project manager in the industry, not lack of expertise in project management. You can have the best expertise in project management. That does not guarantee in any way that you will be successful in executing the project, because some project require you to have certain level of expertise in the industry or domain specific area. When you're working in a domain specific area and you do not have any knowledge from that industry specific area, you must rely on expert judgment. And this is one of the exam questions. So the next slide, very important now. This slide, this is what is prioritization, right? So there are two approaches. Every topic that you take a look at, any topic from now on, there are so many topics in this, every lesson has 5, 7, 8 topics. Every topic you have to think about predictive approach. How would I work in predictive approach? And how would I work in adaptive approach? So when I say predictive, how would I work in projects that are waterfall type projects? And how would I work in projects that are agile type projects? So prioritization also in waterfall is a little different, and in adaptive is a little different. And in predictive, all stakeholders' requirements are documented in a requirement document. It could be called a business requirement document in IT, or generally a requirement document or requirement specification. In adaptive, all the requirements of stakeholders are also documented in some kind of a log, a spreadsheet, or a document, and that document is called a product backlog. Product backlog is a requirement document for agile or adaptive approaches. So product backlog So what is the product backlog? Product backlog contains stakeholders' requirements. And in agile environment, stakeholders' requirements are called user stories. User stories. Stakeholder requirements in agile environment are called user stories. These user stories are documented in a requirement document in agile. The requirement document is called product backlog. Keep this in mind. Now, before we even look at this slide here, I would very quickly define requirement for you. What is a requirement? Projects, they deliver requirements. All projects, they deliver requirements. So let's go to, so Ralph, question for you. Ralph, okay,
yes,
perfect.
sorry.
So Ralph, all projects, what do they deliver?
Sir, they deliver the requirements of the stakeholders.
Absolutely. They deliver the requirements of the stakeholders, right? They deliver the requirements. Now, if project management is about delivery of requirements, and imagine if we cannot even define requirements, that will be a crime. Imagine being a project manager and not being able to define a requirement in exactly the way it is desired or warranted. So I'm going to ask some people some questions here. Rev, this question is for you. Define requirements for us, please, in 15 seconds. Define the requirements. Projects deliver requirements, and let's see what our capability is in defining the requirements.
So requirements are the needs of the stakeholders.
Okay, that's Ralph. Requirements are the needs of the stakeholders. Great. Let's go to Rev. Rev Dhaliwal. Ravi, is that Ravi? Ravi?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ravi, define requirements for us. How do you define requirements?
I think a requirement is simply anything that enables a project from start to finish. Anything that is critical to its life cycle.
Requirement is anything that is critical to its life cycle. Ralph said these are the needs of the stakeholders. I'll leave needs of the stakeholders here. Okay. Prayag, what would you say? Define a requirement for us, please. Projects deliver requirements. We are project managers, and failing to define requirements. Okay, so learning should start from right here today. What are requirements, right? So, Prayag, what do you think are requirements for you?
Well, the characteristics should be smart, like they should be specific, measurable, attainable, timely. Like,
okay, they should be specific. That's fine, but that doesn't define the requirements. Those are objectives can be smart too. My life could be smart too. I have to be very specific in my life. I have to be measurable. Whatever I do, I have to be. Everything has to be achievable. Whatever I do, right? So smart is just a mnemonic for a criteria. Anyways, keep moving. Good, very good. Prashant, well, how do you define requirements? Prashant?
Sorry. So the task which needs to be accomplished for a project.
The task which needs to be accomplished for a project.
Yeah, for a stakeholder. Or
a task. Okay. Pooja, how do you define requirements?
Well, I think it's specifically the business needs of the stakeholders is what is the requirements.
Requirements are specifically the business needs of the stakeholders. Needs. Okay. Peter, how do you define requirements?
I would define them by the stakeholders. What the stakeholder wants is a deliverable. These are the requirements.
Okay, what's the stakeholder wants? Fine. Let's go to Joy, the last person who will try to define the requirements. Right? No one has been able to define the requirements. So that's good that we learn about requirements today a little bit. Projects deliver requirements, and I'm talking to my team, and I want to tell them today what the requirements are. Every project that starts in my area the first thing that I do always is I make my team sit with me and I'll say, guys, let's define the requirements. I always do this. It's been almost 23 years now. I always still continue to do the same thing. Let me define requirements for you. And let's see if you agree. So Joy, could you please define requirements for us?
So requirements are the project deliverable requirements, that the products, services, and results
that
we get from a project.
Okay, now let me write it down for you. Requirements are conditions or capabilities that must be met. So conditions or capabilities that must, not should, not could, or not would, they must be met to satisfy the needs of stakeholders. So why do I write this statement? So conditions or capabilities that must be met to satisfy the needs of stakeholders, and those needs that must meet the objective of the project. So conditions or capabilities that must be met to satisfy the needs of stakeholders, and those needs and only those needs that must meet the objective of the project. Only those needs that must meet the objective. You may satisfy the needs of the stakeholders, but if it does not do anything to the objective of the project, you are actually satisfying wrong needs. So look at it. Conditions or capabilities. So stakeholders' needs are conditions imposed by them. These are capabilities desired by them that must be met, not should be met, not could be met, not would be met, must be met to satisfy the needs of stakeholders. And these needs must satisfy the objectives of the project. You know, this is the first thing I put on the whiteboard in front of me, in front of my team. On day one of the project, I say, guys, continue to remember this, that we are here to satisfy the needs of stakeholders. Only when we will satisfy the needs of stakeholder is when value delivery will take place. And these needs, your job is not to satisfy the needs of stakeholders that do not meet the objective of the project. Keep in mind, it is the need and the objectives. They must remain aligned, right? So look how important it is to understand some fundamental definitions in project management. Sometimes we spend our life executing projects, but we don't put together a fine definition as warranted by the standard, as warranted by most organizations. Go to Apple. This is the definition you find right there in their every design room. Every design room, because they want to always remember that there is an underlying, there is this end user. We are creating everything for an end user. Let's not forget it. And we also have objectives that we need to meet. Let's align them together, right? So keep this in mind, because these requirements, now if it's in predictive projects, we'll call them requirements. In agile projects, we'll call them user stories. So if someone said define requirements, or if someone said define user stories, they both are needs of stakeholders. It's just in agile projects, we call them user stories. In waterfall projects, we call them requirements. User stories are also conditions and capabilities that must be met to satisfy, because these are requirements. They just are, we say differently on agile projects, user stories, requirements. So keep this in mind. So tomorrow, if you ever had to talk to someone about requirements, tell them about this, the conditions or capabilities that must be met to satisfy the needs of stakeholders, and only those needs that meet the objective of the project. So continue moving to some of the very cool techniques that can be used for prioritization. The top technique So in the exam, they'll say, or they'll say 100-point method is used for what? The answer would be prioritization. They'll say paired comparison is used for what? The answer would be prioritization. They'll say Cano model is used for what? The answer would be prioritization. And Moscow analysis is used for what? The answer would be prioritization. But it's also very important to understand what is Moscow analysis, what is Cano analysis, what is paired comparison analysis, and what is 100-point method, right? What is 100-point method? Now, to understand this, what we'll do is we will start with the easy one first, which is the 100-point method. PMI loves this concept right now. It's an agile-based concept. It's a collaborative. It is a collaborative prioritization technique. Collaborative means working with stakeholders. What is 100-point method? First of all, it is a prioritization method or prioritization technique. So 100 points. So we will take it like this, that let's say we have our stakeholders. We have let's say 7 stakeholders. One is Vipul, a stakeholder. Then we have Teo, another stakeholder. Vipul has 3 requirements. Teo has 4 requirements. When we have another stakeholder, Tamil. Tamil has 3 requirements again. Then we have another stakeholder, Simi. Simi has 1 requirement. Then we have other stakeholders, Sheena and Cheryl. Sheena has 6 requirements and Cheryl has 4 requirements. So we have these stakeholders. They all have requirements. They have conflicting priorities. The project manager is right here. Let's bring the project manager in. And the project manager is Nicholas. Nicholas, the project manager. Nicholas, the PM. Let's dress him a little differently. Nicholas, the PM. So Nella, question for you here. Nella, you there? Okay, Nella is not there, so we'll continue to move to Nad. Nad, you're there? Nad is not there. Nabushka? Or Michael, anyone?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So there you go. Michael, do you see that there are 6 stakeholders? They have different requirements, right?
Yes.
And then Nicholas is the PM. Okay. So conflicting priorities and Nicholas is the PM. What should Nicholas do right now? Nicholas should
put categories to the priorities.
No, what should Nicholas do right now?
Rank them.
Sorry?
Rank them?
No, but what would he do, Michael? Facilitate a workshop, correct?
Oh, that's me. Yes. Facilitate a workshop.
Facilitate the workshop. And Mario, yeah. So Nicholas is going to facilitate the workshop. So Mario, this question is for you. Nicholas is going to facilitate the workshop. And what is Nicholas trying to achieve as part of this workshop?
So he's trying to achieve a common understanding so that all the stakeholders are collaborating and we have a common set of requirements.
Or in other words, there are these 3 plus 4, 12 plus 3, 15, 16, 21, 25 requirements. We've been saying that 25 requirements, but maybe they're here right now. They're conflicting priorities. Of course, they want to build common understanding, but there are also constraints. Not all 25 requirements can be maybe delivered in the first release, first phase of the project. They need to understand. And as Michael was saying, rank the requirements now, right? They want to rank the requirements. One of the ways of prioritizing is nothing but ranking the requirement, is to use a 100-point method. So all the stakeholders, they're given 100 points each. 100 points, 100 points, 100 points, 100 points, 100 points, and 100 points. They all are given 100 points, right? So they sit in this is a collaborative game exercise that goes on. They're given 100 points. And all the requirements of stakeholders are put on the whiteboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 25 requirements. They're put on the whiteboard. Vipul is asked to go distribute his 100 points on these requirements. And Vipul goes and says, all my 100 points are for requirement number 1 because this is the most important requirement for me. There you go. Teo comes. Teo says, I'm giving requirement number 1, I'm giving it 50 points. And requirement number 3, I'm giving it 50 points. Tamil comes. Tamil says, requirement number 1, 75 points. Requirement number 2, 15 points. And requirement number 3, 10 points. Simi comes, says, requirement number 5 is 100 points. Sheena comes, requirement number 1, 100 points. And who was the next person? Cheryl. Cheryl says requirement number 1, 20 points. Requirement number 3, 20 points. And requirement number 5, 20 points. So Marisol, what do you see? What's happening here? What did you see here, Marisol? What do you see? What do you see? What has happened here?
They're trying to weigh.
So what is the outcome right now? What are you seeing? Where are all the stakeholders moving towards? Which requirement is where they feel is the most value? Manjeet, Manisha, Lori, what do you guys think? Which requirement is where? Yeah, go ahead.
Number 1.
Yeah, 1, 3, 5 is where a lot of weight has been put in. There is an agreement among the stakeholders that these requirements are where there is most value. So very easy collaborative way of prioritizing. This is what is called 100-point method. Does that make sense, guys? Everyone with me? Good?
Yep. I have one question. Do you think these requirements are overlapping or something that will be distinctive from each other?
You know what? It could be, or they could be overlapping, they could be distinctive, but the idea right now is to just prioritize the requirements, right? Sometimes when the requirement, I would not use the word overlapping requirements. I will use the word interdependent requirements. Requirements cannot be overlapping. They could be interdependent on each other, right? So if you're going to implement one requirement, sometimes there may be need to implement the other requirement with that, or there may be dependency on the requirement for the requirement to be more useful. Okay, so all those factors are weighed in. All those factors are weighed in before this prioritization happens. When you put them down, when you rank them, when you put them down on the whiteboard, they are weighed in. What is dependent? What is not dependent? It's all weighed in before. Okay. The game, the idea of this collaborative game is very simple. At a very, coarse-grained level, at a very high level, let's understand what our stakeholders feel. Later on, these priorities may change, but it's this initial, collaborative way of working with stakeholders. That is the idea. Let's not overthink this. This is a collaborative game with stakeholders. for having their engagement in a very fun manner. That is the idea here. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that is your 100-point method. Let's take a look at the next method here. We'll take an easy method again. I will take paired comparison. Paired comparison is pair. What does pair mean? So let's talk to, let's say, Kudzai. Kudzai, this is for you. Pair. When we say pair, what do we mean? Pair.
We're bringing two things together.
Or in this case, we are talking about what? We defined the requirements. So we are talking about requirements of user stories, correct?
Yes.
So we are comparing what? Two
requirements
or user stories, and we are trying to see which one has more value, correct? So in the exam, there is a question on paired comparison where they give you a scenario. Say, at this time, the stakeholders are sitting together and they're looking at two requirements at one point of time, and they're trying to see which one generates more value. What kind of prioritization technique is being used? So Kudzai, what would you say? What would you answer?
Sorry, what was the question?
The question was I just said the question, right? So question was, at this time, you're a PM and you're looking at two requirements and you're trying to understand which requirement generates higher value. And you're selecting that requirement which has higher value, but you're looking at two at a time.
Yes.
You are using which method?
Paired comparison analysis.
Not 100-point?
No, because
there you go. So that is what you get tested on the exam, right? So they will ask you these scenarios, simple scenarios. You may get paired comparison. Someone else may get 100-point method. You're not going to get paired and 100-point method because it will be the exam will become extremely simple then. Good? Move on. Everyone good with paired comparison? Okay. All right. Then comes the Cano model and Moscow analysis. There is not even one person in last almost 3 to 4 months when they have not seen either Moscow or Cano on their exam. One question is either 100-point or paired, and 1 or 2 questions are Moscow and Cano analysis. Moscow and Cano analysis are both prioritization techniques that use 4 criteria of prioritization. Both of them use. Moscow we'll discuss Moscow first, followed by Cano. So let's go and let's open a slideshow. Listen to this carefully because these two are extremely important from exam standpoint. So right here, stick it here, and let's go here. So let's say you got, again, we have our stakeholders who have come into the room. Stakeholders are Kosha. Stakeholders are Clara. Stakeholders Kevin. Then we have Kadir. We have Joanne. We have Jatin. Our stakeholders we have invited to a requirement workshop. These stakeholders have been invited to a prioritization workshop. And these stakeholders have been informed that we'll be using Moscow analysis. The requirement document has been put on the whiteboard right here. They're sitting in the room. All of them are sitting in the nice chairs here. They are in the room. And requirement number 1 is we need a home page on the website. Requirement number 2 is we need an About Us page on the website. Requirement number 3 is we need a Contact Us page. Requirement number 4 on the website, we need product 1. Requirement number 5 is product 2, and there are 74 such requirements on this document. Right here on this side, there are 4 columns that have been created in this requirement document. So what is Moscow analysis? O does not mean anything. O does not. CW. Must, should, could, and won't. Won't right now. So must, should, could, and won't. So stakeholders are sitting together. Project manager says, guys, requirement number 1, homepage, what do you guys think? Everyone chimes in, says, this is a must. Requirement number 2, about us page, team says, it will be nice to have, but not very important. Contact us page, everyone chimes in, says, this is a must. So they are working together and they're trying to understand what should be must, what should be should, what should be could, and what should be won't. Requirement number 4, project manager asks the team works together, tries to form consensus on, we'll be happy if it is must, but anywhere here or here. Let's try to, it is extremely important and it is important for us. So let's try to deliver it. Requirement number 5, team comes together, says we won't need it. Requirement number 70, and similarly, they just continue prioritize. This is a great way of prioritizing requirements using 4 different criteria. Instead of using high, medium, and low, the team is using must, should, could, and won't. 4 criteria. Now, must, what does must mean? Why does a requirement get categorized as must? Because if you bring Kosha, Clara, Kevin, Kadir, Joanne, and Jatin in the room, everyone will say everything is a must, right? They all will say everything is a must. They have non-negotiable demands. So how does project managers work through this idea of stakeholders having non-negotiable demand? What do they do? What they do is very simple. Before the workshop starts, they say, guys, must. Only those requirements are deemed must. So what is deemed must? What does must mean? Must is, if we do not deliver this requirement, the function or this product functionality will be impacted. The product will not function. It's just like building a car without a steering wheel, building a car without an engine, building a bike without brakes or handle or wheels, right? So if you're building a bike and you put features of bikes, if I said instead of these requirements, we said bike, and we said we'll need a handle, number 1. Number 2, we said we need lights. Number 3, we said we need chain. Number 4, we said wheels. Number 5, we said brakes. Number 6, we said brake covers. Number 7, we said gears. Now imagine, I can live without brake covers. It's not a must, but without wheel, I will need wheels. I'll need a handle and I need a brake for this bike to be operational. Anything that would render the product dysfunctional is a must. Keep that in mind from exam standpoint. So any requirement that renders the product dysfunctional, would render the product dysfunctional, is a must. So stakeholders slowly start learning and they say must is everything that is required to make this product functional, right? So handle is a must, wheels are must, brakes are must. So when you go to lights, when you come to lights, you say, you know what, it's nice should or a could. And when someone says, well, it will be nice to have a battery in the bike, they say this won't be done right now because it will increase the price of the bike so much that it might we may not be able to hit that demographic that we want to hit with the bike. So people are thinking right, but only when they know what must means. What are those features that are considered must? Anything that would, if you do not provide it, it will render the product dysfunctional is a must, right? So keep that in mind. Again, from exam standpoint, there is a question on what is deemed must? Anything that is absolutely critical to the functionality or functioning of the product is must. Should is something that is important for the product. Could is nice to have, won't means won't be done. Could is nice to have. All those fancy lights, the 27 gears on the bike, they're all coulds, right? So keep that in mind. Must is anything that is absolutely important for this product to be functional. So must, should, could, and won't, a prioritization method, a collaborative prioritization method. The same concept of this must, should, could, and won't has been used for Cano analysis, but it makes the entire process a little more visual, exam question. Cano analysis is like Moscow analysis, but Cano analysis is a little more visual. And how is it visual? Let's take a look at that. How it is visual is like this. 4 quadrants are created. So this is Cano analysis. Again, we'll take a look at the bike. 4 quadrants are created. And in those 4 quadrants, we say dissatisfiers. Then we say satisfiers. Then we say something called exciter. What was the name? Delightful, delighters, or exciters, sometimes called exciters, or sometimes called novel, the new features, novel, right? And finally, on this side, there is another quadrant, it's called indifferent. Just like Moscow analysis, anything that will dissatisfy the stakeholder if it is not there in the product. So look, hear this. Anything which will dissatisfy the stakeholder if this feature is not on the product is a dissatisfier, or in other words, must. Satisfier will make the stakeholder happy. This is your should. Delighters, exciters, and novel, nice to have. These are those exciting new features, like banking coming up with check capturing functionality using a cell phone 5 years ago was a delighter. It was not a must, it was a delighter, a novel new feature, right? Delighters. These are could. And indifferent, won't. Stakeholders do not care about it. So we put this visual in front of everyone, and then we start asking our stakeholders. I'll say, guys, what do you think? Handle. The team says, the stakeholder says, you know what? Without the handle, this product is not going to cut it. So this should be right here. It's a light. They'll say light. It's a good item. You know, it could be here, or maybe it could be here. We'll see. We'll see how much money and time we have. It's a chain. It is a must, because if this is not in the product, this product will not be functional. Wheels, absolutely a must. If this product is not there, it will not be functional. Brakes, oh, security, absolutely a must in the bike, right? And the stakeholders continue to go through this. The idea of these prioritization methods, which are becoming more visual, is engagement of stakeholders is becoming high. They're more interested, and they are thinking harder than before about how can we generate the maximum value. Keep in mind, the only way, now I'll write it down here, and this is also an exam question. This is the last slide before we take a break. So the only way to deliver value, considering stakeholders have numerous requirements. Stakeholders have numerous requirements. And the only way to deliver value, also considering stakeholders have numerous requirements and there are numerous constraints, limitations. So not all requirements will be delivered. So how do we deliver value and still keep our stakeholders happy? The idea is prioritize, 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 and prioritize, and prioritize. And as Michael said, prioritizing is about ranking the requirements in a way where it clearly shows top rank to low rank, considering which requirement will generate the maximum value on top, followed by rest. Remember, the top 7 or 8 requirements on any requirement document or product backlog are those requirements. If you do not provide them, this product will become dysfunctional or will not be functional at all. Those requirements are called dissatisfiers, and those requirements are called a must. On this note, we'll go to another exciting topic, which is empower team members and stakeholders. It's 11 o'clock, actually. We spent an hour and a half talking about some of the core concepts. If you heard me well, you know what you have achieved right now? About 15 to 17 questions of PMP exam. This is what is PMP exam now. The idea of underlying principle over memorization, right? It is the underlying principle that drives it. So what I'll do is I'm going to open this up for a little bit of discussion among us. So,
Hemant, I have a question.
Just hold on 1 second, please. Let me just get this off the board. All righty. Okay. Now we'll take some questions and. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Abhay. Looking at the Moscow, slide. All the requirements when they are being judged for must, should, could, or won't. Does every requirement has to fit into only one of the categories?
You know what I said, right? Sometimes what happens is stakeholders will be in some kind of a doubt, right. Or they would also think about constraints and limitations, right? They'll say, guys, we only have 3 months. As much as we would love it, how about not have it as must, put it as should right now? Or how about not? Or put it in both areas. Let's see where we'll fit it later. This is important, but not as important as priority number 7, right? So sometimes you may find 2 check marks also, but in the end, only 1 will remain. It is just because the stakeholders are in doubt, and project managers also do not just want to continue a discussion on certain item, they want to move on, right?
Okay.
Hemant, hi, Jatin here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question on Moscow analysis. So we've defined must as the requirements that renders the product dysfunctional, and they should be a part of let's say the first stage of prioritization.
Okay, just Jatin, 1 second. It's a very good point that you raised, and because you raised that point, I like to also one more time say this to the entire class, because you've raised this very good point. Must, right? It renders the product, as Jatin said, dysfunctional. So before this, when the stakeholder come in the room, you know what happens? If Eunice is a stakeholder and Devendra is a stakeholder, you know what they do? They come with a mindset. Mindset is, my requirements are non-negotiable. I'll make sure that they become part of the solution, right? They don't care about constraints. Stakeholders do not, because they are business owners. My requirements will be a must when I leave this room. That's why negotiate project agreement. So, but what do we do as project managers? Remember, happiness is equal to reality divided by expectations. We said that in the beginning. Why we said that was, we also, before this workshop starts, we create this environment where there is common understanding that we have constraints, guys, right? Just because you're coming into the room does not mean that there will be no negotiation. You will have to establish that your requirement is important. So stakeholders should also know what must means, definition of must. So before you start the workshop, the first thing you tell your stakeholders is that, guys, Eunice, Devendra, remember, we have constraints, number 1. Number 2, also remember, anything that you feel is must be so critical that if you don't provide it, it will render this product dysfunctional. The moment you say this, stakeholder is thinking right. Otherwise, the stakeholder is always thinking, I need to push my requirement in. That's my job today, right? I'm representing my team to push my requirement. Go ahead now, ask a question.
Just as you said, like must is defined as kind of dysfunctional for the product. How do we define should in this case? Like could is nice to have, but how do we define should in this case?
So should would be everything that is important to the stakeholder, and there will be effort to provide it as part of the scope, right? But it will not make the product dysfunctional. For example, a bike with a handle, 2 wheels, chain and brake is must. Seat, if I don't have money, I can live without a seat. As long as I take care of that bar, right? Because if the bumps happen, you know what will happen, right? We don't want to get into those details, but we're going to get rid of the bar a little bit, but, right? You can live with it. But stakeholder will say, you know what is a bike without a seat? Come on. There are some folks, right, who would need it. So should, right? Could would be lights. But for some bikes nowadays, which bike comes with a light? None comes with light. None come with it. We go and we buy lights and we put it on the lights, right? Why? Because they want to keep the price point a little bit low so that they can cover bigger, larger demographic. That's the whole idea.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
The same applies to Cano too. Dissatisfier must, right? Yeah. Great collaborative games with stakeholders in the early stages of the project. Remember, this is all early stages. If you will try to do this later, it's not going to cut it, because other teams are going to come and they will tell you exactly why certain things cannot happen, because they will bring this technical knowledge and they'll apply technical knowledge on your requirement. And sometimes requirements that you thought were high priority will become the lowest priority because you do not have the technical abilities to deliver them. Okay. More questions? Any more questions?
I have a question, Hemant. So is there gonna be a question regarding the difference between the Moscow model and the Cano analysis, because they're both a little bit visual, and it's only in the way that it's represented, like in different here, in the Moscow model it's won't. So
yeah. So no, there is no such thing, no questions on any differences, but the question could be, the team is trying to use a more visual model because they're working with the leadership right now. What would be a more visual prioritization model? Your answer would be Cano analysis.
The Cano analysis, right? Okay.
Yeah. But there are no such difference between must, what does dissatisfier mean, and this and that. PMI does not go in there, right? The idea is, again, remember, the idea is underlying principle of project management. That is the idea here. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question for Moscow again. So when you say won't, is it won't be delivered at all, or will it be pushed like to a next release because a stakeholder could get dissatisfied that his requirements have been pushed to a won't category?
So, I could answer this question in a very different way actually right now. I would actually come back after the break and maybe throw some light on this, but won't anything becomes won't because at this time there is not much value in doing it. There could be a lot of value, but we are not ready yet. We are not ready. For example, I'll give you an example, right? You could have a requirement like Google Glasses. What happened with Google Glasses, a $2 billion investment? They were ready with the product, but they seized the product. Why? Because we were not ready to consume it. The government was not ready to consume it. Don't you think Google is at least 100 years ahead of us right now? Where we see technology, Google sees technology a little differently. They are 100 years ahead. Elon Musk says this. Yesterday, I was listening to something. He said, I'm thinking about things that people aren't ready for yet. I'm already working on a product that people are, but we have to give them some more time to use that bloody car. The next 2022 car, we have to give them some time to use it. We are ready with the product. So, but product is great, but we are not ready. So change management effort in a very subtle manner are being undertaken to help us get there to consume technology. So sometimes won't is not because it is not a great requirement, but because we are not ready. And mostly won't, like as you work in Agile right now at Scotiabank, is because right now there is low value in that item, or there is no consensus on it, or not 100% stakeholders will be satisfied by that. Think about it. CEO saying I need, or the vice president saying I need a PDF report to give it to my CEO. So other stakeholders are like, man, come on. I'm suffering right now. I can't pick up the call because the call is dropping every 2 hours and you're worrying about a PDF report that need to go to the VP. It's a won't right now. Everyone will agree on that, whether you are a VP or you are a call center representative. Authority does not matter when it comes to prioritization. Why did we start using prioritization game? To minimize people's authority a little bit so that people with authority could not push the requirements in. That is the reason we want to rank the requirements based on value. But to your question, there is a model for prioritization that I would like to discuss if we have time today. And if you remind me a little bit later, I'll showcase to you why certain things become must. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions, guys? I think we should go on a break. I could continue answering questions, and it's very interesting topic, so answers questions. But what we should do is we should go on break, come back, and start thinking about empowering our team. Look, we have built the team. We have built the ground rules. We've got the external vendors in place. We know the prioritization methods right now. It is time that we start empowering the team. Remember the story of Trump. This is where it comes into play. For the next 2 topics or 3 topics, the story of Trump and Comey. I want your loyalty. No, it is not the loyalty. It's empowerment, number 1. If you want to build a great team, whether you built it in White House or you built it in your project or you built it in your house, if you want to build a high-performing team, the team must be empowered. But make no mistake here. Empowerment, right? Empowerment by no means. Empowerment is autonomy, right? That's what it means. Empowerment means, I think, autonomy. But autonomy does not mean neglect. Sometimes leadership says, I empowered you. I did what I needed to. But if the project failed, they will say, see, you guys, I give you power. What do you do? No, autonomy does not mean neglect. Very important concept to discuss. Empower project team and stakeholders. Empowerment happens by forming trust to taking the team to results. This entire flow from trust to results is what is empowerment, because empowered teams are self-motivating, self-directing, and self-organizing. Motivated teams, self-organizing, self-directing, because individuals that are motivated are they are inspired by the vision, and some sense of enthusiasm has been created in them because they have started believing in the vision. So when we say I'm motivated, why? I'm motivated to write the exam. Why? Because there's this sense of enthusiasm in me right now. I get this done, right? So keep that in mind. So let us now empower our teams and stakeholders when we come back from the break. Topic number D will start. Okay? 10 minutes break. Let's be back at 11:25. 12 minutes. 11:25. I think we need a 12 minutes break.
I guess Hemant, you're on mute.
Hemant, yeah, you're on mute.
Okay. So the next topic is empowering the team and stakeholders. One of the important topics of PMBOK Guide, extremely important topics. So empower teams. What are empowered teams? Empowered teams are those teams that are self-directing, and self-organizing. or in other words, they are motivated. And when does motivation happens? Motivation happens when we create sense of enthusiasm. I don't know how you say it. Enthusiasm among our team members. And when do teams feel enthusiastic? When they believe in the shared vision. When they all believe in the shared vision. So empowered teams are self-directing and self-organizing. What does that mean? Self-directing, self-organizing. Self-directing and self-organizing teams, they do not need to be told what work they will do. They do not need to be told about the work they will do. Plus, so they do not need to be told about the work they will do and how long would they do to finish the work. Or in other words, they are capable of providing their own estimates. Number one sentiment, estimates. And so self-organizing teams do not need to be told the work they will do, and they're capable of making all the local project decisions on their own. They're capable of making all the local project decisions on their own without any interference from project leader, project manager, agile coach, or anyone that is leading the team, right? So they do not, so self-organizing, self-directing, self-organizing, they are a set of motivated people. They are motivated because they all believe in the shared goal. Self-directing and self-organizing teams do not need to be told what work they will do, or in other words, they are capable of providing their own estimates. So one of the sentiments here is estimation. The other is decision. So different decision-making techniques and different estimation techniques would be discussed as part of this slide. So these teams, they provide their own estimates because they choose the work they will do. They make their own local project decisions, no interference from project managers, project leaders, project coaches, agile coaches, or any name that you may have in your organization for a person who leads the team, right? There is no interference required from them as all local project decisions will be made collectively by this team. So what are some key sentiments here? Key sentiments, the mind map of this topic number D. The mind map of this topic is something like this, that let's go here. Let's put this away from here. So mind map goes like this. Black, mute please. Empower project teams and stakeholders. The first is, if you want to truly empower the team and stakeholder, or turn this team, empowering team and stakeholders means high-performing team. If you want to turn your team into a high-performing team that generates results. That's what it means. This topic is about generating the result. If you want to truly turn your team into a high-performing team, then first of all, understand your team's strengths. Understand what your team's strength is, because idea of project management is not just assigning the work to the team member. This is not the idea of project management. Gone are these days when you'll say, I have a body, I'll assign them work. This is not the idea of project management. The idea of project management, however, is to assign the work based on team members' aspirations. What do they aspire to do? What are their aspirations? What are their interests? Understand the team members' interests and then align the work accordingly, right? Align or assign the work to them. So if you really want a team to be empowered, because empowered team is not like Trump telling people, Comey, hey, I want your loyalty. There's a work that needs to have empowering. Gurpreet had asked a question, trust building. Trust building is not an event. Similarly, empowerment takes centuries, right? Empowerment takes centuries of work. Hundreds of years have been put into the society. For some portions of the society in the world now, they feel empowered. But still, if you look at the world and around the world, you will see there is not much empowerment actually. For empowerment to happen in a project, it's a long journey, right? Easier said than done. So empowerment, if you want to truly empower your team so that your team becomes high-performing team and starts generating results quickly, the first thing is understand the team strengths or organize around the team strengths. Organize around the team strength. That's the first step, right? So organize around teams to understand your team strengths and put your work, organize the work around the team strength. Number one. The second sentiment is, as I said, we were saying that autonomy does not mean neglect, right? You can organize the work around team strength. There is no guarantee that team will perform at that level of at that optimum state. So the second part is we must also establish some task accountability. Some task accountability should be established, or PMI likes to call it support team task accountability. The second, so first sentiment, organize around the team strength. Organize the work around the team strength. Second, autonomy does not mean neglect. So task accountability. If teams should understand that if there is a task, they're accountable to do it. We have to take the team to the level of supporting team task accountability. Supporting team task accountability. But again, as I said, autonomy or empowerment does not mean neglect. So organize around team strengths, support team task accountability. And third is, if I am the PM, I will continue to evaluate demonstration of my team's task accountability. Is my team demonstrating the accountability, right? I'll evaluate it. So I'll assign my team the work. I said, you know what, I want to create an empowered team. So I'll organize around, I'll try to talk to each and every person in my team. I'll understand what their strengths are. Team strength. So team strength, exam question right here. Team strength. How do you know team strength? One of the techniques is understand strength, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities and threats that our teams feel. SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is one of the ways of identifying risks. It is also one of the ways of understanding team strengths around what their strengths are, what are their weaknesses, what are the opportunities they feel, what are the threats they feel. So organizing around team strength. One of the team strength, measurement of team strength, a technique is SWOT analysis, recent exam question. Second, support team task accountability. But don't just leave it here. As I said, autonomy does not mean neglect. So continue to evaluate the demonstration of your team on the task accountability. How good they are. And empowerment In the beginning, I said empowered teams are self-directing and self-organizing. That's what I said in the beginning. So Harleen, empowered teams are self-directing and self-organizing. That's what I said.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
We don't need to tell them what to do. They are self-sufficient to pick their work and know what to do.
And second thing, they can make their own local project
decisions.
So can they make organizational decision or can they make project decisions?
Project decisions.
So very important fourth sentiment of empowerment of team is define or bestow. You know, queen takes the sword and puts it on the shoulder of someone and the knighthood happens, right? Certain level of authority is bestowed. Bestow, define that or determine that bestow level of decision-making. Empowerment means teams can make their own local project decisions. It does not mean they can, there is also a boundary for empowered teams also. There is a boundary that is stretched around the team. What is their delegated authority when it comes to decision-making, and the clarity around what level of authority or decision-making authority has been bestowed on the team and at what point of time do they escalate is very well defined in something called the team charter when we define the ground rules. So bestow level of decision-making authority is defined in the team charter as part of defined ground rules. So 4 important sentiments of this topic, which is topic number D, called empower teams and stakeholders. Empower project team and stakeholder. The four sentiments are, first of all, organize around team strength. Second, support team task accountability. But organizing around team strength and support team task accountability does not mean that the work will happen. So good project managers must continue to evaluate the demonstration of accountability. Is the team demonstrating that behavior or not? And good project managers will also very well in the beginning of the project define what is the delegated authority of decision making for the team. It is very well defined so that when team feels stuck, they can. Empowered people also need help, right? There is a certain level of authority or power that is bestowed on them. Beyond that, it is escalation. And as Harleen said, that's why we asked the question in the beginning. Harleen said, ability to make local project decisions. When the work or when the decisions go beyond project decision, this must be escalated. And that's why bestow level of decision-making authority. What is that? It is very important to determine that level of authority that the team will have on decision-making. So empower team does not mean unlimited power, unlimited authority, and an unquestionable decision-making. That's not what empowered teams are. It's not unquestionable, right? There is a level of authority that's defined, and that level of authority is documented very early in a document. So Inder, the level of authority that the team will have on decision making is documented in a document in the very early stages. What is that document called?
Team charter.
Sorry?
Team charter.
Team charter. Very good. Absolutely. Team charter. Yes. I thought you said project charter. Team charter. Absolutely team charter. Yes. So there is a question around that. So there are 4 sentiments here. Joanne, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. The pineapple is sweet, but the question for you may not be as sweet. So The question is, what are the 4 sentiments of empowering the team and stakeholders? What are the 4 sentiments that I just put on the whiteboard?
So you want to understand your team's strengths, establish team task accountability, evaluate demonstration of task accountability, and then determine and bestow levels of decision-making authority.
Awesome. See, we're doing such a fine job at learning in the class or just running the slideshow. That's so good to see people respond in a certain manner, and it motivates everyone in the class when we hear such answers spot on from Harleen, from you, from others, everyone in the class. So shows the level of engagement that we have together right now. So let's continue this momentum and let's move into lunch in next 30 minutes. For next 30 minutes, let's keep our focus on, because we're going to touch on topics, about 8 topics that you will see on PMP exam. Very, very, very crucial segment of our day today. The next 35 minutes that we will go through, right? So the next topic, empower teams, 4 sentiments that we talked about right now. And let's take a look at what are those 4 sentiments. Organize around team strength, support team task accountability, evaluate the demonstration of task accountability, and determining the bestow level of decision-making authority. As I said, just because a team is empowered, first of all, empowerment is not an event that takes place. It's not an event. It is a journey. It is a journey. It is a process, and it requires a lot of work. Empowered teams are those teams that are result-oriented, right? They make their own decisions. They provide their own estimates. 2 sentiments of these, 2 other sentiments, decisions and estimates. There are 2 other sentiments of this chapter. Team decision-making tools. There are various different team decision-making tools. And as someone answered in the class right now, that what level of decision-making or when disagreements arise, or what level of decision making is bestowed on the team, is clearly documented in the team charter. And team charter is developed by the project team and the project manager in a very collaborative manner. So right here, as the initial team charter is produced, the team needs to address decision making and conflict resolution ways, mechanisms. So if there is a difference in opinion, how are we going to seek consensus? How are we going to advance to the next level, right? So all those topics will be covered in the next slide, which is, so one more time, empower team, apart from the 4 sentiments, they make their own decisions and they provide estimates. So this topic, various decision-making mechanisms and various estimating mechanisms will be discussed in the next slide. And so there are very, very simple topics. There's Fist of 5, there is Roman voting, there is polling, there is planning poker. We already looked at 100-point method, but there is something called dot voting, which is similar. And there is a retrospective or a lesson learned session. We'll go over these one by one, right? So Fist of 5. Now what we'll do is we will stop sharing for some time and bring the cameras on. So someone can help me here a little bit because I can't see this slideshow now. I can see you guys. So let's put our cameras on. And let's say who can help me out a little bit. So maybe Lori will help me out and she will say Fist of 5, right? So first is Fist of 5. I know it's Fist of 5. So Fist of 5. In the exam, it is a decision. It is a decision-making technique. Fist of 5 is a collaborative decision-making technique. For example, all of us right now, right? This is how our meetings are taking place nowadays. That's what is happening. Our meetings are taking place the way we are sitting. We are on web most of the times. And The team says, guys, what do you think? Requirement number 1. Do we all agree that it should be a must? People say 5 fingers means yes, we agree, right? We agree. 5 fingers, we agree, right? And if someone says fist, I don't agree. What does that mean? Now, what do we do? Jatin says, I don't agree. So I stop here as a PM or the team. I ask my stakeholder, Jatin, why? Why do you not agree? Like, what's the reason? We hear him out here, right? So it's a way of decision making. Collaborative teams are using different methods of decision making. One of them is fist or 5, right? So show fist means I don't agree. 5 means I completely agree, I'm with you. So 2 fingers or less means there is some disagreement and that needs to be addressed, but from exam standpoint, don't need to worry about it. We need to just understand that this is a decision-making technique that can help the team move forward. The other is a very simple, easy voting method called Roman voting. Thumbs up, thumbs down. A quick way. So from exam standpoint, a quick way of decision-making. Roman voting. So Lori, which is the next one? Thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways. Roman voting. We talked about it before. So Lori, what's the next one? Sorry, I can't see the slideshow because if I move around, then my camera goes off.
So it's polling.
Polling is, you know, what happens in polling, elections, polling, right? Canada, there's always a multi-party system, and there is always, so polling, all of us poll on taking a break at 11:30. And all 55 of us said 12:20 for lunch. What does that mean? Everyone agreed, unanimous decision. Polling may lead to sometimes unanimous decision. So in the exam, there will be question on this. 100% agreement on a certain idea is unanimous decision. Majority, 51 or more, right? 51 or more. Now look, we are 50 people. Now sometimes what will happen is 24 may say we should take a break at 12:30. 20 may say we'll take a break at 12:35, and rest of the 5 may say. So there is no majority, there is no unanimous decision, but there is plurality, which means that there is the group, largest group, they don't have majority or they don't have, this is not a unanimous decision, but team has agreed that when we will reach a place when neither there is unanimous decision nor there is majority, whatever the largest group will say, we'll do that. Team charter, it's written. Guys, look, there will be instances when we will not have unanimous decision. Time will be of essence during those times, and we will not have majority. So what will we do? Someone said, during that time, we'll function with plurality. The group, the largest group, whatever they say, we'll move ahead with that, right? So plurality, who wants to be a billionaire? There are instances when sometimes the results come as 70% in favor of topic A. You clearly see it, but sometimes you also see results at 30%, 33%, 33%, and 7%. Now the contestant is confused. What do I choose, right? So mostly they go with the largest group. That's what is plurality. And sometimes there will be instances when team will not be able to form a decision at all. And the team in the team charter clearly writes, guys, if there is an instance ever that we're not able to come to any reasonable conclusion, no plurality, no majority, no unanimous, during that time we'll listen to our PM. We'll listen to our PM then, right? We'll try to do it on our own, but there you go. Bestow level has been defined. Project manager says, I'm giving you all the authority to make your decision, but I will also not let you get stuck anywhere. Wherever there is an instance when we get stuck, escalate it to me. I'll help you out. Or autocratic decision making. One person will make a decision, but that will be our last resort. When project manager will say, let's move towards point B, neither point A, B, or C. Let's move in that direction now. Sometimes to break free because we are stuck right now, right? So there are 4 different polling methods may generate 4 different kinds of results, and you will find one of them in the exam. Usually it has been plurality. Right? So what are the other topics on that slide, guys?
So next is planning poker.
Planning poker, right? We're going to come back to planning poker in our second session, but planning poker is a technique for estimation. It is a technique for estimation. So let's share now. Let's talk about planning poker. What is planning poker? Here, share. Here, put it here. Share the document. There we go. So next is, so right here, fist of 5. So let's fist of 5, everything in yellow, Roman voting, polling, dot voting. All these 4 techniques that are listed here are for decision making. Planning poker, however, is a technique that is used for estimating. So before we go to planning poker, let's talk about dot voting a little bit. Remember 100-point method that we talked about? The 100-point method. So if you just like that 100-point method, let's put a new slide and let's try to understand what is dot voting. Let's go here. Let's look at our participants again. And let's pick up this time. We have 100 requirements. 1 requirement, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 100 requirements. We have 100 requirements in our product backlog or a requirement document. And these requirements are listed in this document like this. It has been put on the whiteboard. Our PM is Gurpreet is our PM. And there are conflicting priorities. The team cannot come to some decisions. They want to understand which they want to come to a decision on ranking these 100 requirements. And we have PM here, and PM has invited these various stakeholders into the room. Stakeholders are Kadir, Joanne, we have Enter, and. So they are, when they enter the room, they all are given a small little sheet like this. They all have these sheets lying on the table waiting for them. And each sheet has, let's choose a color. Which one would be a nice color? Each sheet has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 dots. 10 dots, 10 dots, 10 dots. Each sheet has, they've been given 10 dots each. Or dot voting, right? They have been given 10 dots, 20 dots, 15 dots. There are sticky dots, 20 sticky dots or 10 sticky dots, whatever the team decides. everyone has, let's say here, 10 sticky dots, 10 sticky dots on each of the sheets that have been provided to them. Now, the PM Gurpreet says, guys, requirement number 1. So each of the stakeholder comes to the whiteboard, they walk to the whiteboard, and they put, Joanne puts 2 dots on requirement number 1. She puts 3 dots on requirement number 3, and on requirement number 7, she puts her other 5 dots. Now the second person, Inder goes now to the whiteboard, puts 5 dots on, and this continues. So another way of coming to a decision on ranking or prioritization by using ranking, a decision-making technique to rank the requirements. The requirements that get the maximum vote usually are the requirements which these stakeholders may require the most. The idea is very simple. 20% of the requirements will satisfy 80% of the stakeholders' needs. 20% of the requirements will satisfy 80% of the stakeholders' need. This is what it boils down to in the end. So dot voting is, again, a collaborative game. It's a collaborative game. Collaborative game to rank the requirements. Stakeholders are invited into the room. They are given a sticky pad with 10 sticky dots on it. Each stakeholder goes to the whiteboard, understands the requirements, and put their dots in it. Requirements that get highest number of dots usually become high priority requirement. But keep this in mind that this is a good collaborative game in the earlier stages of the project to establish priorities in the earlier stages. Later on, we'll use other techniques to do that. We'll be using other techniques to prioritize. So this is what is your dot voting. So again, one more time, list of 5, Roman voting, polling, and dot voting are all decision-making techniques. Then there is another topic here that PMI talks about. We have missed it here because we have discussed it later. Estimates. Planning poker is an estimation technique. Planning poker is an estimation technique. How does planning poker work? Later on, we have a slide for it, but because it is here, I'll just resolve it right here, right now. So what happens is, just like here in this example, Gurpreet is the PM, and all these are our stakeholders. These are our stakeholders. They're invited to the room. What is lying in front of them is a deck of cards. A deck. Just like a poker game. Deck, a deck. What does this deck contain? This deck contains this. 1. So the cards are like this. It contains 1. The second card. So each stakeholder has this deck. And the cards in that deck are 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 3, 8, 8 plus 5, 11, and 11 plus 8, 19, and 19 plus 1, 11, 30. So something like that. And this is called Fibonacci series. Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. So you keep adding the previous 2 numbers and you get the new number, right? Fibonacci series. Fibonacci series. I don't know how you say Fibonacci series. Fibonacci series. So each stakeholder has these deck 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, it is 8 plus 5 is 13. 13 plus 8 is 21. That's why something was wrong. 21 plus 3 is 34. So So each stakeholder has these cards: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have these deck with 8 cards. And now they come to the table and they're sitting. The PM, Gurpreet, speaks about the first user story and says, guys, the first user story is homepage on our website. So then she says, what do you guys, so she explains the user story to them. It could be Gurpreet, the project manager, or it could be the business owner, the product owner, or the business owner. They explain the user story. This is a home page. It's a true reflection of our organization. We want to showcase our organization and this and this and this and this. She explains everything. Now, all our stakeholders who are sitting with these cards, so the stakeholder who is sitting with this deck of cards right here, all of them have these deck of cards, their own deck of cards, with one card with 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, and 34. They're sitting with this deck. Now, I say, all right, guys, what do you think? I say, the stakeholder says, homepage, it's a very simple page. It should be in English and French and all that. So all these stakeholders sitting here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they all take out a card and keep it inverted, like upside down, so no one can see it. They have just taken one card out and they have put it on the table. Now, Gurpreet, the PM or the product owner, says, all right, guys, let's show it. All of them show it. And here you go. Everyone has shown 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 21, and 1. So what do we see here? 1 means this story is low. This is important. Low effort, low complexity, and low risk. So most of the stakeholders here have shown 1, which means the user story is not going to take too long. It's low effort, low complexity, and low risk user story. So it has been given 1 point or 1 story point, or they said it is equivalent to 1 point, or whatever that 1 point could translate into 1 day, 1 point could translate into half day, 1 point could translate into 3 days, whatever the organization decides. But when a stakeholder selects 1, 2, and 3, it means that the user story is either a very small user story, extra small user story, or medium kind of a user story, which means it is low on effort, low on complexity, and low on risk. So similarly now, Gurpreet explains user story number or requirement number 7. User story says, guys, this is a user story where there are 4 vendors who will be involved. There are 7 systems that will be impacted, and we will be creating a very extremely complex process map here. There you go. Stakeholders, 4 vendors. So the complexity is high, the risk is high, and the effort is high. So the stakeholders would be ranging from here to here in this user story. So the idea is to come to some level of consensus on some estimation, some level of estimation. Now look, user story number 1, homepage. Everyone agreed that it was 111, but one of the stakeholders said 21. What does that mean? We don't just move forward. We say, all right, so Mike, why do you think it's 21? Why are you thinking about something that maybe we are not thinking about? So what happens with this estimation method is, whenever there is someone picks up an abnormal card, you ask them a question, and what it does, it tells you about what they're thinking. If there is any risk they're seeing that we are not seeing, right? It's a great collaborative estimation game, which is based on relative sizing over accuracy. We don't say 15 days, 17 days, 10 days, or 9 days. We say 1 story point equal of work, 3 story point equal of work, 5 story point, 6 story points, depending on the level of effort, complexity, and risk. Similarly, when they said User story number 7, 4 vendors, 3 systems, so many processes, so many moving parts. Stakeholders invariably selected 13 or 21 maybe. Now, if someone selected 1, it would pose a question. Why did you think it's 1? Maybe they have done similar kind of work somewhere and they feel that it could be done a little differently. So it also presents an opportunity to speak about it a little bit and understand maybe the stakeholders are thinking different. So planning poker, again, from exam standpoint, they are not going to ask you all this, what I presented to you. It was just to showcase to you what happens. But in exam, they will say, at this time, the team is trying to come up with some relative sizing of the work or user stories or the requirements. And they're using a deck of cards to do it. What do you think the team is doing? They're using planning poker for estimation, collaborative game to form quick consensus on early estimation, right? So that's your planning poker. And finally, there is something called retrospective. Retrospective has been made very popular by this agile approach called Agile Scrum, something that we discussed in our session that we had the other day to build this understanding of predictive approaches and waterfall-based approaches. And our website, educational.ca, you will find a 2 hour and 40 minutes video that you must see if you did not attend the session, because for this book to make sense, that is the foundation. For this book, the new PMI guide to make sense, that is the foundation to understand Agile and to understand Scrum, because the entire guide and all the topics move with 2 underlying principles. How would you do or execute a certain topic in predictive, and how would you execute a certain topic in in Agile or adaptive? So retrospective has been made very popular by Agile Scrum approaches, where there is this time-boxed event that takes place right in the end, which is called retrospective, the 4th event of an Agile Scrum ceremony or an event. Retrospective, just like any other project, it is done for that specific iteration, and it captures 3 important points. The 3 points are: the team discusses what, point number 1, point number 2, and point number 3, what worked well. Point number 2, what did not work so well, did not work so well. And point number 3, what are the improvement opportunities for the next iteration? What are the improvement opportunities for the next iteration? Again, retrospective is a ceremony that has been made popular by Agile Scrum ceremonies, where time-boxed last event of an iteration is retrospective to capture 3 items: what worked well, what did not work so well, and what are the opportunities for improvement. Now, when they say opportunities for improvement, there could be numerous opportunities that will come out: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's say there are 11 opportunities that the team came up with. Now, in the next iteration, you are not going to go out there and dump all 11. What you do is, at the end of retrospective, you find out what are the top 3. And team agrees 2, 4, and 6 is something that we should immediately adopt as a preventive measure for the next iteration. 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, we'll take a look at it later. But immediate implementation of 3 improvement measures, 2, 4, and 6. So retrospectives must end with some consensus on what are the opportunities for improvement and what are those opportunities that we plan on implementing in the very next iteration. Yes. Very, very, very important to know from a retrospective standpoint. Let's take a look at what the next slides are. And last week, we talked about information radiators and the need for information radiators. So, there were a couple of things that came out of the session, and someone had asked a question about information radiators. Is a great way of promoting visibility and collaboration among the teams, where we do not necessarily rely on emails and these various systems to generate report, but we use some more collaborative tools. It could be co-located teams, or it could be distributed teams. In co-located teams, we may use a whiteboard as an information radiator where we can provide the status of the project. But if this is a distributed team, we may use electronic shared board too, right? And the idea of distributed team, as I said last time, is virtual co-location. Co-location can happen, and it can happen virtually, right? By using the right technologies, combination of whiteboards and electronic boards. So important from exam standpoint, information radiator, a great way of radiating, of communicating the information. They also called low tech, high touch. Low tech, high touch. We're talking about it last week, and we were saying that companies like Tesla, which are considered to be such high-tech companies, they promote whiteboarding. Why do they promote whiteboarding? Because it becomes high-touch. Stakeholders get more engaged in those kind of face-to-face communication where there is whiteboard involved, right? So keep that in mind. And yeah, last week, Peter has said something very interesting, and we were agreeing to it. And it was like, this idea of updating a whiteboard is very important, because if you do not keep this information in these whiteboard real time, what is the point behind this? So there is an assigned team member who manages this whiteboard. Assigned. This responsibility is assigned, and it's called responsible team member. Assigned responsible team member in waterfall projects, on agile projects, because teams are self-directing and self-organizing. Anyone who assumes that role, actually, anyone that sees that the board has not been updated, because teams are T-shaped by nature, assumes the responsibility of doing the work. So it depends on the kind of organization you're working on. Now, there is this concept that recently was seen on the exam, and also in most of the management sessions and leadership sessions, something that is becoming extremely important. You know, we all know, let's stop sharing the document so the cameras will pop up. There we go. You know, the new concept is, yeah. So the new concept is there is leadership. And the idea is, there are two ideas to leadership. All of us understand that there are two ideas, and most of us understand one idea of leadership, which is assigned leadership. For example, you're a VP, you make someone a project manager. You have the authority to make someone a senior project manager. Leadership is assigned, right? It's assigned. And then we go to our performance appraisals with our bosses, and they set some indicators and KPIs for us. And they say, you meet this, then I can send you on a coaching, some kind of a training. And then maybe next year we can think about you taking some project leadership role from project management. But really the current arena or the current landscape has changed a little bit. The entire Silicon Valley does not believe in assigned leadership anymore. The leadership is changing, and it's called emergent leadership. Emergent leadership. people are emerging as leaders, right? And what does that mean? Emergent leadership. I don't know if you've ever seen geese flying in the sky. Geese, they fly, and they fly in a linear sequence like this. There's always one geese that stays ahead, one geese that has the nose ahead, right? By no means that geese is the leader, by the way. The geese is leading because the geese is less tired than other geeses. I don't know how you say geeses or geese. I don't know, plural. What is the plural? What is the plural? Is it geese? It stays geese, right? Sorry, goose and geese, right? Geese. Yeah, sorry, geese is geese. Sorry. So yeah, so one is flying. The reason it's flying in the front, the geese is flying in the front, is because it's less tired. And they move in this linear formation. And when this one here is tired, it moves back, and the other one comes in the front because it's less tired now, right? They continue to move in this formation. But in emergent leadership, it is a little bit different. The idea is not that the team member got tired. Emergent leadership is because certain team member, for example, Lori felt that she is capable of performing this task because it falls in her own expertise. She assumes the role of a leader, and the team supports it because they all understand that they are there in the team because they are experts. And when a certain task will fall in certain person's expertise, they will at that time assume that leadership role, and it should be done very naturally in the team without any frictions. This is the greatest quality of a self-organizing, self-directing, or empowered team. Empowered teams do not have ego frictions. Anytime a member feels that this is in their area of strength, not interest, in area of strength, other team members say, I think it makes more sense that next 2 weeks, you lead this aspect of work and we will support you now. We will support you, right? Project manager always remains there to support the team, but one of the team members has emerged as a leader, and the reason they have emerged as a leader, not because they are less tired. They've emerged as a leader because they believe at this time that this thing lies in their area of strength. Otherwise, what is the point in having these experts in the team when there will be no opportunities for these experts to leave that specific task, right? So good project managers, they're valuing servant leadership. That doesn't mean that they carry food and water in their shoulder. Guys, come, here you go. I come with water. Let's drink some water. No, carrying food and water is literal, right? I went to this agile session and they're like, carry food and water. No, that doesn't mean you bring coconut water in the morning for the team and get them hydrated. No, it means you will value servant leadership and let the team emerge. Let the team member emerge as a leader. Let them be and emerge as a leader when they feel that this task has fallen in their expertise. And team members take pride in doing that work because they're part of a great high performing team, right? So that's what is emergent leadership. And see how fun this PMBOK guide has become. It is not like that dry BS that was to be served to us. It is something that is making us think. And you and I, we do not need PMI to tell us how we will execute our project. Let's just understand it really well. Neither you need me nor I need you to tell me how I'll execute my project, nor we need PMI to tell us how we should execute our project. Because in our industry, we have become experts in executing our projects. What is PMI doing right now is that they're just trying to give us the mindset so that we motivate our teams a little bit better. Because in the end, what is a project? Project is these collective pursuit of a goal. That's what a project is doing. And these teams have come together. How about we make it less stressful for the teams and make it more fun for our stakeholders? How about we make this pursuit a pursuit of true goals over pursuit of processes, tools, burden, and tying people with these different procedures and rules, right? That's the whole idea. Because you and I, again, do not need to be told how we will execute a project. We all are pretty effective in doing that. We have been doing it all our life. We don't need to be told. City of Markham is doing great. City of Hamilton is also executing the project. Jacob is executing the projects. We work with Arup. Arup is executing the project. Athens Metro, where I continue to work with in Greek, they are executing their top projects. We work with National Broadcasting Corporation. They are also executing. Wherever I go, they're all executing the projects. RBC is executing great projects. So what do they need from us? Or what do our teams need from us? Our teams need a mindset from us. Mindset that we are there for them. They have a bestowed level of authority. They must use it. They're empowered. They must use it. But also understand that by no means, autonomy is neglect. Servantly value, servant leadership. But just because teams are autonomous does not mean that there will be neglect on behalf of the project manager. That's why going back to the 4 sentiments, organize around team strength. This is where we end this session. Organize around team strength, right? First, and one of the most critical things, you must organize around support, organize around team strength, support team task accountability. Don't just leave it here. Don't neglect after this, just because you've done these 2 things. Third, continue to evaluate whether the team is taking that level of accountability or not. But make no mistake, the 4th important thing, assign leadership, assign decision making, but also tell them what is the boundary decision making, right? Where does decision making stop for the team? When do we really escalate is very, very, very important. Before I take some questions, I will leave you on this note. About 11 years ago, when I did my last gig with TD Bank, I went into the interview and my interview finished in 5 minutes. It was a role for a senior vice president, and interview finished in 7 minutes. I think it's the 7th minute when the interview finished. The question that was asked was, how do I hire people? How would I acquire people? And I said this, that when I acquire people, I don't like to acquire people when people come with a network. I don't like to acquire people when they come through a network, because it creates politics in the organization. Number 1 rule. The second rule that I said was, I like people who understand that there is a line drawn and there is certain level of authority. After that authority that they have, they must escalate, because I have certain power where I can take their idea and push it forward in the organization. Otherwise, that idea will always remain an idea. Sometimes people hold on to the idea. And third, and the most important thing that I said that I like to see when I hire people is that I like leaders to celebrate in private. Celebrate in private while giving the credit to the team. This mindset was given to me by my bosses at RBC, my bosses at Lincoln Financial, my bosses in Goldman Sachs, my bosses in the US. They gave me this mindset. And I just liberated myself that day, and I had, because of osmotic communication, and like a sponge, I had observed and absorbed all this information. And that day I liberated it out. All 3 statements. My interview was stopped right there. They whiteboarded it right there and said, we'll let you know. Within 5 minutes, I got the call. I did not take the job because I had other goals that I had lined up for me at that time. But 3 important things in acquiring people. So very, very important. When a team, working with team, empowerment is a process. It is not an event. One day you can empower, the next day you can really make the team and put them in a really bad place. So it's a process, and modeling behavior by project managers is extremely important if you want to empower your teams. Show the behavior, right? On that note, it's 12:26. We have 5 minutes for a good Q&A based on what we just discussed. It was very simple. The entire slideshow was very simple, but I'll take some relevant questions. We should go on lunch break for about 45 minutes. When we come back, we look at 3 topics. Train teams, engage and support virtual team, which I feel is the most important topic of the day, followed by the topic of the day, which is communicating the vision, or it is building a shared understanding of the project, right? So those last 2 topics, F and G, are extremely important. So I'll take some Q&As from what we covered, and then we'll go for lunch for about 45 minutes.
This is Pooja here. If you don't mind, can you repeat those 3 points that you said for hiring the people? It was really interesting.
Okay, the first thing is we don't like to hire people who come with networks because it creates politics in the organization. Number one, right? Oh, by the way, whenever you will ask me questions, I will say it. And if you will ask me the same question after 10 years, I'll say it exactly the same way and maybe add some more, but my process never changes. I believe in a process in life, right? So first, it is never acquire people from who come with networks because it creates politics in the organization, right? The projects start working in some people's favor because there is this politics that start. Number one. Number two aspect was people should understand their authority and bestow. There is this honor the level bestowed on them. If they have an idea, take it to the level their authority is. After that, push it forward to the leadership so they can drive it further, right? Rather than holding an idea, because idea remains an idea. Third, and the most important part is celebration in private while giving the credit always to the team. Those are true leaders. When the project succeeds, they don't come to take the credit. They sometimes sit back somewhere. They relax when the team celebrates, right? Sometimes they don't even show up into celebrations. The reason is they just let the team be and enjoy the moment rather than going there and overshadowing, creating this shadow over the team, which is not required in the end, right? So those are the three things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
When you were discussing polling as a form of decision making, you said it comes up. There are 4 major results that can come from polling. You said unanimous, majority, and then plurality. What was the 4th one?
Oh, so there are 3 results that come. 4th is autocratic. In team charter, sometimes we will say when we cannot come to a decision using unanimous, plurality, majority, or plurality, then in the team charter is written. Sometimes we write it down. At that time, we'll ask our project manager to support it, and maybe whatever decision they will make, we will go by that autocratic. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good. Everyone, simple, easy, right?
Hemant, it's Dax. Sorry, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Dax.
It may be a silly question. You may have covered it. I may have missed it. This talks about empowerment of the team. Does that map back to any particular leadership styles?
You know, it empower teams. Does it map back to any? For me, there are 2 major leadership styles. The first leadership style is ongoing monitoring style, which is required in manufacturing. It is required. This is the only way to go when you're working in manufacturing. Ongoing style of of leadership. Ongoing monitoring style. Second is the delegated style. It works in manufacturing and it works in most of the other areas too. Empowered would usually be more delegated style. More delegate, but remember again, as I said, it is. Just you making your team autonomous does not mean that you will just believe that if things are happening. You will continue to evaluate it because otherwise it will be a neglect on our part, right? So it depends on what leadership style you use based on the kind of projects, industry you're working on. In the cities, we cannot always use delegated style, right? Or because contractors are there and other. We may be using a blend of different style. Value servant leadership, but use the work that works best for that specific situation. Sometimes autocratic, sometimes forcing your view, right? Sometimes forcing your view, but mostly the leadership style that I'll use is where I demonstrate knowledge, expertise, and skills. As a project manager, the moment you demonstrate your knowledge, skills, and expertise is when you truly influence people. People cannot be influenced without demonstration of knowledge, skills, and expertise. That's the first step in influencing. Second step is delivering quality. Then you influence people, right? So someone said, how do you influence people? I'll say to influence people, the first step is demonstrate knowledge, skills, and expertise. Without that, no one in the world can be influenced. Second step in influencing is always deliver quality. Then it will be like big talk, no show. Demonstrate knowledge, skills, and expertise is big talk. Show is when you show them the deliverable and the quality of deliverable. So influencing happens in 3 stages in leadership. 1, demonstration of knowledge, skills, and expertise. Number 2, it is delivery of quality. And number 3, and the most important aspect of leadership, is demonstration of emotional intelligence, or understanding the world, challenges, diversity, and demographic that people come from. People face problems, understanding that there are problems and challenges, and problem solving them. And it is only when you problem solve that when you truly influence people. Otherwise, there is no influencing anyone. Expertise, knowledge, and skills. Number 1, delivery of quality or quality deliverables. And number 3, and the most important, understand the challenges that people face, our stakeholders face, resolve their problems. Only when you will resolve the problem is when trust will be formed. Only when you resolve the problem is when you will truly influence people. So 3 steps to influencing, just like 3 steps to hiring people. But that's the leadership start. Go ahead, please. More questions? Lunch break?
Yes, hi Heyman, this is Mario. So I was a little bit confused with the Fibonacci series. I'm not sure whether, I don't know, like I wasn't focusing or what, but okay, I understand how it's going, how it's calculated and all of that, but can you just say a briefing on how it's done again? Like, okay, so every person.
Slideshow that's coming, Mario. I have a slideshow. In the slideshow, there is a slide that I have put in for later, and we'll be discussing that one more time. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a proper deck for that. We'll take a look at the deck, and it will make more sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So lunch break, guys. So 12:34, 45 minutes always for lunch break. So 26 plus 15. Let's make it 125. 125 is when we break. If there are no questions, let's take a nice break. I'll stop the recording, and when we come back, someone will remind me that we'll have a recording to switch on. All righty. Thank you very much, guys. Have a wonderful lunch, and I'll see you soon. Empower teams and stakeholders. The new topic number E, is no different than empower teams and stakeholders. If you want to empower your teams and stakeholders, it is very important to ensure that the team members and stakeholders are also training. Now, training, we all as PMs, or as part of being a part of a high performing team, we've been part of training. Either we have designed training, or we've been part of training. So the day when we sit in the training room, so you have to consider this topic as this: the day we all find ourselves in a training room, what has happened prior to that? What led to us being there for training, right? So think about it a little bit, like what led to us being in that training room are some of the enablers. Are some of the enablers of this task. What led to? Right? How do you decide what training will be given? And someone really need to go on mute here. Let's just see who this is. Here. Okay, good. Everyone is on mute now. Great. Yeah, awesome. So, so we will start with a couple of slides that I put together before we jump in there. Then I'll draw the mind map of the entire process. We will think together about how do we decide and define a certain training, right? How does training of team members and stakeholders start? Why do we even train our team members and stakeholders? We'll think like that, go about building the mind map. Then we'll take a look at some of the core components. There's not much in this section from PMP exam standpoint. There's not much value except for pairing. This tool called pairing. What is pairing? It is concept comes from XP, extreme programming. So we will talk about that and a couple of other things that are part of this section. But one of the key objectives, keep this in mind, that key objectives of a project manager is to ensure that team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. That is one of the key aspects in project management. Just because some team member does not have skill does not mean that they will not be part of the team. All team members can be trained on different aspects of the project. That is the guideline here. There are different ways of training. There are two important training methods. One is mentoring and one is pairing. In PMP exam, you will 100% find pairing. Sometimes they also spray a question around mentoring. So there are two important topics from here that you must look at. The rest of the things like training calendar and other things, they are critical. But from operational standpoint, from PMP exam standpoint, I don't think there will be any questions from there. So moving on, we'll take a look at our slideshow, which is right here. So we'll be going over topic E to G, which is topic E, F, and G. E is, so topic E, strain, project team, and stakeholders. Topic F is engage and support virtual team members. And topic G, the last topic, is build shared understanding of the project. So there are these three topics that we are covering now, post-lunch. All these topics are part of our lesson 1, creating a high-performing team. A high-performing team is a team that generates results, as we said. To get or drive the team to results, it is very important to form trust, and trust is the foundation of project management. So keep this underlying principle in mind when you're reading this chapter, right? Keep that story of Comey and Trump in mind. It is not the loyalty that we seek. We want to help team get to that level of accountability so results can happen. And the first step in starting that process of empowerment starts with building trust. So topic E to G, 3 interesting topics. Value is here in topic G. We should be spending time here, and there is a lot of value here. So these two topics, F and G, are about 25 to 35 questions on the exam. So PMP exam is about, one more time, now that we are maturing in this subject, people, process, and business environment. There are 3 areas where you get tested. So this is, people is 43% of the exam. Lesson number 1 and lesson number 4. Out of 180 questions, 43%, which makes it approximately 3 questions on the exam, are from lesson 1 and lesson 4 of PMBOK. And I would say 83 questions are from lesson 1. If you understand the underlying principle of A, topic B, topic C, topic D, topic G, and topic G, these 6-7 topics, if you understand the underlying principle behind these 7 topics, you can really score 60 out of 80 with ease, right? Continue to understand that it is the underlying principle that we are getting tested on. So move on to topic number E, which is train our project team and stakeholders. So here we go. Here you go. Knowledge-based projects. What are these knowledge-based projects, right? Knowledge-based projects is where there is considerable amount of unknown when they start. We know next maybe 3 months of work, but after that, as and when we'll get there, the work will evolve. So I put a slide here. I find it very, very interesting. This slideshow. This is a rover recently landed on Mars, and this is how it looked like. This was the first picture that this rover sent, the one in gray right now, of this is what it tweeted. Look at this project. First, look at my forever home. I made it 6 months of travel. This rover tweeted actually. Look at the level of artificial intelligence. This is about it's seeing its home, Mars. It's about to land in Mars. Perseverance is about to land in Mars, the rover, right? Then, right here. Now the rover is about 6 meters off the ground, about to hit Mars, right? It's forever home. Now, the next slide. It says, an open horizon with so much to explore. Can't wait to get going, right here. This is tweeting. This rover is tweeting actually. Then it lands just like this. Look at the tires. It bumps, and it lands. The rover landed. This was about 3 weeks ago. I love rocks. Look at these right next to my wheel. Are these volcanic or sedimentary? What story do they tell? Can't wait to find out. The rover is tweeting. And look at these scientists who have worked for almost 15 to 20 years on this mission. The travel of 300 million miles or 3 million miles, I don't know what that number was, I forget right now, has taken over 6 months. So much uncertainty in this project. But they executed it. These are high-performing teams. They are highly motivated. You know, these kind of teams do not need to be told what work they need to perform. They come to work exactly knowing that future. They all together, these are the projects where they all together remember the future. And this is the trait of a high-performing team. I continue to repeat this to the class, because it is so important, right? Now here is the rover, the little tiny rover, sending these pictures from Mars. Look at these, it's collecting data, sediments. Till 2030, it will continue to collect these sediments. Look at this great project that was executed for 15, 20 years. Various prototypes were ran, and then finally it landed in Mars. Now we see these great visuals of Mars, the first colored pictures that came out. Knowledge-based projects and the other kind of projects that we all are so used to working on, industrial-based projects. So at some point of time in a career, there is an opportunity that lies ahead to find a spot in these teams called the high-performing team, where the teams together are so motivated and result-oriented that they're delivering and executing such projects where the rovers are thinking like humans now, right? And they're tweeting and exciting. 140 million miles. There you go. Peter just sent out information, 140, absolutely. Yeah, some million miles. So much data and information in the world to consume. And Dave says something very, very interesting. It's just unfortunate that he's not able to come to the post-lunch session. And for last 10 years, I have not taught post-lunch. This is just my 7th week in 10 years. That I am teaching over 2 hours or 3 hours. Otherwise, it's 9 to 11:30. After that, I don't teach on Saturdays. That is my gig. But because of what happened with Dave, so I had to teach a post-lunch. And if he came, then he would have told you some story. One of the stories that he says about project management and knowledge is that every 6 seconds. Every 6 seconds. This is something that he raised at City of Hamilton when we were presenting at City of Hamilton. Every 6 seconds, somewhere in the world, a new knowledge base is being created. Imagine every 6 seconds, either some human being is taking a step ahead by consuming the knowledge, or they say 99.99999% people are actually taking a step back because they're exactly where they were 6 seconds ago. They have not taken one bit of effort to understand, know, find out, discover, invent, or uncover something new. Leave alone 6 seconds. 6 years ago also, 99% of people are exactly where they were 6 years ago because they've not added anything to their knowledge. So every 6 seconds, somewhere in the world, a new knowledge component is being added. And every 6 seconds, one of us is slowly being left behind. So let's not be a part of that herd that is being left behind. Let's continue the pursuit of knowledge. And on that note, we will pursue our session and move to our next slide, which is train the project team and stakeholder. The reason for training the project team and stakeholder is that we don't become part of this herd, right? That is left behind every 6 seconds, right? And training, remember, is also not an event. Don't treat training as an event. Training is a continuous, training and mentoring is continuous. And with this phenomena, we get co-located, and sometimes we just undermine co-location so much. We all have undermined co-location, sitting together and enjoying each other's company and working so much that now when the pandemic hit, we realize how important it is to be socialized, be with people. And these workspaces that are given to us, they are so powerful. They are places where knowledge, cross-pollination can take place very easily. Without going to a formal learning session, we consume information that is provided to us by our leaders, by our peers, by our subordinates, and we unconsciously continue to learn. So training and mentoring is not an event. It is an ongoing process. Just like project management is not an event. It is embodied in the body of the organization. It's part and parcel of an organization. To continue to move ahead or even stay where they are, they must execute projects, right? Next slide. And there we go. Train team members and stakeholders. Now, what are the sentiments here? So if I had to say training, and I'll ask Mario, you are the project manager and you feel that there is a need for training, right? Let's write down here, topic number E, train team, project team, and stakeholders. So Mario, question for you. What is the first component? So if you decide to say, you know what, there is a need for training. Now, what is the first thing that you will do? Now, you need to train some people. And let's say you work for the city and the PMs, you're thinking it's time that we should have a training session. What is that compelling element? What has led to that, that idea of training?
So I would see what the work requirements are and where the gap is when it comes to the skills of the team. And using that gap, I would see what training is more appropriate to the team.
Absolutely. So Mario will try to understand the required competencies to execute the project. And does my team has the required competency or not, right? If I have built a team, now I look at the work, my team that I have built and the work. What are the required competencies to finish the work? And if there is any gap, then I would look at what are the different elements of this training. So required competencies to perform the work and what are the elements of training. Once I have understood this, now I'll say, well, let me look at the various options. What options for training do I have available right now? Options of training. Can I bring a vendor to train? Can I bring a subject matter expert who could train internally? Do I need to do a virtual session? Do I need to do any other session, right? Then first understand the required competencies, then options for training, then understand the resources that will provide the training or resources that should be made available for training. Should be made available. Resources that should be made available for training. Once you understood the resources, now you know what training, what component, what training competency, what areas require training. Now you know what are the different options of training. Now you're locking or blocking those resources that will provide the training. Now you also want to make sure that this training takes place. Training takes place. Now you may make sure that training takes place. And Lily, next question is for you. So now look, we have topic E is train project teams and stakeholders. You understood the required competencies required for work. As Mario said, perform some gap assessment. And now you also have understood the different elements that will be part of your training. You're looking at different options for training. Simultaneously, you're blocking some of the resources for training, or allocating or blocking some of the resources for training. Finally, you want to make sure that the training takes place. And after the training has taken place, can you please tell me what else should you do?
You would measure the outcome of the training?
Yeah, measure, absolutely. Measure the outcome of the training. You can measure the outcome of the training, or you could do some post surveys to figure out the efficacy of the training. Did it do the trick or not, right? Of course, measure the outcome of the training to ensure how effective the training was, right? How effective the training was. Did it do that required work or not? Did that change that was desired or the skill enhancement that was required, did it happen or not? And absolutely it is measure training outcomes as PMI suggests, but I call it measuring the efficacy of the training or effectiveness of the training. So these are the sentiments. You won't find them on the exam, right? But this is for PMI just trying to tell the PMs, the teams, that guys, if you want to train the team members, think about these aspects. Think about these aspects, right? And make sure that you incorporate these ideas while understanding what kind of training is required, while understanding the options and the resources that will perform the training, while ensuring that the training takes place. And in the end, don't just forget that just providing training is not enough. It is also very important to evaluate in the end about how effective the training was. Did it lead to the desired outcome or not? So those are some of the sentiments here. Now let's take a look at the next slide. Let's think about training a little here. If you had to provide training to a group of team members, what would be the steps? And we looked at those steps, right? We just looked at those steps. If you go on, so think big, do big is what Amazon says. Think big, do big. So those four or five steps, the enablers that we just discussed, keep in mind whenever you are trying to train the team members. And we all do this. This is what we do when we are bringing in a trainer. These are the aspects that we cover. We start with understanding the competencies, current competencies and the desired competencies to perform the work. We start thinking about the various options for training. We allocate the resources. We make sure that training occurs, and most importantly, in the end, we want to ensure that the training remained effective. The outcomes, the desired outcomes, were achieved from that training. Right here, training considerations. What is it that you think is important here? Now, if you see, what is it important here? From PMI standpoint, you will find most of the ideas that are listed here in the slide. Just put for our knowledge. PMI, this is not PMI slide. This is our slide, right? For us to just take a look at training starts with icebreaker activities so that teams remain engaged. They're using some games, very effective, makes the entire environment very collaborative, right? Knowledge and skills assessment is the first thing, as Mario said in the beginning. Core content during while the training is being delivered. The other aspects. Well, this is just a slide here to take a look at. Think a little harder for regarding training, right? Nothing about PMP exam here. It has just been put for information. Enablers. So the 5 enablers that we just discussed, the mind map that we created right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the 5 enablers. Determine the required competencies. First, understand the required competencies. Second, determine the training options. Allocate resources. Ensure that the training occurs. And most importantly, here, the most important part is training. Everyone provides training, but no one measures the outcome. No one measures the outcome, or in other words, how effective this training was. Did it do that trick? Was the desired outcome achieved or not? What was the desired outcome, and was it achieved or not? That is one of the most important things. Remember, each topic. Now look at this. This is very important. Each topic. This lesson has A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 7 topics. So there are 1 to 7 topics. You will see that the last bullet mostly is about evaluating. The last bullet is about measuring. The last bullet is about validating that whatever work we are doing, it is successful. It is doing what it is supposed to do. And the improvement idea, the idea of improvement, or in other words, these enablers, they always end with, they start with plan, do, check, and act. Plan, do, and check and act are usually the last 2 parts. So we look at each and every enabler, you see that there is some kind of a planning aspect. Then there is some kind of a doing aspect to it, right? Look, plan, determine the required competency. Plan, right here. Determine the training options. Plan component. Allocate resources for training and ensure training occurs. Do component. Measure training outcomes or ensure the effectiveness of training. Plan, do, check component, and act component. So there is this flow. With every topic, there is this flow of PDCA or Deming cycle. PDCA, plan, do, check, act. So right here, there's this flow. Plan first, do, check, and act. All these enablers, every topic is, you should plan it well, execute it well, check it, and then make some improvement, act on it. Check, act, plan, do, check, act. So this is how it has been placed. PMI does not talk about it, but the philosophy is based on PDCA, all project management work. Whether we execute the entire project or we conduct a small little piece of work in the project as a resource, it is based on planning that component, doing, checking, and acting, improving it, acting on it, right? So there are this PDCA cycle that is being used to develop all the topics. So these enablers that you see, they're all plan, do, check, and act. They fall in this category like that. So there are various deliverables and tools from exam standpoint. This is where one of the exam question is, if there is any from this topic. This is where the question is. And there could be a question on training calendar. Training calendars are a visual representation of various different, dates, and it clearly shows they're very interactive calendars. So training calendars should be interactive. Team should be able to see the different training schedules in it, and they should be proactively socialized. If there is a question, it is coming from here. If there is, I've never seen a question before from here, right? So we'll take a look at what is pairing and mentoring a little bit later on the slides will be seen. Then Mario had said something that to understand. So for determining the required competencies, determining what are the required competencies for work, project team and project managers perform something called training gap analysis. So training gap analysis is performed for determining competencies. Determining competencies. And how do we do that? By looking at the current capabilities of the resources, current capabilities versus desired capabilities. Desired capabilities or desired current competencies versus desired competencies. And that's what is called the gap analysis. And wherever there is gap or areas that require improvement becomes the training component, becomes the agenda of the training. So we're going to take a look at two important things here. What is pairing? It's an agile team concept. It's the agile team concept, pairing, primarily used in XP or extreme programming, IT-based method, extreme programming. So we'll take a look at it when we get to the slides. So as I said before, when we started the session, training the team and stakeholders, identifying the required competency is the first aspect. It is the first aspect, number one, right? What are competencies? These are knowledge, skills, and other attributes associated with a team or a stakeholder. So all stakeholders will not have the same training needs. Some stakeholders will have extremely high knowledge in business. Some stakeholders may not have that level of knowledge. So their training needs, keeping in mind that the training needs of stakeholders will vary, and team members themselves may require specific training on customer, business, culture, and even team members. Team members will require training, but keep in mind this, one of the recent exam questions on training has been usually training for business. So business owners training is usually, so if this is the project started, let's say on January 2021, January 17, 2021, and it's ending on March 30th, 2021. So it's a 3-month project. It's ending on March 30th, 2020. Now, usually business training, in this exam question, business training, when would it occur? Business training would usually occur right at the end, somewhere here, when the solution is about to be deployed. It is at this time business training will occur. And it should not be too late, neither it should be too early. It should be in a very, it should be realistically very close to when the solution is ready, so the team can witness what the solution is. So keep that in mind. Business training usually occurs very close to the time when the solution is being deployed. A recent exam question. So different kinds of training, right? It talks about different kinds of training. Again, from exam standpoint, there is nothing here that you would find on the exam. Now, there are different kinds of training. There could be instructor-led training. We know what e-learning is, at our own pace, learn at your own pace. Some hands-on training, simulation, employee training, all of have been part of all of coaching and mentoring. Now, this is where coaching requires or mentoring requires the mentor to be a subject matter expert. When we say mentoring, it means there is a subject matter expert involved, and this could be one of the exam questions from mentoring. Mentoring usually is done by someone who has a lot of business knowledge or a lot of technical knowledge. So, someone who is a subject matter expert in certain area. Mentoring would require, so keep that in mind, mentoring will require the mentor to be a subject matter expert. And there are other kinds of training that have been listed here from exam standpoint, really, and nothing here. Different kind of training. PMI suggests instructor-led, virtual classrooms, self-paced e-learning, document reviews, interactive simulation, and on-job training. And right here, document reviews, are the fastest way of learning. Document review, the fastest way of learning. One of the exam questions. And it has been covered later also as part of keeping the team on track, lesson number 4. So fastest way of learning. What happens when we join an organization? When we join an organization, when we take up new work, what happens in the day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5? We are given project documents. We are given different kind of organizational document. Why? So that we can quickly learn very quickly, bring ourselves up to speed. So document review is one of the fast ways, of learning about the project, learning about the organization, learning about the domain, the business, the solution, or whatever you may want to call it. So document reviews, keep that in mind, may be on the exam. Training calendar. One of the important things about training calendars is that it should be proactively socialized. And we kind of like looked at it here. And we said training calendars should be very interactive. They should clearly reflect the training schedule, and it should be proactively socialized. 3 important components that we mentioned. Let's go and take a look at it. Project managers must publish them, right? It should clearly show the training schedule. Right here, it's repeated, schedule should be published. And team, it should be very interactive. Team should be able to register and send and confirm messages. Very interactive, it should be interactive. Interactive calendars, not static calendars, right? And manage the training schedule and timing to avoid delays, avoid delaying project delivery timeline. Now, very important is proactive socialization so that the team can see it well in advance and accordingly plan training based on their schedule, right? So very, very important from exam standpoint, proactive socialization, interactive calendars, and it should be published well in advance of the training. Should be published well in advance with mechanism for participants to be able to block on that calendar itself, right? Use that calendar to register and send messages. There should be some mechanism for registration using those interactive calendars. Again, the most important part is proactive socialization of the training calendar. It should not be last minute. Proactive socialization. Pairing and mentoring. As I said, pairing has been made very popular by extreme programming. Extreme programming. It is an agile approach. It is an agile approach to development. Now, agile, one more time, is a philosophy. It is a mindset. Agile is a mindset. And using this value system of agile or the manifesto of agile, various development approaches have been created like Agile Scrum, XP, Extreme Programming, Kanban, Lean, and XP, Kanban, Lean, DSDN, and Crystal methods. And there are many more actually, rapid application development. But from exam standpoint, you may have some questions here. The pairing question comes from here. So pairing is, there are this developer right here, extreme programming, so developer or a coder, and then there is another junior coder, another developer. Developer 1, developer 2. These two developers, they work together. This developer A and developer B. Developer A writes the code. Developer B will quickly review the code. And developer B, not being as experienced as developer A, is also getting to shadow the developer. So pairing. Pairing leads to constant verification Constant verification leads to enhanced quality. And also there is a learning opportunity for someone who is intermediate to junior working with a senior programmer, right? So two programmers work together in pairs. One programmer writes the code, second programmer reviews the code right there. Within seconds, the code review is taking place. Constant verification is taking place, and the quality of work is considerably going up. So pairing is a great way, first of all, to enhance quality, because one person works, second person reviews the work. Second, there is always this component of experience and not so experienced team member, and there is this continuous flow of information that is taking place back and forth, which is leading to learning or osmotic communication, leading to development of a T-shaped individual, expert in one area, and they have knowledge of other areas too. So mentoring, on the other hand, requires a subject matter expert. Exam question right here, subject matter expert. Mentoring requires subject matter expert. Pairing, however, leads to also improving in quality, because the concept comes from, as I said, XP, extreme programming. One person writes the code, other reviews it. There is also this opportunity to learn from a more experienced team member. Pairing, right? The idea is collaboration. Continue to collaborate, create environment where collaboration can take place. Knowledge transfer can happen freely, and there is no hoarding of knowledge. So finally, there is the last of training stakeholders and team members. The last topic here is measuring the training outcomes. There is no point working. There is no point working if there is no validation or verification of the work that is being done. Validation or lack of validation or verification. Sometimes we end up spending dollar after dollar after dollar on training, but the results remain close to zero. Why? Because we are not measuring training outcomes. The whole philosophy of project management is based on plan, do, check, and act. So if you're providing training, in the end, check to see the training remained effective. Did it remain effective or not? And if it was not effective, then what did you do to change this outcome? Right? What have you done to change the outcome? What have you changed? What kind of changes are you planning to bring the next time the training occurs? Right? So the whole idea of training is taking the skill sets of the team from the current level to the next level, the desired level. Taking the training, taking the skills and competencies of the team members from current level to a desired level. And for that, measurement of training outcome must take place. From exam standpoint, don't consider any questions here. Some basic behavioral question, but so training had just occurred, and the last step as a project manager, you must at this time evaluate. What should you evaluate? Evaluate the outcome of the training. Understand the level of effectiveness that the training has, level of effectiveness achieved, or did the training meet the desired outcomes or not? Could be a question, but when you will read the scenario, you will automatically move towards the right answer, because that would be the logical answer, right? So the next topic, which is the important topic, but before we go there, I will again, because we finished the topic, so we will open it up a little bit for some questions and answers, and then we will move towards one of the very important components, engage and support virtual team. Now, next two topics, topic F and G, are extremely important from exam standpoint. Very, very, very important from exam standpoint, right? So questions, and then we will.
I have a question. This is Pooja here. Do we have got any methodology or a tool to validate and verify the training outcomes?
So there are surveys, right? The best tool always in project management has been surveys, right? Feedback forms are sent out. So we go to City of Hamilton. We were training at City of Hamilton, and actually they didn't even have a feedback form. So we told them that how about you send out a feedback form to figure out how the training was, because in the end, whether our contract gets renewed or not, what as training providers, what I would like my company to do is, at least at a bare minimum, understand if we met the objectives or not. Even if this contract with City did not get renewed, of course, we have been renewed for 3 more years now, but even if it did not get renewed, I would be happy to do some learnings and apply those in the next organization, right? Feedback form, post training surveys are sent out, evaluation form, even while during, so look, feedback should be received right at the end of the session. Every session should end with some kind of feedback. Guys, what did you think about the first session? Because even when you're moving to the second session, you are making some changes, improvements right there, right? So there are different ways. It's not necessarily a feedback form. It is a conversation also sometimes. Okay. All right. Any other questions, guys, before we move forward? No questions? Okay. All right, great. So simple topic, but now it is again a virtual team, engage and support virtual team. As I said, one of the very important thing and one of the exam questions, engage and support virtual team. Now, what is, first of all, what is a virtual team? It is a distributed team, a team that is in various different geographical locations. That is a virtual team, right? Virtual teams are not co-located physically. Now look at this word. Things are changing. First they would say they are not co-located at all. No, that's not right. They're not co-located physically, or there is not much of physical face-to-face interaction, but they are co-located virtually nowadays. Look at us, pandemic. All of us are working, right? We are in different locations. We are not in the office space, but we are co-located virtually now. How are we co-located virtually? Not we are in office space, but we are virtual office space using shared technology, using these WebExes, the GoToMeetings, the Microsoft Teams, and all those different tools that are available to us, right? Distributed teams. The idea, because the nature of the project is global. If the nature of the project is global, teams will also be distributed, right? So one of the very important sentiments that PMI or most organizations are trying to convey is that please do not consider virtual teams as bodies. These people as bodies. They're not bodies, right? They also have the same shared goals as teams that are in the head office, who sit in the offices. They have the same shared goals. So if they have the same shared goals, and if we need these folks to get to their desired future state, then why not we start with first talking to them and understanding the sentiment number one. Think about the sentiment number one. Understand their needs, their engagement need. What are virtual teams need? This is where it should start. If I'm a project manager and I join a team and I have 7 members sitting in India and 3 members sitting in Mexico, my first step is to pick up a video conference line or a phone line, pick up the phone and talk to them. So, how are you guys feeling? Are you guys okay? Everything good? This is the first thing I want to do before I go to my co-located teams. I want to call them. I want to understand their needs. Number one. So that's the sentiment that PMI presents to you. Says, understand the virtual team's needs, right? And once you talk to them and said, won't it be good, Miss Project Manager, Mrs. Project Manager, Mr. Project Manager, won't it be good, the virtual team said, if we also had some video conferencing, we talk on phone, and then we'll be able to see everyone. It will create a better energy. So second is investigate or find out alternatives to engage the teams. Different ways of engaging these teams, virtual teams, very, very important, right? And so first, understand the need. And when you're doing this need assessment, you understood that our team is saying that we should have video conferencing. You talk to the sponsor and said, you know what, it will be a spend of $1,000, but if we can get WebEx video, it will be perfect because team will be able to see each other, will be communicating at a different level. Now you know the need, you know the alternatives to engage. Third thing is implement one of the best for your team. Implement the best alternative, right? And now look, plan, meet the team. Look how logical everything is. Don't memorize. Plan, meet the team. understand the need, plan, do, look at alternatives and implement one, do. But don't just plan and do like most project managers do. They're very reactive actually. They plan and do, but they never check and act. Is this effective? So I put the video conferencing, but no one showed up. After day one, all the excitement is gone, done, lull again. What happened? Now act. Maybe this is not working. Maybe I need to figure out another way of doing it, right? So there are 4 sentiments here. First, understand the need. Second, look at the different alternatives to figure out ways of engaging the team. Third, implement it now. Alternatives, implement it. Fourth, evaluate the effectiveness. That's it. You don't have to read PMBOK guide to understand this is logical. And look, you can go to any course in project management. They will not say that they built it based on PDCA. Every topic is based on plan, do, check, act. And if you think like that, then you really don't have to memorize this. It becomes a habit, right? It becomes a habit. So just like for some folks, doing things over and over again leads to excellence, and that's why excellence becomes a habit, right? Doing things over and over, and it should be excellent work. Why do less than excellent work if you're doing things over and over again? The challenge is people do the same bloody thing over and over again, so every time you find an error in it. Why? It's still not become a habit, right? Because we just want to do the work. We never evaluate and validate. That is the whole idea of achieving excellence. People who have been able to attain a certain level of excellence, they don't just submit their work. They do peer reviews. They do internal reviews before they make their work global, right? Have you ever seen a book that gets published and there are every page has 7 grammar errors? What would you think about that book? I recently read a book like that. Content, awesome. Quality, low. But content, phenomenal content in the book actually. But quality low, right? Because reviews did not take. So plan, do happened, check and act did not happen. So very, very important here. There are 4 sentiments again. So Devendra, what are the 4 sentiments of virtual teams?
Understand the team needs.
Yeah.
Investigate different ways how to engage the team.
Very good.
Implement the best alternatives.
Very good.
Then evaluate and validate.
Very good. There you go. Right? It's very logical. And when the output like this is received in the class, it excites everyone in the class that I think we are all going in the right direction. Right? We're exactly saying what PMI is suggesting. I mean, if we open the book right now and look at topic number F, you will find nothing but what you just said, right? Mastering. The act of learning is mastering it right here. If we can achieve 60% in the class, what are we doing? We are already passing the PMP exam, right? 63% is the passing rate. If we are achieving 60, if you go home and you look at the book and you said, you know what, we did talk about it. It becomes very interesting read at home. And if you go home and look at it and say, oh man, I didn't even know when this happened. Then you're like, oh, there's a lot of heavy lifting to do now, right? So the idea is when we go home, we want to look at it and we want to feel a little comfortable and we say, you know what, I remember this happened, right? So that's why this we have to keep the engagement very high. Already, we have covered, we have not even touched a slide, but we have covered 10% of engage and support virtual team, right? Now, let's go to the second part. As in when you start reading this book, it says modern project managements have global reach and all that kind of stuff. It starts like that. Then it goes into these enablers, talks about enablers. Now look, what is the greatest challenge working with a virtual team? So Eunice, if I had to ask you, what is the greatest challenge working in a virtual team? You will say the greatest challenge is?
I'll say communication.
Absolutely. And PMI says the same thing. PMI says communication, right? They say communication is the greatest challenge because look, communication is a two-way feedback system. That's what it is. Two-way feedback system. I send communications to Lori and Lori says, gives me a feedback. I, the sender of communication, must immediately act on it. Otherwise, what is the point of that communication? It's ineffective. It is rendered useless, right? Imagine I send a document to Jatin, my sponsor. Jatin says, Hemant, next time when you send this document back to me, could you please add one more indicator to that? And next time I send a report and I don't do anything to that. What is Jatin thinking about this project manager? Thinking, they don't even listen to me, right? We give our stakeholders bad experience about project management. That's why they have poor attitude towards project management. I learned this because some people said, this person, be careful with this person. They're very difficult to work with. But now with my maturity, I've understood that people become difficult because they have been given poor experience. That's why they become difficult. Otherwise, if everyone had great experience, if someone went to restaurant 3 times, the same restaurant, they got bad food 3 times, what would you do? What would they say? Bad restaurant, no, not good, right? They will say that. But they went there first time, second time, they were given best possible quality now because we knew that they had a bad experience. Let's just work a little harder with the stakeholder. So stakeholders are difficult or they have poor attitude towards project management because us, the project managers, are sometimes guilty of giving them poor experience. Because of the poor experience, they feel, because look at it this way, that there are 3 different kinds of stakeholders. And this is a meeting in Wall Street that took place. And King Whitney Jr., I don't know how many of you heard the name, 1963, stands on the floor of a brokerage firm somewhere and coaches people, says that talks about stakeholders actually, says that there are 3 kinds of people, he says. People, the fearful. There are certain stakeholders who are fearful because they are threatened by change. Change is coming, they're threatened. All of us. Imagine we are every day we go to work and one day there are these 7 new people came and now we feel maybe my job is at a threat. Disney, the same thing happened in Disney. They've had 70 people shadow 300 or 400 people and next day they fired, in a week's time they fired them off. 30 years of service, 20 years of service gone within a day. These young kids came and they took over the jobs, right? There was a big lawsuit that happened. So change has a huge psychological impact on human mind. For the fearful, he said, King Whitney Jr. said to fearful, change is threatening because they feel that things may get worse. For the hopeful, right? Change is optimism because they feel that things may get a little better. And for people who are confident, people, sponsors, these people who are vested in confident stakeholders, they feel that the change is inspiring. They find change to be very inspiring because they know that a challenge lies ahead to make things a little bit better. So 3 kinds of people in the world. Fearful people who are threatened by change. Hopeful people who find it very encouraging, who find change to be encouraging because things may get a little better. Fearful people, things may get worse. Hopeful people, things may get a little better. And then there are confident people who are inspired by change and they want to become part of bringing the change, right? That's where project high-performing teams are. They are inspired. They are confident and they are inspired by the change because they want to be part of this mission to bring a change. That is why when this chapter is so important for you, for your success as for PMP from PMP standpoint, number 1. Number 2, generally in project management arena, the lingo that or the language that is listed here in this chapter is powerful. It's useful because it is not project management that PMI is suggesting to you or us as lesson number 1. What they're suggesting or presenting to us is take this mindset. Don't worry about the processes and tool because you all are masters of your own areas and industries and your application areas. And PMI cannot teach us in my domain what are the best tools to use. It is Tamal who needs to use the right tools for his application area. Peter needs to use the right tools for his application area. Abhay needs to use the right tools for his application area. And I need to use the right tools. PMI cannot prescribe. PMI is not a doctor sitting there. Okay, Peter, you are in industrial. Okay, there you go. Let me write a prescription. Tools and techniques, write a project chart. PMI cannot do that, right? Peter decides, Jatin decides, Tamil decides. But PMI or any governing body can give us a mindset to create a high-performing team. So Virtual team, as we said, communication, it's a feedback system. Ensure that it is a feedback system. Keep that in mind. Second, it talks about virtual teams. And if it is communication, if the greatest challenge with virtual team is communication, then use the technology to support it. PMI says collaboration technology, right? Virtual teams, collaboration technology. Use the adequate collaboration technology. If you're working with virtual teams, don't just think about co-located technologies now. Include some collaborative technologies, and they said use interactive calendar tools. Three underlying principles along with a communication management plan, which should be kept open to all the team members like this. Guys, here is the communication management plan. If you want to understand how we meet, when we meet, why we meet, what kind of information we will share, here it is, common to all. Take a look at it. It's hosted on our SharePoint. Collaboration technology, right? So that's the idea. So communication plan, collaboration technology, and calendar tools are 4 deliverables or tools that you may find on the exam from here. Now we have covered, not even looked at a slide, but we have covered almost 50% of engage and support virtual teams. In the exam, you will find questions around these scenarios, right? So what we'll do is we'll take a look at some of the slides now and see what PMI has to say. So as Devendra said, the 4 enablers or 4 sentiments of this chapter. So we'll take a look at those first. Start with examine. That's virtual teams. You know why? Why examine? As I've been saying since beginning, the exam question is the reason virtual teams understand their need because they also have the same shared vision of your project. Just like you, they also carry the same shared vision, and to achieve the vision, you or we need them, right? They're not just bodies. We need them. Investigate different ways of engagement with virtual team, right? Not just use the co-located based technologies, maybe look for some other technologies where engagement will be a little bit better. Then implement it, but continue with check and act. The last point. Always the last point revolves around checking and acting. Plan, do, check and act. Always. This is how it moves, right? If you can just think about plan, do, check and act, and think about engage and support virtual team, or think about train project team and stakeholders, or think about empower project team and stakeholders, any topic you may want to pick, it moves from planning to doing the work to checking and acting. 4 important components of every topic, and it starts with that's initial summary of what are the best things you could do to engage and support the virtual team. Right here, collaboration technology. There is something here called calendar tools, communication plan, and the power of PM's power. What are PM's powers? And just draw a mind map here. The best power or the most critical power of a PM is the power of expertise. The power of expertise. And then there is something called forcing. PM can use authoritative power of force, and they can also use power of expertise. Then there is something called the halo effect or referential power. We'll come back to this, but it's just for the different power. The best power that the most effective use of PM power is demonstration of expertise. The expert power. because the only way to influence people is when you start using expertise, right? Expertise. And we'll talk about these PM powers later on when we get to some of those slides. Right here, collaboration technology exam question on agile distributed teams. So the idea is very simple. Virtual teams are also co-located, virtual co-location, especially now with global focus of our project and distributed teams. Global focus and distributed teams. So basic needs of virtual team, as I was saying, they also have the same shared goals. They have the clear, they also have the same shared goal. And because they have the same shared goal, it's very important to establish a clear purpose in the beginning and clear clarity on roles and expectations. And last week, we talked about something called responsibility assignment matrix. Responsibility. If there is any lack of clarity on roles and expectations of the team, that means that RACI chart, or in other words, responsibility assignment matrix, has not been updated or is not current right now. So our job as PMs or our job as project team members is to keep responsibility assignment matrix as current as possible to ensure that clarity around roles and expectations remains intact, exactly where it needs to be. If there is any disparity in any sort of clarity with roles and expectations, your RAM or RACI chart may not be updated. It may not be updated, so update it, right? Project managers must facilitate and ensure collaboration, some virtual team needs. Collaboration technology. Now, there are various different kinds of collaboration technology. PMP exam question. Let's just write down what kind of questions you could see. PMP exam question here revolves around, you have distributed team. You got distributed team. Question would be, what kind of technology? What kind of technology would you use? Option, there could be 4 options, but the right option of the 4 options would be combination of co-located tools such as information radiators, whiteboards, and some technology that supports face-to-face real-time communication. Works really, really well. Ideally, video conferencing. Look, video conferencing tool to create opportunity for face-to-face communication, preferred for virtual teams, because face-to-face communication right here is real-time communication. This is the reason, right? Real-time does not mean that you have to be physically. Real-time means any technology where communication can happen with no lag. Communication with no, or information sharing with no lag is real-time. No lag at all, straight, right? Why no lag? Because issue resolution best happens when there is no lag in communication. Least number of issues. There was a survey that was done and it found out that the least number of project issues are where teams have real-time communication. Keep it as real-time as possible. And there are various different collaboration tools like Kanban board, messaging and chat boards, knowledge repository to share documents. In IT project, they're using a tool called Confluence as repository management system. And there are so many other tools that you could use. But from an exam standpoint, there are questions on Kanban board. As I've said before, Kanban board is based on a pull system. Okay, who will talk about Kanban board a little bit? Someone should talk about Kanban board. What is Kanban board? 4 or 5 things that we can see on the PMP exam about Kanban board. We can do a collaborative kind of a game among ourselves. Everyone speaks about Kanban board, and I'll say what are those 5 things that you can see in exam.
So in
Yeah, go ahead.
Kanban board, you have like 30 items, and the team only pulls in items which they can work for. So let's say they have the capacity of 5. They take on 5 user stories, completes 1, which moves to the next, and then brings in 1 more.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so Kanban board, Bala said, has some columns, or someone else, I would like to define it a little bit in like 3 or 4 words. Kanban board is created based on filling the blanks. Yeah.
Visualizing the project.
Sorry?
Visualizing the flow of the project.
Visualizing the flow, absolutely. Visualize the flow, right? Based on your industry, you could visualize the flow and create columns. I could say at my house, at my home, I could say simple, to-do list, work in progress, and done. But that is not enough for a manufacturing unit. That is not enough for an IT software development team. IT software development team could use a requirement, analysis and design column, then a development column, then test column, then inspection column, and then deployment column. Look at so many columns they could have, right? Similarly, Peter was raising the hand. Peter, one is visualizing the flow. Bala and Jatin said, what was your point here? Second point about Kanban board. 1, visualize the flow, put it on the board. Second,
your progress on the flow. So you visualize the flow from one end to the other and where you are on that flow.
Yeah, where you are on the flow. And Bala also said something which was pull system. It is based on pull. It is based on pull system, right? So the second and the third point is pull system. So visualize the flow. It gives you a visual of where the team is. It is also about pulling, which means that only when an item, so team decides what is their capacity, work in progress, and only when one item gets done is when one more item gets picked from the to-do list or the requirement document, the big requirement document. Only when one item gets done, we pull. It's based on pull system, right? There is another important thing. So this, if you know this, you will get those 2 or 3 questions right on the exam. Sometimes a complex question is presented, sometimes, very rarely though. And the question is, if a team is, so the team is at this time feeling extremely stressed. They will not tell you about Kanban or anything. They say, the team feels extremely stressed. This is an agile team. Remember? So the mindset, what is the mindset? When you read an exam question and the question is about agile, in your head, you will think about empowered teams, self-directing and self-organizing. Now, you're reading the question, it said agile. In your head, you said team is self-directing and self-organizing. As a project manager, I have to let go. I have to let go right now. My mindset for answering that question is no assignment of work, no interruption in the team's flow, nothing. So, and the team is feeling extremely stressed. Now, the other thing about our team is Kanban relies on experts. Experts work in this area, right? When there's Kanban approach being used, these are experts. So imagine experts are deciding the work that they will do, and suddenly they are feeling stressed. Normal PMBOK 6 approach would take you towards option number C or B, which will say, I think the team is really tired and it is important to do some recreation activities. This is what your normal traditional PMBOK 1 to PMBOK 6 approach will guide you towards, that their option, and the option is there. But the right option will be thinking. It's a mindset. These are experts. If they're feeling stressed, what is happening? Work in progress has increased more than their capacity right now. So we need to remove something from work in progress. And that will liberate the stress. Not going out and taking the team for lunch or a dinner or for bowling game, because next day they will come even more stressed because the work in progress will increase a little bit more next day, right? So the idea is mindset. When you look at Kanban, these are experts. They chose the work they needed to do. They are feeling stressed. That means they overshot. They have they have taken a bigger bite that they can consume right now, right? Sometimes we do that. We get overexcited. Last week we had a great week. We're thinking we can repeat the same performance, but maybe last week the complexity of the work was low. And we took some work this week, maybe the complexity or maybe a new vendor has chimed in, speed has slowed down a little bit. Things will happen. So when experts work on a project from Kanban perspective, if they're getting stressed in the exam, you find a question, they're getting stressed. What does that mean? Look at your work in progress, look at your queue, look at your flow and see where the bottleneck is. The whole idea of Kanban is it gives you the visual. Visualize the flow for what? Not for fun or create a pretty picture. To see where the bottleneck is and to remove the bottleneck, right? That's the whole idea. If you remember this, you will get most of the question right on Kanban. There were 2 questions maybe. If you get lucky that day, maybe 3 questions on Kanban. One of them would always be about this stress factor. You have to remind yourself that agile teams are self-directing and self-organizing. These teams require least interruption from the project manager because servant leadership is valued here. So if the team is feeling stressed, what is happening? There's too much work they have taken. They have taken more work than they can do. And they're experts. They know what they're doing. They are remembering the future together. So they know exactly where they need to go. It's just that they need to liberate some of the work, take some work off the plate, right? And that will relieve a lot of stress. That is one of the exam questions. Does it happen really in the real world? I would not know. But from an exam standpoint, that is the answer, right? Okay. So again, the same thing. Enable visibility, visualize the flow using Kanban. Visualize the flow using Kanban style boards, right? Use of video conferencing tool to facilitate active participation. And with virtual teams, if we do not use the right technology, there will be things like body language that we will never be able to see or non-verbal cues. You'll not be able to see it, right? That's why promoting a technology where we are able to see people is beneficial when you're working with virtual teams. Keep that in mind. Quite a few questions on virtual team on the exam. They're very simple questions, but the idea is this exam is a learning experience. It's a reminder that what is the right behavior? What is the right thing? What are the right things to do? Not what are the wrong things to do. The whole exam is about the right things to do, the right things to do, and the right things to do. Keep that in mind. And invariably, with your maturity, you will get to the right answers based on how the new PMP exam has been designed. So,
sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the last word? You have nonverbal.
Nonverbal cues.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, nonverbal cues. So there's a story about communication that goes here, right? All of us know who Bill Clinton is, right? Twice the president of the United States. Again, just like Obama, a great orator, spoke really, really well. But there is a Harvard study. If you Google it, you would find it on Google, I believe, about Bill Clinton in his second term before the election. This is all happening after the moral breach has happened, right? That whatever happened at the White House, Bill Clinton, second term, about to go into second term, impeachment, gone through the impeachment, but was defeated in one of the houses. So is going into the election. And there is a comparison of of Bill Clinton with Donald Trump in a Harvard study. Very popular Harvard study now. 2017, this was published. It's about communication. This is what it says. It says that the idea of American Constitution as conveyed by Barack Obama cannot be understood by the entire world, because the language is delivered at that level, at that extreme level of dialogue is at such a level that normal Americans won't understand that dialogue, because the way the refinement of the language has been attained. It speaks like Obama spoke like as if he's the authority and constitution, literally the constitution. The language is so polished. And when it gets delivered to 63% of Americans who do not have a college degree, it is gibberish to them. It becomes gibberish, right? But the charisma of the man was such that he just took the world by storm. Now look at Bill Clinton. The study says Bill Clinton's communication style. He was able to convey simple, this difficult foreign policy matters, economic matters to the non-college degree holders in the US with ease. With ease. These are very complex matters, economic matters, foreign policy matters, but someone just simplifies it so easily and presents it to normal people in Arkansas, presents it to normal people everywhere where they've never been to college. How did he do that? Because Harvard said he spoke the language called English at the level of an 8th grader. 8th grader. So it was so simple that these complex policy matters, everyone understood them. America was speaking about the world politics at that time. Why? The greatest boom in economy took place during Bill Clinton's 8 years. The economy grew like anything. So why? Because the language he spoke and people understood it. He spoke it at the level of 8th grader. Now look what Harvard did. Harvard took Donald Trump's speech from Florida and said, this man that people think is a dumbass or whatever they say is actually extremely smart. They said, because the level of comprehension that he presented to people was the level of 3rd grader. Intentional, he said. Intentional, they said. He said it was intentional, smart move. And he said, when they put the entire speech in a teleprompter, what came out was he was conveying a message in a very smart fashion by hammering keywords in there, and people just remembered the keyword. No one cared about the speech. And that message resided with people. Drain the swamp. The words, if you start thinking about all this, right? I'll drain the swamp, right? Drain the swamp. Or I'll take her to the prison. Prison. And this prison word would be presented in a policy matter. Then he will be talking about, the war in Syria, and they'll say, oh, by the way, I'll take her to the prison. You know what, guys, when I am the president, I will, their prison, oh, by the way, FBI, next moment, right? He's hammering his point. So he said, speaking the language at the level of 3rd grader. Very interesting. Communication, right? Communication. Simplify it more, people understand you a little bit more. Make it more complex, your audience considerably shrinks, and shrinks. So a great case study that was conducted, just because we are looking at communication here, the story came and something that I recently said in one of the talks that I was having. Very interesting. No need to add complexity to the language. Keep it as simple as possible, especially when you're working with virtual teams. Simplify, because in simplification is your demonstration of understanding. Otherwise, there is no understanding. Simplify it as much as you can, right? That's what Trump has done. And if Trump can be the president of the United States, I think we can also be prime minister of Canada, to be very honest, right? Really, right? We all can be, really. It can be achieved. So there you go.
Hemant, I have a quick question.
Please.
Yeah. So, Hemant, what would be the biggest challenge working with the virtual team? Would it be communication or would it be trust? Like which would be kind of a bigger out of the two?
So because this is a very good question, actually. When there are virtual teams, there is cultural aspect. There is this cultural aspect. I would encourage you to read a book called Radical Candor. It is, you can buy an audio copy of this book and listen to Kim Scott a little bit, right? Radical Candor is all based on feedback, communication based on feedback. So when you're working with cultural teams, a culturally diverse virtual team is good. But when people don't look like us, right? Or not all of us look the same. when people don't speak the same language, the way we speak, the accents vary and all that kind of stuff. Color, race, and all these other aspects come into play. Trust is a very important factor. You raise a very good point. And Kim Scott actually says the same thing in the morning. Actually, I was listening before the session. I was listening to her when I was actually taking my shower. I put her on and I said, let me listen to her. So said, and she said, yeah, I would play it actually at the end of the session. I'm somewhere there in the book right now. I'm actually listening to it the third time now because I have a lecture next week somewhere. So it says, because of these different aspects with virtual teams or teams, different cultures, right? Demographic, age, our preferences in life, it is very difficult. It's very, very difficult to trust each other, right? And as I said in the beginning, Gurpreet also asked the same question. Trust is an ongoing process. It takes long to build the trust, but it can start. There is always the starting point, right? But the greatest, so you can start, the starting point could be, we are building a virtual team. And the next day we had a meeting, we said, guys, look, how about we do a remember the future exercise? And let me tell you about where we are heading to, all of us together. We started forming trust and the team is feeling included. Trust starts with inclusion, number one. Now, but the challenge with virtual team remains, imagine they are all on phone, no video conferencing, right? All on phone. I don't know what's going on. I'm giving this great speech, but no one is listening. But we put the video conferencing on, at least now people are there and I can see their body language. I can look at Tamil and I can say, oh, Tamil, did you understand what I just said? I can now go like this, right? Communication challenge. Virtual team, the greatest challenge is you can work on these factors, inclusion, another aspect. It's a small little process that you can start. But if you do not have the right technology, I think you won't be able to see their body language. You won't be able to see how they're feeling, right? Are they understanding or not? And that is why from PMP exam standpoint, there is a question. Whenever we are working with virtual team, it is very important to every now and then paraphrase, and paraphrase. Ensure that the expectations are being understood so that they will be met. Not that the expectations are being met. First, are they being understood? And how do we ensure that the expectations are being understood? When we start working with virtual team, the first thing that we do is, I'll say, if I said, well, guys, item number 1 on our list is this, and Sam, you're going to work on that item, and the item is about accomplishing this. And I said, Sam, you got it, right? All right, let me explain this to you one more time, and how about you give me a quick recap here. So we are working together, paraphrasing every now and then, and I'm ensuring that my expectations are being understood. So Monday morning when I come, there are no surprises, right? So challenge remains communication. Trust is an ongoing process that we need to continuously work on.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Now that you create this high-level performance team, the communication in terms of updates is not fluent. It seems like you have to be constantly trying to get information from these teams. But during the building of these teams, you didn't put down the ground rules. So the ground rule wasn't there. Now, how can you go back and get a flow in the projects and to get these updates? So now these project my team is now moving in a direction, getting things done. You don't want to break the flow, but you still want to feel like you're empowered or you're a part of the group.
Okay. So you broke in between, but let me just try. Some kind of like disconnect here, but let me just try to answer that. So first of all, in the beginning, we all sit together and we define the ground rules. And building a team is not an event that takes place on day one. Projects are 3 years, 2 years in span, and we continue to acquire people and sometimes also let go of people. Every time we bring a person into the team, right? We again tell team guys, there are ground rules. We continue to communicate the ground rules with the team. But during the course of this journey from day one to the very end in the project, these ground rules will be reevaluated numerous times. Remember, every topic or everything that we do in project management is plan, do, check, and act. Some of the ground rules may not be working. So what will we do? Should we just leave them as static? No, they're dynamic. They must continuously be evaluated and changed and customized to the need of the current project landscape. As long as we continue to do that, I think the team will continue to remain high performing. But if we fail to do that, if we fail to evaluate and assess and improve, then it will at some point in time, the work will become static and frustration will increase. So continuous improvement is the key, whether you are working in a predictive project or predictive environment or an agile landscape.
Okay.
All right.
So constantly going through the ground rules would be good. Okay.
Absolutely. Constant evaluation of the ground rules, sometimes adding some more to the ground rules and sometimes removing some that are not required and they become redundant now, right?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So here we go. So there was our virtual team and then powers of PM. Now, powers of PM. Now, PMI, this is what PMI suggests. PMI says that, or generally, it is being said that we should value servant leadership. Let teams do because they are expert. You have acquired these team members. The reason you interviewed them and you acquired them into a project is because you felt that their skills were required on the project. So I think there is an opportunity for a project manager to delegate as much as they can and when they can and let the team perform the work. Based on the industry and the application area, we can always value servant leadership, but use the right leadership style. So when you read the book, it will say value servant leadership, but use the appropriate leadership style, depending on the kind of project you are in, kind of scenario you are in. Sometimes you have to force the cause. Sometimes you have to force it, right? Things are not working out, you have to show your authority. Sometimes you will have to become authoritative. Whether how much servant leadership you value, but sometimes you will have to become assertive, right? Depends on the project situation, the industry you're working on. Value servant leadership, but use the appropriate style that will work at that time. So that's what PMI suggests. And here in this slide right here, it speaks about one of the risks, the greatest risk that virtual team present is there is this sense of isolation that sometimes team members, they start feeling isolated. If we do not keep them engaged. So again, the idea of collaboration, technology. Other aspects of that PMI promotes and most organizations have started promoting is that they're steering away from the idea of teams or teams where there is hoarding the knowledge or people for individuals and what they know. So when individuals know quite a lot in an organization, award people for what they know. Award people for what they know over what they share is not the right way. Awarding people for what they know over what they share is not the right thing to do. So second bullet point comes from that philosophy, this philosophy that steer away from awarding people from what they know, rather award people for what they share. So important to focus on shared commitment versus individual accomplishment. Like for example, in RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, about 150 to 200 people every year go on a cruise. Out of 50,000 people, 200 people are selected with the CEO. For 3 weeks, they go on this Italian cruise. They get the whole ship, everything for them. Out of the 50,000 people, 300 people have this luxury trip. Did other people did not contribute at all? Only 200 people out of 50,000 people contributed towards the success of the bank? right? Is it the corporate ladder or is it the corporate chain? So I have a consultant that works, her name is Mrinali, one of the most influential girls that I have trained. Right now, she just went to Scotiabank as a program manager. Just yesterday, we just placed her as one of my contracts. So Mrinali, the first time when I sent her to RBC, they asked her about this corporate idea and this. She said, I don't believe in corporate ladder. I don't believe in corporate ladder. The reason I don't believe in corporate ladder is because only some people can climb that corporate ladder and it is assigned to you. That ladder is given to you to climb. I believe in corporate chain. I believe in the chain because whether you're working as a teller in the bank or you're working as a CEO, all of us need to pull the organization together. If I work as a teller, I need to provide value right there to my customer. And if I'm working as a CEO, I need to provide value to all my 50,000 employees. Both ways, it works the same. Where is more value? No one knows. But together, we must pull this chain. Then organization moves forward. People who climb the ladder, they make the organization very static. The idea is corporate chain over the ladder. So the same second bullet comes from that philosophy that said, award people for what they share, not what they know. Amazon did that. It worked so well for them. Apple believes in team rewards over individual accomplishments, right? So important to focus on shared commitment among the team. Reward the team for performance, the team performance, and don't choose one member like what RBC does every year. 200, 300 people go on a cruise. Did rest 50,000 people did not contribute to the success of the bank? That $1 billion that the bank made in last quarter, no one else except these 200 people? So that's the question, right? So the third bullet, which is very interesting, and we will be moving into the next section, which is building shared understanding of the project with this sentiment right here. Sense of shared commitment into team starts with building the team charter because team feels that it is the collective responsibility. It is our collective responsibility, right? That's where it starts. So the trust forming that we were talking about, that's why build the team charter. The project manager could say, I don't want to waste my team's time doing this. They are a $70, $80, $90, $100 per hour resource. They will sit here for 2 hours and that's like almost $2,000 burnt of my project money, a way of thinking. Or I think the money that we will burn here together or spend, organizational money, will be best used because trust will be formed and from there on I'll get 120% from my team. How do you take a look at it? How do you see it, right? So as we've been saying, and in the beginning itself, Gurpreet had asked a question and her question was building trust. And I said, build a team, and trust forming started immediately right there when the project manager said, guys, let's sit together. Let us start building the team charter and the ground rules together. This was my answer. And here you go. It comes back in PMBOK guide again. So what that is that PMBOK guide is a natural behavior. The guide, the way it has been developed right now, it is a natural behavior of a good project manager. You don't need to read PMBOK guide to execute project management. It is your experience that will help you execute project management. These are some principles that we can use now to be a little more effective than we are. That's it. This is the reason this guide has been changed so drastically from processes and tools to principles. How we want to embrace it, how much we want to consume it is our choice, right? We need to customize it, tailor it, but these are principles and we can embrace them all and use what is required at the right time, right? So as a project manager of a virtual team, we must reinforce the team goals over individual performance. The same thing, the idea is teams are self-organizing, teams are self-directing. Why not let them do what they do the best, the work that they've been acquired or hired to do. As long as we continue to support the team, the pursuit of goal will become easier. And that's what this topic, the last three topics, starting with empowering the team to training the team and engaging and supporting the virtual team. I see them as a combo of burger, fries, and a drink. 3 topics, right? They kind of like they're together. Team. What is a team? Team should be empowered, team should be trained, and some of the team members would be virtual. Just because they are virtual does not mean that they do not have they do not see the same shared goal. So if they see the same shared goal, empower them also, train them also. Use the right collaborative technology. Communicate them because that is the greatest challenge. And ensure that you work with the feedback really, really well. Work with the feedback, right? If you get a feedback, immediately respond to it. Respond and act to the feedback, right? So that is the sentiment here with this topic, which brings us to the last topic of the day, which is building. Oh, there we go. Which is building shared understanding of the project. Building shared understanding of the project. And let's go to this slide. I love this slide. This is Steve Jobs' slide. It says, if you're working on something exciting that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. The same idea. The same idea. This statement, I actually, in 2010, I first time started listening to Steve Jobs, and this is when I started my businesses, right? One business led to second led to, it started with training one person from Mauritius as PMP, PMP. Now I teach 60. This is called my Saturday gig. I do this Saturday gig for 4 hours. Just Saturday, I run an immigration company with 120 people. I don't know how that happens, but that also happens. Then I have a consulting firm. I don't know how many people are working, lost count now. I'm forgetting count of people that are working there. Then I built one of the biggest resume companies in the world recently, in the last 2 years. Last year, we made over 2,174 resumes. I don't know again how that happened, but it just happened. So when I read Steve Jobs the first time or heard him, there were so many great ideas, and that's what Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Kim Scott and Sheryl Sandberg, they all say the same thing. They say this knowledge is out there for all of us to consume, but no one cares. They're saying these great things. They have built these great companies. I steer away from saying the empire. They built these great companies where people are so happy. The teams are so happy. How have they been able to build it? They've been able to build it based on this topic number G, which is they have inspired their team. And in the beginning of every project, what they've done is they have built shared understanding of the project, or they have communicated the vision so effectively that the team has come together and believed in the vision. Because they have believed in the vision is why they have become such high performing teams. Only when people believe in something, they become motivated. So keep that in mind. So if you're working on something exciting that you really care about, you do not have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. The vision pulls you. That's what the team. Remember, on day one I said, guys, April, May, June. June is the date when we are writing the PMP exam. That is the vision. Let this vision pull you. Let this vision pull you. Vision to be PMP certified, right? So again, starting from here and then going into the next sentiment here. Okay, so what is the time right now? Time is 3:15. How about we take a break? Take a break, right? Okay, or I take some questions and then we'll take a break and come back. We'll spend about an hour, 4:15. We'll wrap up today's session, I think 4:15, 4:20, and then we'll open it for about 15 minutes of Q&A. 4:30, we'll finish it off. We'll end the day today with some questions and answers. Okay? All right.
Hemant?
Yeah. I can't hear you.
How can we have the recording?
How can we have the recording? Not here. I am recording. So I'm recording, then someone will download it from here, which takes like, I don't know how many hours. They told me sometimes they said this is like 6 gigs of data or something. So then it needs to be edited a little bit because some people ask a lot of questions, get mumbo jumboed in between, that will be removed. So someone has to go through it, make those cuts. And then by Tuesday, hopefully it should be uploaded somewhere. And then you can have the recording.
Thank you very much, because it's going to be so helpful. We can have some sort of review after maybe tomorrow or maybe tonight.
Absolutely. It's already 4 hours and 59 minutes. The session has been going on, so it will be a long recording. I don't know if you should be reading PMBOK guide or listening to this. So, right. Okay. Yeah, of course it will be there. It's a huge risk that I cause for our organization by providing the recordings of all the sessions, especially they're so detailed, but it's all right. Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hemant, this is Manisha.
Yeah.
Can I ask something about the PMI right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if anyone else has applied, but I applied and I got my application approved. Should we go ahead and book our exam for June or no?
Oh yeah, actually you had sent an email, but that email comes to a different email. So send emails to education@edge.ca. That's number one. That's why I did not get responded to. But you know what? I don't think you should be booking the exam just as of now. How about we wait till the 5th week, right? And by the time we would have done at least one class exam, I'd like to see how you do in the class exam. And after that, we can book the exam, because you can book the exam today and write it tomorrow. It is so quick. But it is always good to book the exam a month and a half prior to when you're about to fire up the exam, right? So how about we decide in about 4 weeks from now, Manisha, the work?
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, guys? So yeah, if there are no questions, we'll go into the break with this thought in our head that next step and the last step, or the first step always in every project for a great project manager, is to ensure that we continue to communicate the vision of the project to the team. Keep in mind that creating a high-performing team is not an event. It is not an event. It is a process. Every day on a large-scale project, a new resource will come. They must be told about where we are headed to. What is the desired future state? They must be told. This should be communicated. This should not be a one-time event, right? So there are various different ways through which we can do that in a project. So keep that in mind, that the next step is not a step which is an event again. It is a process that continues to happen. And great organizations do a phenomenal job at communicating the vision of the project so that shared understanding of the project can be developed. Only when the teams have a shared understanding of the project is when they start becoming a high performing team. And that is the theme of this chapter. This section is the most important section of this chapter. 20 to 25 questions just from these 4 or 5 slides. So we will do a lot of whiteboarding. You will take a lot of notes. Be refreshed. We'll spend about an hour and 15 minutes, and that will be it today's session. So let's take a break. We'll come back at about 3:28. 3:28, 15 minutes break. Okay, All right, so here we are. The last stretch for all of us today. And the last stretch is topic number G, which is building shared understanding of a project. How do we build shared understanding of a project? This is where the session should start. How can we build based on our current knowledge? And then we will talk about how PMI suggested or what are organizations doing to build shared understanding. So first question. Yeah, we are. So the first question is for Peter. Peter, the question is for you. Building a shared understanding of the project is with the team, with our team. The team is people who are vital to the success of the project, the team members who will perform the work, and the stakeholders who will provide subject matter expertise, and this person who would keep them together, the project manager, the great collaborator, the integrator. Three important components. Now, as a project manager yourself, Peter, how do you communicate this vision to the organization or to your team, or how do you establish or build a shared understanding of project? One thing that you do, you build shared understanding of the project that you are part of.
One of the key aspects of a shared understanding, for me, a very powerful thing, is when you do the requirements prioritization, and if the team's all involved and the stakeholders are involved in that, you've all agreed what the priority of the requirements are. And this then translates into the shared understanding of the project, because everyone's had part of that process of prioritizing it, and that built an understanding of the project. So that, to me, is very key, I think.
Okay, prioritization and ensuring that we understand those key requirements that will generate the maximum value to the stakeholder would help build shared understanding of the project. Okay, now, before I move forward, let me just draw a nice kind of timeline of a project. Here we go. To understand this topic a little bit better, it is important to visualize it a little bit differently here. So the project starts right here, or even before it starts. Project starts here. Starts. Project will end here. Let's say it starts on January the 17th, 2021. It will end on December the 15th, 2021, right? Right here, before the project has started, this project has started, organization already has a vision. They already have a vision statement developed. And your project is part of this vision. So we want to get here. Organization already developed a vision. So, right? So we want to get here. This is our endpoint. During this time, this journey from here, the starting point, to the very end, teams, the idea of creating a high-performing team would be an ongoing idea. Within this idea of creating a high-performing team, from the beginning right here to the end right here, within this time, we will build a team. We'll continue to build a team. Topic A will happen throughout. We'll build a team. It's not an event, right? We'll build a team. Build a team. We will continue. We will establish the team charter here. We will continue to refine it throughout. We'll define ground rules throughout. During this journey, we will negotiate project agreement as and when a vendor would come in. We'll negotiate the agreements with them. Third party would come in, right? We will empower the team, and it will be an ongoing process. We will train the team, and we will engage and support the virtual team. It is very important to visualize it like this rather than thinking these are events. These are not events. These are ongoing processes, ongoing work, right? It's ongoing body of work. So good project managers, let's just say if the project manager joined here in the beginning, And they slowly, the team size, they know will continue to get bigger and bigger. Most of the project managers recently have been, or in the past have been guilty of having a kickoff meeting right here and then forgetting about it at all. And the best part of a project is most of the team gets acquired during executing. Half of the team does not even know what is this project all about. Is this a problem statement or an opportunity statement? We are just working in our own, silo and performing that activity or the work package that we have been assigned to. So what is being suggested here is that if you really and truly want to satisfy the needs of the stakeholder or create a product which will be embraced by the community that you're developing it for, then you must create a team that understands or has the shared understanding of the project, and you must start doing it from beginning itself. And it should start by first you understanding, the PM understanding what is the business need, right? And that document that a PM who joins the project in the early, first PM develops, the project manager should develop the shared understanding of the project with the sponsors. Because our first interaction with our sponsor, and we should ask them, where is the business case? Where is the vision document? And where are other such business documents that you created that led to start of this project? How did you justify this project? And good project managers, they start their work right here when they start talking about vision and understanding the vision. So to build shared understanding of the project managers should have a firm understanding of what is the vision so that they can start communicating the vision to the team throughout the life cycle of the project, from here very beginning to the here right at the end, the life cycle of the project. Communicate the vision. So what do we do to communicate or build the shared understanding of the project? Number one, understand vision, communicate vision with the team so that they all know they all start developing the shared understanding of the project. So where is this vision listed actually? Where do we list this vision? Where is this documented? Vision is a one-line statement. So exam question. Vision is a one-line statement that clearly shows where would the organization be in near future, or what is the desired future state? Where do I want to be? That's it. That's what vision is. Where do I want to be, or the desired future state, right? And remember, your project is going to play a crucial part in pushing the organization or pulling the organization one step closer to the vision. Every project is an organizational action to take the organization one step closer to the vision. That's why they're doing the investment. I want to get closer to the vision. I'm going to do this investment on project number D because it is a better project to materialize that vision that I have established for the organization. So vision is one of the documents. Now, project managers, initially sponsors, when the project starts, right at the beginning of the project, before the project start, business cases are developed to justify the project. But when the project starts, very important, sponsors write a document. Most organizations like to call it the charter or the project charter. Right when the project gets initiated or started, sponsoring organization, not the project manager. Yes, in modern project management, all project managers write project charter, but it is the accountability or responsibility of the sponsoring organization to develop a project charter. And a project charter is also a document that project managers may use to communicate and build shared understanding of the project, because project charter contains one-line statement called vision. Project charter contains various different elements that I will discuss with you today as part of our whiteboarding session. On extreme programming, PMI, I don't know why they picked up only extreme programming in a couple of instances. Extreme programming, So extreme programming is IT based. Remember, information technology based project could be executed using this approach called extreme programming. Now, in extreme programming, they call something called XP metaphor, which is a one-line statement. Because look, IT projects can be complex, but business owners are not IT, right? Business owners are not techie. Business owners do not have information. So if I say, well, I will write a code and this code will be deployed in 27 different environments, and that environment, business owner, what is this environment? What is this code? What is that? So in XP, what they've done is they create something called a metaphor. For example, they're creating a complex server, security server. But to communicate that vision, they create a metaphor and they will say, we are building a Great Wall of China. Every stakeholder knows this. We are building a Great Wall of China, right? Or recently working at RBC, the department is called Identity and Access Management, but project is called It's All About Me, right? It's all about me. Identity and Access Management. Secure me. Identity and Access Management is the department, but they call their project It's all about me, right? So security, the way they are conveying the message, because IT project can be complex. So in the exam, there will be a exam question. Very simple, right? The question will be, you're working on an agile approach, and in that they've created a one-line statement to communicate and build common understanding of the project. What is it called? You will say it's called the metaphor. That's it. That's your answer. You don't need to know more than that. XP. So what PMI is saying, that XP has this great idea of communicating the shared vision of the project with the team by using these one-line statement metaphors. Why don't you also use it for your project sometimes? And establish that understanding of what your project is about to achieve and write it on the whiteboard somewhere, so everyone takes a look at it, and everyone, it's a reminder. So what does this vision, XP, metaphor, or other things do? They serve as a reminder to the team that there is work that needs to be performed, and we need to get there. And slowly, when teams looks at it every day, they're reminded. And if they are not being productive on that very day, they'll be like, oh man, I got some tasks to do. There is a delivery date that's coming on 27th of March, right? XP metaphor is one of the ways of communicating the vision or building shared understanding of the project. So you have to keep in mind, this topic is build shared understanding. How can we build it? By understanding the business need, by understanding business cases, by communicating the vision, by looking into the project charter that has been created by the organization leadership and conveying that to the team, and maybe sometimes even by socializing the project plan with everyone, right? Project plan is ready. I have a meeting with the team. I say, guys, here you go. We are ready with the plan. And this plan will take us to the desired vision. And these are the things that we need to do in next 6 months to get there. So what are we doing? We are building shared understanding of the project. So this topic is about forming consensus with the team. So there are two, actually PMI says there are two sentiments. For me, there is only one sentiment. Exam, there is one sentiment. Form consensus with everyone on that vision. Survey parties to form consensus. Survey all the parties to form consensus. Right? Survey all the parties to form consensus and reach some kind of a common agreement on what is it that we are trying to achieve and how are we going to do that. So how are we going to do that is when we look at the very next slide, where we can brainstorm on it. How do we achieve shared vision? Understand the vision. Maybe use something called XP metaphor. Create that one-line statement, which is easier for everyone to understand where we need to go. Look at the project charter. Look at the project charter. Take a look at project charter created by the sponsoring organization. When you have the project management plan ready, so everyone communicate it. This is a great way of helping them understand or sharing or building shared understanding of the project. Have not one kickoff meeting. Building a team or creating a high-performing team is not an event. that you can have one kickoff meeting and say, forget about it, it's done, I did it 3 months ago. You must continue to have kickoff meetings at different intervals to ensure, again, communication. Communication of the vision is taking place. And we continue to build the shared understanding of the project. About 20 to 25 questions can be answered from this topic on the PMP exam, right? Some are covered here, and some of the topics of this section are covered in lesson number 5 called Keeping the Business in Mind. So communication of vision, XP metaphor can help build this shared understanding. Communication of project charter can help build shared understanding. Socializing the project management plan can help build shared understanding. And kickoff is not an event that takes place once in a project or twice. It can happen numerous times, because remember, teams are not acquired in the beginning of the project or in the middle of the project, at the end of the project. This acquisition, managing, and development of team is a continuous process. It continues to happen throughout. So keep this in mind. So these are the topics: vision, XP metaphor, project charter, project management plan, kickoff are some of the cool things that you could do to communicate and build the shared understanding of project. Apart from that, brainstorm with your team. Continue to brainstorm with your team, right? Brainstorm with your team is another way of building. So these are the topics that we will touch on as we move from here. Again, talks about building the shared. So building, topic number 3, the last topic, building shared understanding of the project, communicate the vision, establish something like XP metaphor, right? That one-line statement, easy. Conduct some product box exercises. Project charter would be helpful. Conduct numerous kickoff meetings, not just one. Maybe brainstorming in the beginning. Socialization of project management plan. And this is actually out of place here. We kept it here, but really, we'll talk about what T-shaped. We have actually already talked about what T-shaped are, but we'll talk about them today again one more time. And we'll continue to talk about T-shaped individuals as we continue to move forward. So these are the things that you should consider. These are the things that will help you build shared understanding of the project. Now, as I said, what is vision? In the next slide, we'll talk about vision, but vision is the desired end state. It is that one-line statement that serves as a constant reminder to the team, to the team that work lies ahead. We need to perform some work to get to that vision. It's a constant reminder of what our objectives are in front of us, right? So keep this in mind, because this is an exam question. Vision, desired end state. Right?
Sorry, Hemant.
Yeah.
Before we go to vision, could I ask a question for the last slide?
Yeah, absolutely.
In the last slide, sorry, let me just get there. In the last slide, there's one of the deliverables called product box exercise.
Yeah. We are going to discuss the product box exercise.
That's why I thought I missed it. I thought I missed it. That's why. Okay, thank you.
But now that you asked, let me just also shed some light on that product box exercise. You know, when we go to Future Shop or now called Best Buy. So Best Buy, we say we want to buy a TV. What does the marketer do to us? This from looking at the box, they tell us what are the features, what are the functions that are there in this product, Sony TV. They'll tell us all the good things about the TV, and they're pitching it, so we buy it. Similarly, product box exercise is something that happens right in the beginning of a project for example, you want to create a iPhone. The product is iPhone. We want to create an iPhone. So the community sit together, the stakeholders, and they speak about the great features and functions that they will like in this cell phone. The product, so it's like thinking about visualizing a product and saying, what are my likes? What are my dislikes? What is there I like to see in the features? And the team is listening to all this, and they are developing a vision of the product, right? So just like how, so PMI in the book, when you read it, will say, just like a marketer speaks about what should be there in the product, what is there in that product. Similarly, stakeholders speak about what would they like to see in that product that will be created. Marketer talks about a product that is already created, but stakeholders are visualizing and saying, I would like a feature like X, Y, Z, A, B, C. And also they're saying what they like in similar products and what they do not like. And the team is sitting there and they're listening to this. They're listening to this and understanding what is the true need of the stakeholders. So when they start building the product, they exactly cater to it. And this is exactly what is listed in the when you read the PMI guide, this is what is listed: likes and dislikes, features and functions, understanding what is it that stakeholders need, and then visualizing it. And when you start developing the product, catering to that dialogue and discourse that happened during product box exercise. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So for everyone, like this is what is product box. It's just 4 lines written in PMBOK guide, and you must read those 4 lines. And actually, those 4 lines are exactly what I just said right now. This is what is written there, right? Because they picked it up from a management book. They've literally lifted and shifted it here. So PMBOK guide is not something that has been written. It's a lift and shift of different concepts that are available in different management books. Product box exercise is one of the ways of development of product. Something that happens early in the project lifecycle, where we kind of have some focus groups on what would be the great features and functions of this product that we are trying to create. What are my likes and what are my dislikes? And the team that is going to build this product is sitting there listening and visualizing the needs of the stakeholders and adjusting their mindset to how they will be creating that product, right? Once that happens and team exactly knows what they've heard, they focus on stakeholder needs over what they think would be good in the product. So vision, desire, and state. It is done at the beginning of the project, sometimes even before the project is started, or mostly it is before the project is started. And vision is a very short description which may contain a very high-level description of solution, key objectives, who are the key consumers of the product, how are we different from all other competitors or competitive approaches that makes this product a little unique, the vision, and key features, very high-level features and functions, which are also called high-level requirements. Recent exam question has been a very thin, lightweight document that serves as a constant reminder to a team. Constant reminder. It is just like this, that, when teams start working on a project and they move like this, they always turn back to the vision. They look at the vision and they move again, and they turn back, so that they always remind themselves that what they are heading to, because vision was established and they start moving, but they always turn back. It's just like hikers. I don't know if you've been on hiking trip for 4, 5, 7 days, but when you start hiking the trails, and when you go like 7 miles, 8 miles, they all stop. They turn back and they look down, because going up the trails look different, coming down the trails look extreme. You'll be surprised if you took pictures going up, and right there you stand and take pictures down. You'll be like, did I really? Is this how it looks? Right? So teams act the same way. When they are building these great products, services, and results, they constantly remind themselves of the vision. They turn back, so they do not ever take their eyes off the vision, right? That's the idea. Now, hikers do the same thing. They turn back because sometimes they get lost when they come down because they sometimes feel that this is all foreign to me. I never saw this. That's why they turn back. Just like how hikers turn back every now, then, and often, similarly, teams also turn back and remind themselves about what the vision is. Sometimes during the course of 1 to 3 years, we get so busy that we steer away from the vision. We get a little misaligned. It is important to stay aligned with the vision. Project managers must do a great job at this by having these various kickoff meetings to communicate the vision. So team stays aligned with the vision. The work that we do stays aligned with the vision. That is the idea, right? So that's what it talks about here. From exam standpoint, this is your exam question. All that what is here, desired future state and a constant reminder of something that needs to be achieved is a document called the vision document. Project charter. Now, this is where we do a lot of whiteboarding right now. So we will, this is very important, guys, and this is about 8 questions on the exam. No PMP exam has ever been passed without mastering, right here. Okay, escape, right here. So we'll insert a slide here and insert a new slide. And I will present to you what a project charter is. So you will take some good notes because everything that I will write is an exam question. So let's write down the project charter. Project charter. So first, who develops it? Sponsoring organization. If you go and talk to a project manager in the bank and tell them that who develops the project charter, they will say, I develop it. My sponsor doesn't have the time to do it. So they will always say that, and that's true. So, but the accountability of charter lies with the sponsoring organization. That authority of writing may be delegated to a project manager or someone else, but accountability lies with them. But PMI, because they're constantly listening to the community of project managers, recently added some context to this. They said sponsoring organization is accountable for development of project charter. So if you see a question on the exam, please say sponsoring organization. However, in real world, PMI says and states now very clearly that it is strongly recommended that project managers should be acquired during this time, and they must actively participate in development of the project charter, because when they will do that, they will develop a firm understanding of what this project is all about in the earlier stages. That is the idea. Project managers must actively participate. So who writes it? Let's say sponsoring organization, because it's for PM. Now, what happens when this document called project charter gets signed off by this limited high authority audience? When they sign it off, what happens? What happens when the project charter gets signed off? Project gets authorized. Exam question, the second exam question from here. The project authorized. Project get authorized when the sponsoring organization signs off on the charter. Now, the third exam question that you will find is, what happens when the project charter get authorized? When the project charter get authorized, sponsoring organization now is passing on the baton or the authority to the PM and saying, PM, go ahead. I'm permitting you to expand the resources. Utilize the resources allocated for this project. Till that time, project managers have no authority on the project. Their authority, this is the starting of project managers' authority on a project when the project charter gets signed off and the project is authorized. This is like the blessing from the sponsoring organization saying, well, go ahead. I'm giving you the authority to use the resources that I have put aside for this project. And when I say resources, I mean the time, the financial resources, the assets such as infrastructure, people, their skills, and everyone that organization not necessarily owns, but has. So they're given these resources saying, go ahead. Now, what happens now? So projects get authorized, PM gets allocated. If they're there, they will get allocated to the project, and the project now PMs can start doing the planning. Authorization leads to starting of the project or planning of the project. Planning of the project can be started now, right? Till the time project charter is not authorized, there is no starting and planning of the project. Planning of the project can now start, and project managers will become accountable for planning of the project with their teams. Now the accountability is shifting from the leadership to the team, leadership to the project manager and the team, right? So who writes it? The sponsoring organization. Who writes it? The sponsoring organization. Why do they create it? To authorize the project. What does authorization means? Move into planning and expand or utilize the resources allocated to the project. So another question is, when is a PM acquired on the project, right? So when is a PM acquired on the project? So if I let's say, let's ask Gilles. Gilles, what do you think? When does a PM get acquired on the project? Okay, Gilles. Funke, when do you think a PM gets acquired on the project?
Preferably, they would be acquired while the project charter is being created so they can actively participate.
Oh, okay. So Funke says preferably, and actually the answer from PMI's standpoint or real world standpoint is whenever the constraints permit. Because look, I'm in the initiating of the project and I don't have money, $100 an hour for the project manager. What would I do? Acquire a project manager and put the project in debt in the beginning? No, I'll say I'll use what I have. Maybe I'll bring the project manager in the planning. Project manager should be acquired as early as possible in the life cycle of the project. Ideally in the earlier stages. Ideally, look, but if I don't have money, I'll run this project on my own as much as I can till I feel that, okay, now it is not possible. I need a plan, right? As early as possible. So there is nothing like must in project management. Keep this in mind. There is an ideal state for everything. Ideally early, but if not, if the constraints do not permit me, if we do not have the funding, if we do not, let me first of all, just hold on. Yeah, there we go. I just mute someone. So if the constraints do not permit me, I can't have the project manager acquired early. So, but ideally, project manager should be acquired as early as possible in the life cycle of the project. Ideally, when the project charter is being developed, ideally, right? So in the exam, your answer would be as early as possible, right? But it's totally on, it's a game of constraints. If you do not have the funding, how would you get a project manager early, right? You may get them right at the beginning of planning and not have them for 2 months period and save those 40 grand that you're going to pay for the PM salary, right? So project management is becoming a great field actually. If you move towards senior project management in government right now, some of the project managers that are working in the government projects, they make anywhere between $130 to $145, $50, $60 an hour, right? It's a normal ongoing rate for a program manager or a project manager. So a great field if the money is attractive to you. So it's a great field, and PMP would help you get there, right? Because without PMP, you cannot even enter into a federal project, government project right now. So normal ongoing rate for a PM right now from intermediate to $98 an hour to $150, $155, depending on the authority and the kind of project and the complexity you can handle, right? Great area to be part of right now. So again, looking at this map, now the next question is, what does a project charter contain? So if you were thrown into an organization and they didn't have a template for a project charter, I've been a part of an organization with low project management maturity, Lincoln Financial in Philadelphia, in my early career. where we did not have a template for project charter. So we had to Google and create our own Word templates. So, but PMI has recommended certain items that should be part of the project charter, and most organizations that I've been part of have kind of like revolved their charters around those certain sentiments. Let's take a look at why they are like that, right? So what does, first of all, project charter contains everything at a very high level. If you go look, think about it like this. Project charters are developed by leadership, sponsoring organization. Do you think they are going to sit there and write details? Like requirement, I'm going to have a workshop. They don't have the time for all this. So it is kept very lightweight. So all the items in project charter are high level, always high level, high level, high level. Now listen to this and hear this very carefully, because from today, this will become, so the class is ending somewhere here, but this is the starting point of starting the project. The next chapter called Starting the Project starts with this foundational knowledge. This is what will become instrumental in your success in consuming the information in class number 3 and class number 4. What I'm presenting right now. So even if you are tired, take a deep breath and now be with me for next 10 minutes, because what I'm going to write is foundation for day 3 and day 4, right? So let's open our mind, ears, and brain for another 10 minutes, because after 10 minutes, we can let go. Really, after that, it's all easy. This is the part where I want you to take good notes. So what does a project charter contain? Let's get one slide in here. What does a project charter contain? Any document, organizational document that you will ever write, any document, whether it is a business case, whether it is a project charter or a project management plan, must first clearly show the purpose, objective, and background, sometimes called the executive summary. This is something that you literally lift and shift from the business case and drop it into your project charter. So the project charter, what does it contain? Purpose, objective, and background. Once you have this kind of like consistently messaged from the previous business document, usually it is the business case. Once you got this here, then starts the real and true meat of this template called project charter. The first component of the project charter is clear documentation of what is the scope of the project, what will be included, and what will be excluded. Now let's say you want to build, you have a website going, desktop computer-based website. Now want to build a mobile application. You said the scope of the project is to build a mobile application for our current desktop application. And exclusions, you said this is what is included in the scope mobile application. Exclusion is all work on desktop application is excluded. You right now conveyed, so any stakeholder, when you started collecting the requirements, talked about desktop, you said, oh, this project is only about mobile application. How about this? I'll just write this down and we will park it somewhere. But this project has nothing to do with desktop. It's only mobile application project included. Now, after the scope, you write down the second aspect, high level requirements. Now look, inclusion is build a mobile application. Now stakeholders have put some high level requirements. They said, we like in our mobile application, view account functionality. We like pay bill functionality. We like e-transfer functionality. So they are writing down all these requirements, high level requirements that map to the scope. No requirements are being documented for desktop application. only high level. So requirements should always map to the included scope. That's the second part of project charter. So first understand what work needs to be done right here. Scope and requirements. Then understand what is the high level schedule. Now look at the charter level. The schedule may look like this. Very simple. It may be like this. It may say start of the project date, end date, and then it may say the different milestones, requirements done at this time, project management plan done, development or construction done, and release done. There you go. A high level milestone has been put. It could be graphical, it could be matrix form, it could be a blend of two. Then we know now this work in this time. So what's the next step? Next step is high level budget. A high level budget. So budget could be $1 million. Now look at the range here. Plus minus 25% to plus 75%. Look at this. The sponsor is signing off on a project where they're saying $1 million is allocated, but I'm also ready with another $750,000. The reason why they sign off on such a wide range, this is crazy to sign off any project on, but this is just the beginning. And the reason why they have signed off on such a wide range, and this is called rough order of magnitude. Rough order of magnitude. Why? Because look, there are only 3 requirements here right now. After, when the planning starts, the project manager and the team will go and meet the stakeholders, and they will collect probably 100 requirements for this mobile application. That's why they have put this wide range, because of no information at this time. So sponsors they readily accept this range at this time in the early stages. But when the project goes into planning, this range, because we will have all the information and requirement with us, will be compressed to minus 5% to plus 10%. But at the end of planning, and it will be called at that time definitive order of magnitude. When we create the plan, our estimates become more definite. But during the early stages, our estimate remain a little, they're wide. In the early stage, they're wide because there is no information available. Right now, we only have 3 requirements here. So this work, look at this work followed by how long would it take to complete the work, followed by what will be the cost. Now, the fifth component of your project management plan would contain, so let's go here, let's put this. Fifth component of your project management plan would contain high level list of resources. Who will perform this work? So up till now, what is the work? How long would it take? How much would it cost? Now, who will perform the work? Who will perform the work? Or high level list of stakeholders, whatever you may want to call it, resources and stakeholders in the charter. Number 6, high level list of stakeholders, then high level list of risks. What opportunities are presented to us right now, and what are the threats that may derail our project? What opportunities and what threats? A very high level view of that. Number 7 contains not all the work in the project will be done internally. Not all project work will be done internally. Some work will be done by external resources. So project charter contains any agreements or contract information, or vendor information. It contains agreement or contract-based information or any vendor information, right? The work that cannot be performed internally, bring it from outside. So this is all internal work, and that's external work. Then project charter also contains elements such as remember vision, how does this project align to the strategic, what is the strategic alignment, or how does this project align with the vision? How is it addressing the business need? A very important statement that is made in the project charter. Every charter shows its alignment with the vision. How does it align? What objective are you trying to meet which will help realize the vision? Strategic alignment. Number 9, it contains the success criteria. What are the different success criteria of this project? Success criteria. Number 10, it contains assumptions, that high-level assumptions that you're making, and what are the limitations that we face right now. What are the assumptions and constraints? And last, it shows name of the sponsor, name of the PM, if the PM has been allocated, the name of the PM, and one of the famous PMI question, authority of the project manager. What kind of authority has been given to the project manager? Remember, it says team charter contains bestow level of decision making, the level bestowed on team members. Sponsors have also bestowed a certain level of authority on the PM, and that is listed in the project charter. Project charter has authority to spend $1 million plus 75% plus another 20% plus another 5% plus they can make decisions for small change requests. All that is mentioned in the project charter. So authority of the PM and the extent of the authority given to PM, how questionable it is, how unquestionable it is. Everything is listed here in the project charter. So there's sequential flow. Scope, followed by requirements, followed by how long would it take? How much would it cost? Who will work? These people will cause risks. All the work cannot be done internally, so acquire from outside. Then, how does the project align with the vision? Success criteria, assumptions and constraints, name of the project, sponsor, name of the PM. If the PM is allocated, they may not be allocated at this time, and authority of the PM. This is what a charter contains, and our next slide speaks about it. Very clearly. Look, purpose, objective, background, sometimes called executive summary. Measurable project objectives and success criteria. And actually does not even do justice to how we have prepared it. Scope followed by requirements. We talked about the description, background, etc. here. Overall project risk, schedule, resources, stakeholder, exit and entry criteria, success criteria, exit, entry, assign project manager and authority, name and authority of the project sponsor. Look at this, guys. They are missing things like assumptions and constraints, alignment with org strategy or the vision. They are missing those things. This is PMI for you. So, but remember the tip, always high level information. High level, the moment in the exam you see high level requirements, you will say we are in the early stages of the project or we are in initiating of the project, right? So before we move forward, I'll take a couple of questions here. And
hey, Matt, I'm sorry. I have a quick question, please.
Yeah, please.
Why is it listed as list risk? Can you go back to the previous slide, please?
How?
Why is it listed as overall risk? I thought everything in the project charter is on a high level. But
yeah, so we'll ignore overall risk. We will just say high level risk. You know, at the charter level, there is this idea to understand. So all projects, they are evaluated. When projects start, we fill up a spreadsheet. There are some numbers that we insert into a model. All major projects, when they start, at the portfolio level, we insert some numbers, some figures about these projects into a model. Model generates a risk profile for the project, a risk profile. And based on the risk profile, approach for the project is defined. Approach, how are we going to execute the project? What is the level of rigor we want to approach? So overall risk means, is this a high risk project, medium risk project, or a low risk project, right? If it is a low risk project, I don't want to bring the mumbo jumbo of this PMO office and this and that and increase the project expenditure to so much that it will be difficult to even execute that opportunity. So sometimes we want to use lightweight approach to execute a project because the risk is considerably low. But if I'm working on a regulatory project, and when I start injecting these numbers into the model, which tells me what level of rigor I need to apply in execution of the project, it invariably throws out a high risk project, which means that now I need to bring the best resources, the best teams, the best assets to execute the project because it is mission critical and we need to apply the approach at the highest level of rigor. That's what overall risk means. But from exam standpoint, it's not important. All right, guys, any questions?
So just wanted to confirm your definite order of magnitude was -5 to +5?
No, I said -5 to +10%, but bear this in mind. Every organization has created their own threshold, right?
Okay.
Recommended threshold and their own threshold. Every project had its own, even within organizations, sponsors have their own threshold for risk, appetite for risk. So what PMI says is in the early stages, our range may be a little wide, and it could be anywhere between -25% to +75%. But I think before you go into executing and the planning end, your range must definitely be compressed. It should be, actually someone just hold on. The range should be compressed because now you've done a lot of extensive planning. Information is available to you. You can't run the project at this range. You have to make it tight, because only when it is tight is when sponsors will say, I have confidence in the estimate. It could be -5 to +10%. It could be +10 to -10%. They could also be -15 to +15%. Depends on organizational threshold. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I have a last question. Sorry, this is Pooja here. What is the correlation between the project charter and the statement of work document?
So what is the correlation between the project charter and statement of work document? You know, when you're working on government projects and we want to acquire a vendor, so what we do is we write some high level requirements, and that high level requirement is given to the vendor. We don't give them a project chart. We give them a statement of work, the high level requirements. The vendor looks at it and estimates your project. And then when we approve it, they may write the project charter for us at that time, right? They may write the charter for this. So statement of work are those high level requirements that are sometimes given to a vendor. Also take a look at it this way, that when I work in an organization as a full-time employee, I write a project charter. And to write a project charter, my boss gives me a business case. I can use a business case, but imagine when the vendor comes into the organization, we don't give them a business case, then we will compromise our strategy with the vendor. So what we do is we give them a statement of work, or these 7-8 items that they will work on. They estimate that and they provide us an estimate. So statement of work, right? What work third party, someone is going to perform. So usually statement of work is used for a third party to get into some kind of an agreement. After statement of work is approved, now this third party may write your project charter. Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Hemant, this is Vipul. So could you please explain? I did not understand that how can a sponsor write a project charter and even approve it?
I can hear you. Sorry, I can hear you. Just hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, let me just.
Hemant?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Hemant, I need to understand, like when you said how can a sponsor write a project charter and even approve it? Because what my understanding of a project when I was handling it, it's a project engineer or manager who writes an AOC or AEC, which is approval of concept of approval of expenditure. It goes to the sponsor, which is usually engineering manager or maintenance manager, and they approve it. That's how the process goes. How come I know they would approve it, but do they even write it?
So look, this is what it is. Now this is PMI's world. That's why in the beginning I said, if I went to banking and I told, like for example, me, when I started my career, and someone said, hey, you don't write a project, I was like, you are kidding me, right? You're kidding me. So when you read, so that's what PMI, when you want to pass the exam, you forget about how you execute project. You say, let's embrace what they're saying for next 3 months. But really in the real world, also, the idea of project charter is sponsors of responsibility. But is a senior vice president going to sit and write a project charter? No. They may not have a project charter, but they have resources who will perform this work for them. They delegate this work to someone, right? And it is their job to authorize the project so that the project managers can take this responsibility of executing the project. Keep this in mind. It's very important to understand this. Success of the project lies, the total responsibility of the success of the project is sponsor's responsibility. Look, I'm a project manager. I went to the sponsor. I said, can I have 3 QAs on this project? Because there's a lot of quality work that needs to happen. The sponsor said, forget about it, my friend. You do the QA work. What are you going to do during that time? Now, the project manager had no resources to perform the QA, and there were so many defects that were raised that the project just got compromised. Now, which decision led to the failure of this project? The sponsor. So charter is such a powerful document that it is actually the response. Any organization you go to, it's written, charter is sponsor's responsibility. But if they acquire a project manager, they delegate that responsibility to them. But the primary sign-off person on the project charter remains the sponsor. So PMI's world. In real world, what happens is a totally different story. And I started the entire thing with, if you tell this to any project manager who would say, well, I write the project charter, who says sponsor? I always write it. But in the book of management, this is what they have said. Does that make sense?
I would agree. That's why I was a bit confused because it like what's here and what's in the real world is a bit different.
Yeah, it's a little different, yeah, but for the next 2-3 months, we can just embrace what's here because it helps us pass the exam.
Yeah.
This is Jason here.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, yeah, I'll take it. Jason here. So this is the last chapter of this, last topic of this chapter. So we started with build a team and then write the ground rules. So my question is like, does it happen in sequence? Are we reaching in a project charter when the ground rules have already been written?
No, there is no sequence, right? That's the whole thing is, there is no sequence. Look, building shared understanding of the project, I do it on day one, the moment I reach the project. First, I build shared understanding with myself by understanding the business need. And then I get Theo, one of my first resource, I talk to Theo, I said, Theo, the vision here is to build this project like this. Now Theo acquired 3 other resources under him. He says, Theo communicates the same vision to his team. So it's a constant process. All these 7 topics that are listed, they're from beginning to the end with varied level of rigor depending on the project that you're working on. And there is no sequence here, right? Of course, when you are a project manager, who starts building the team on day one? Do I? No, I don't. What do I do on day one? I am going to the sponsor, trying to understand what is this project all about. Sometimes I don't even have the authority to hire a person in the beginning. I'm sitting there reading a document to develop firm understanding of why am I there today, right? Why have they acquired me as much as I have been told in the interview, but that is not enough. Now I'm reviewing, having my meetings, developing understanding of the project. For me, developing understanding of the project is the first thing. So PMI will never test you on what is the first thing to do because there's nothing like a first thing on a project. What if you are a PM and someone got fired and you got hired during executing? Are you going to build the team right now? No, you will immediately start executing the project by quickly doing some learning that can happen in, like sometimes they hit the road, ground running, or whatever we say. What does that mean? It means quickly start delivering because you are in that stage of the project, right? So all these are principles, and their rigor will vary based on the time of the project, delivery of the project, and the kind of industry you're working on. All these are in play. That's why the design of the book is the way it is now. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Even RACI, ground rules, they're all happening at the right time based on the project, right?
They're principles. Apply them when the need be. That's the entire thing. But these are all good practices. Use them, consume them. That's the idea. Okay?
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, guys? It's 4:25. We're still stuck on project charter, but I'll take one more question. Okay, good. All right, there we go. I have to continue muting someone and then it just pops up again. Okay, so we said kickoff meeting. Initially, version 1 to version 6, when you wrote the exam and they said they will ask a specific question, they would say, when does kickoff meeting happen? And we all had to select one answer. Answer was at the end of planning, when the project management plan is signed off, just before executing, there should be a kickoff meeting. Ideal time, actually, most of the team is there. Good time to have it. But now PMI says, well, it's not true, actually. Kickoff meeting can happen at numerous times when you're building the team initially, then if the team size increases, then at different times in the project, as and when there is a need, or when there is any change to the project has taken place, right? Immediately start a kickoff meeting at that time. A big change has happened on the project. Sponsor has changed, right? What would you do? I think it's time to invite the sponsor and let's have a good kickoff meeting with the team one more time to constantly remind them of the vision of the project. That's the goal of kickoff meeting. Constantly remind the team about what are we here for, right? So look, what is the purpose of kickoff meeting? It establishes the project context. So if it helps establish the project context, why not do it at different times on the project from beginning to the end? Why not just do it? Second, team formation. Formation is not an event. If you read PMBOK guide, sometimes we try to become sequential. The idea is to leave each topic the way it is and learn it, and not try to create a mapping of this, right? Not try to create what happens next. There is nothing happening next year. Everything is happening in parallel or not happening maybe if your project does not warrant that, right? So keep that in mind. So kickoff meeting during a vision statement, during team charter, during, as Peter had initially said, right here, prioritization is a great time. The requirement documentation is a great time. And kickoff meeting could be part of sprint 0 is also kickoff meeting, the initial formation of the team in agile environment. So from exam standpoint, kickoff meeting are a great tool to establish project context. Don't have it once, twice, thrice, have it as need basis. In the exam, there is a question on a drastic change on the project warrants a kickoff meeting, right? A change on the project that changes the pursuit of goal is a time when a kickoff meeting may help establish the context of the project. So keep that in mind from kickoff meeting standpoint. And we go to, let's see how many slides are there. Just some more. So next is T-shaped individuals. What are T-shaped individuals, right? What is T-shaped? So let's talk about T-shaped a little bit. Now, we said distributed team or co-located team. The idea is virtual co-location. If it's a distributed team, we can still have that experience of co-location by establishing this using collaboration technology. And the idea should be to have this face-to-face communication, maybe not physical, but real time. the idea, right? So what is T-shaped individual? So it was actually a study that was conducted, and this is what they found. They said co-location helps in, let's take this off here. So we learn about T-shaped here. Let's T-shaped. So what is T-shaped? So when the teams get co-located, and it could be, if they're a distributed team, it could be virtual co-location. It could be virtual co-location, whichever way, as long as it is face-to-face and the communication is being kept real time. What happens? What is the primary benefit of this is there is this unconscious learning that happens when teams work together in pods. There is unconscious learning. Unconscious learning. Unconscious learning is a phenomena. There's a phenomena that occurs because of this. It is called osmotic communication. We may be doing our work, but we are also listening to other team members. Maybe it is not a deliberate effort to hear, but the information is coming to us when teams work in co-located spaces, in pods. Virtual co-location is taking place, and we are listening to each other performing the work. There's this great learning that is taking place, training that is taking place, and it's happening in subconscious, unconscious, subconscious, right? Osmotic communication takes place. What osmotic communication does is, most of the time when we hire a resource, do we hire a mediocre resource? If we had a choice to hire an expert and a mediocre, we always try to get the best resource in the budget that is available to us, right? That's why we interview not one person. We interview multiple people. Why? Because we try to get the best resource in the constraints that we have, the best possible resource. So in other words, we try to get the expert. So our teams are formed of mostly I-shaped individuals. But when they get co-located, what happens is they hear about these other areas. Engineering person hears about design hears about how requirements were gathered, and they all speak about how project managers did a great meeting and soft skills are also being developed. So slowly they become they're experts in the area, but they also become these not experts, but they also have knowledge about other areas. T-shaped individuals are called journalizing specialists, and they become journalizing. So journalizing specialist is not an art or a training or a school where you can go and become a journalizing specialist. It is a phenomena that occurs when teams start working in shared areas, when they start listening to each other, and sometimes it is subconscious and unconscious learning phenomena called osmosis, right? Osmosis, how a sponge starts absorbing water. Sometimes we don't even realize how much knowledge we have. Only when we start talking to people, this demonstration of knowledge takes place, right? Because all our life we have been listening to so many things, we have accumulated this information, and there is this time when we liberate the information, right? And when that liberation, then you surprise yourself, whoa, I didn't know I knew this. You know it because you were working with these experts who were experts like you in other areas, right? If you're an expert in one area, you become an expert in the other two because you know the process of learning. Experts are people who have, if not mastered, but they have consumed the information really well, and they have applied the information really well. So a great way to create a T-shaped individual is co-location, and that is what is on the PMP exam. If you've just seen the flow that I created for you, it will help you answer those questions, right? Are we good here? Did you all understand what T-shaped is? Good, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Right? Awesome. Great. So continue moving to our next slide, and it is iteration planning. Iteration planning. You know, did you guys get time to, how many of you did not attend the session that we had on the Tuesday or Wednesday? I don't know when we had the session. Most of you came, but there is a video, guys, there, right? It is exactly what happened in the session. It kind of like simulates it because it was done for the previous class that happened in January. And I personally feel that if you want to read this guide effectively, you need to have solid understanding of adaptive philosophy as well as predictive philosophy. There is nothing like what is better and what is bad here. The idea is, can I apply both and use the best of these two worlds? That's the idea here, right? So bear that in mind. That is why if you want to enter this PMP course and if you want to remain effective from day 3 onwards, up till now it has been very lightweight session. Day 3 and day 4 are complex days, by the way. So I will ask you to prepare yourself to take some, hits here, because there will be some knowledge coming your way, more information, deeper conversations, more collaboration will be required. Cameras should be on that day, day 3 and day 4. All cameras have to be on. Very important, because the topic is extremely heavy, called starting the project. The entire guide is chapter 1 and chapter 2. 3, 4, 5 are child play. Really, it's nothing in there. Chapter 1 and chapter 2. You dedicate time now in the 4th session, you are ready, PMP ready. You don't study right now and don't do as instructed, you're not ready. It is a very simple phenomena for PMP. It's not like peaking at the right time. It's about peaking now, right now, because all of us have the maturity, right? We are here. And initially is when the knowledge is coming your way with 2 core areas: creating a high-performing team and starting the project. It's a huge chapter. It's about 92 pages in this guide that you have, the small little book that you have 92 pages. If there are 92 pages in that chapter, that means we'll cover 45 in one class and 45 in the other class, right? So there is some information coming here. So you prepare yourself this week. You have to work really hard. I will have a review. I always like my second review with the class because I talk about starting the work, creating the foundation. Because only when you have the foundation, knowledge flow can take place. Otherwise, there is no knowledge flow. Just dumping slides is not what I like to do. Its conversation is very important. Story of project management must be conveyed in the best possible manner to keep it as interesting as possible. That's the idea behind our sessions, right? Don't treat this as any other course. This is not any other course. This is really and truly our pursuit, your and mine, towards some knowledge, some more knowledge in life, right? If PMP comes our way in this pursuit, and of course it will be really that cherry on everything that we are going to create together here, right? That's the goal here. Let's continue to work hard, and at the end, if you can get PMP, oh, really? And I will do whatever I can, as I always say, to help you get there. Whatever I can do with my sessions. If I need to dedicate 2 hours of my personal life every week with you for next 60 weeks, I'm willing to do that, right? So all of us have to mutually work hard here a little bit, for me and for you. As much as you need to study this guide, I also need to study this guide as much as you do. It's a new book for me, just as it is for you, right? Both of us are working hard together here. I'm reading as much as you are reading, so that I don't look at my slides to teach you, and I convey exactly what is listed in the PMBOK guide to you, so that when you go home and you reflect upon it and say, yes, exactly, this is what was said in the class, right? That's why I like to whiteboard to you and throw these things out, so you take your notes, so we do some good work here together, right? All right, let's keep moving. So that was T-shaped for us. Iteration. So we came to iteration. I said it's very important to look at that 2 hour and 40 minutes video for you to create a foundation. Iteration is that one phase in Agile, from sprint planning to daily stand-up, the second phase, to third, the sprint review or demo or iteration review, and finally retrospective. The 4 stages are called an iteration. Iteration planning is one of the ways of communicating the shared vision or developing or building shared understanding of the project. For that iteration, what is it that we are trying to achieve? Team says we are delivering 4 requirements, or in Agile, we call them user stories. So they all know now in the next 4 weeks, we are delivering 4 user stories. That's it. Now they start moving. All of them have shared understanding of the project. So iteration planning is one of the ways, solid, great ways of developing or building shared understanding of the project. So again, one more time, that 2 hour and 40 minutes, if you miss the session that we had, the review session, then that will be beneficial. And the Tuesday or Thursday session, or Monday, Tuesday or Thursday, whenever we'll have that session on starting the project, the review of what is coming your way, starting the project, the mindset development, everyone, all of us should try to attend that session called the mindset development, starting the project. If you hear those, if you're there for those 2 hours, you got 50% in your back pocket right there. Now you're coming to the class a little more relaxed. So it's about sparing those 2 hours from, I know all of us are busy. If you can spare those 2 hours, it will be all worthwhile. Otherwise, for some, I can tell you now, there will be a struggle in the next 3rd and the 4th class. There will be challenging sessions there. Challenging information is coming our way, right? Okay. So that's iteration planning for you. Iteration planning is a great way of building shared understanding of the project. And iteration in Agile has 4 components. The first component is called iteration planning, or sometimes called sprint planning. The second component is called daily stand-up, or sometimes called daily scrum. The third part of the iteration is called iteration review, or sprint review, or sometimes also called a demo. And the fourth component of this iteration is called the retrospective, sometimes also called lesson learned. And this right here, from iteration planning to retrospective is called, this is called right here a iteration, or sometimes a sprint. So when we do iteration planning right here, what happens is, we talked about it in our session, what happens, we are able to establish what are we going to deliver from here to here, so that all the team understands right here what are they planning to deliver through this iteration. So iteration planning is a great way to build shared understanding of the project for that specific iteration. That is the reason why it is iteration planning, right? All the team understands here, entire team understand what requirements will be delivered as part of this journey from here till here, right? So there are 4 components to an iteration: iteration planning or sprint planning, daily stand-up or daily scrum, sprint review, demo or iteration review, whatever you may want to call it, retrospective or lesson learned. Next, we all talked about right here this. Any questions around fist of 5, Roman voting, polling, and dot voting? We discussed it right in the beginning. We drew some pictures. Any questions around this? Are we good? Simple, right? Very, very simple. All of them are decision-making techniques. Decision-making techniques. And so right here, this picture speaks about dot voting. Look, all the user stories are listed here. The teams are putting their dots right here, and any user story. So these are all requirements listed. These are all requirements right here. Requirements are listed. So all the requirements that are getting maximum dots are getting high priority, are becoming must. This is a must. This is a must. This is a must. This is a must. So everything is becoming a must, right? So look, nothing got give. So this is indifferent, or won't. There you go, right? That's the idea. That is the idea behind this. This helps in making decisions and moving forward. A great collaborative game with stakeholders. Then there are three here: t-shirt sizing, story pointing, and planning poker. T-shirt sizing and story pointing will be not the topics for today. They will be topics for starting the project. And we will talk about them. Very, very, very simple topics. But we'll take a look at planning poker a little bit using the picture we have. XP metaphor, we're coming back to that, but let's just take a look at right here. Planning poker. So planning poker starts with right here as shown in the picture. Look at this. The product owner or the PM starts this discussion. All the stakeholders have this deck of cards in front of them right here. This lying in front of them, the deck of cards. And product owner or the PM, the product owner or the PM starts the discussion and explains the user story. Explains the user story or the requirement to the stakeholders. Tells them about what is this all about. In some very lightweight details, provides them three things: how complex it is, how much risk is involved, and what is the level of effort. And stakeholders are given the cards. Look, these are the cards. 1 or 2 written in 1, then 1, 2. So 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 plus 2 is 5. 5 plus 3 is right here 8. 8 plus 5 is 13. 13 plus 8 is 21. 21 plus 13 is 34, and so on. This is called Fibonacci series, right? So product owner explains the first user story right here, and the team maybe shows some cards, and they show 2 and 3, 2 and 3, 3. So they come to a consensus that it will be 2 story points. What 2 story points mean to the team could be 1 resource, 2 days of work maybe, or 1 resource, 1 day of work. How it translated is a different thing, but planning poker is about estimating not based on accurate actual days, but on relative sizing. Relative sizing. This is the idea of Agile. Relative sizing. So planning poker is an estimation technique. So is the previous one that we talked about, which was story pointing and what was the other one? T-shirt sizing. They all are the same. T-shirt sizing, story pointing, and planning poker. They're all estimation techniques. Polling, dot voting, and all other things, Roman voting, fist of 5, etc., all decision-making techniques. Moscow analysis and Cano analysis are prioritization techniques. So there we go. This is our planning poker. And then there is XP metaphor. I said metaphor should be very simple and non-technical. The idea is remember the future, right? It's that one-line statement. Sometimes the project gets too technical. And when the projects become too technical, what happens is the teams also, sometimes they get overwhelmed by, what are we trying to achieve here? Stakeholders, especially stakeholders, the business owners. So it is very important to create that one-line statement that speaks about what this project is all about. XP does a fabulous, phenomenal job at establishing that, right? One-line statement, and everyone understands what this project is all about. So that's XP metaphor. We talked about it. T-shirt sizing and story pointing, very interesting concepts. We'll take a look at, not in a rush, but because it will be repeated so many times in the book, we'll get an opportunity. Now look, Abhay had asked in the beginning about product box exercise. And I said, well, it is something like, working with stakeholders, and stakeholders speak about what would they like to see in the project. What are they see in the product? So stakeholders are speaking about it, and the team is listening to it. Stakeholders speaking about in this product, I would like to have a feature where I could play any song anytime. In this product, or within Tesla. So in Tesla, you press a button in Tesla, and you say, you take a name of any singer in the world, the car will bring that song for you right there. The satellite brings the song right there. Press a button and I say, I want to listen to this. The car will pick up the song and bring it to you, right? So when they designed this idea, stakeholder must have said, wouldn't it be great to have a car, Tesla, to bring me all the songs without having any kind of subscription? Elon Musk said, of course I can do that. What I'll do is I'll increase the price of the car by $10,000 for that. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. And they got licenses for all the music or whatever it is, and they got it installed in the car right there. And they said, well, it will also be good to be able to type any name. One more product. They're visualizing this stereo for the car, right, in the screen. Would it be good to not have any stereo, but just the TV screen can do that? Oh, so we should create, because of music now, we'll create a TV screen in Tesla. Okay, done. Can I? So team is listening to all this design. Remember I said the idea, if you listen to Apple in the early days of creating these great products, they said cross-pollination, concurrent engineering, and deep collaboration. Cross-pollination, concurrent engineering, and deep collaboration. All teams, they do not work in sequences, sequential idea. The idea is in sync, together, like rugby. Together, the team, the design team, the requirement team, the development team, the product team moves together from beginning to the end to create the product. Unlike traditional approaches where we capture the requirement, drop them to the design team. Design team takes the requirement, drops them to the development team. Development teams take the requirement, gives them a test team. Sequential approach, right? So a product POC exercise is a great way of all the team members coming together and stakeholders speaking about what is it that they want, and team listens to it from the beginning itself. And they are also visualizing the same features and functions, likes and dislikes, and when they start building the project, this idea continues. This is not their idea now. They're only listening to the end user. What does my client want? I heard it from them as part of product box exercise. As you see, stakeholders try to, not anyone else, stakeholders try to describe the aspect of solution in the same way as I said in Best Buy, a marketer will describe the features of a product lying in the box. Exactly the same way. The product is not ready, but they're talking about it. What does it do? It helps priorities, likes and dislikes, different types of user, and what features and functions will bring the most value. What features and functions will bring the most value? That's why when I'm saying things, if you're taking notes, you are actually reading PMBOK guide with me. You're taking notes. I'm telling you exactly what's listed there. You're writing it down, right? It's very important to take these notes because product box is on the exam. And this is where this session, I think today will end. The last one is Kanban board. We've talked about it numerous times now. There is the Kanban board. So when a team is stressed, what should you do? So let's ask Teo. Teo, the team is stressed. What should you do? Take them out for drinks, right?
No, we prioritize, remove, reduce the workload, basically.
There you go. We reduce the work in progress. The mindset has answered the question. You were listening to a conversation that took place about 2 hours ago, and that's what makes it even exciting at 4:54 when we are ending the session. Makes it all very, very exciting. So awesome. So there we go. This is what we were supposed to cover today, and we completed it, right? So I'll take some Q&As. But before I take some Q&As, let me tell you about a very simple philosophy. All these leaders, they do one common thing. They all are doing one common thing for creating these explosive products, services, and results. They continue to do this one common thing. let's go to Femi. Femi, do you think what these all great innovators are doing, that one common thing, one word? Femi is not there, so we'll go to Farah. Farah, you there? What is that one common thing that, and everyone can chime in now. Everyone can chime in. Let's open it up. What is that they do?
They're great communicator.
Sorry?
Visualize future.
They all visualize future. What else? Leadership does not visualize future. They create purpose for themselves and also purpose for others. Yeah, what else? What else? Go ahead.
Look at a big picture.
The big picture. Good that we are picking up some content from here. They think about the big picture. What else?
They have
Sorry?
They have a high level of a desired future state.
Hemant, you're on mute.
Unmute.
So what they do differently is they all think. We don't think. They all think. They think because only when they think is when. So what does thinking do? You know what thinking does? Thinking helps us evolve ourselves from our current state and it takes us to the future state. So if you look at any of management right now, it will say of the 40 hours that a leader works, 10 hours should be about communicating with the team. And 10 to 15 hours are silo hours for thinking about how things are going. And they should do it independently. Thinking is done independently because this is what I tell you here, right here. So if you if I share a document, how would I go now? Let me just finish it off with this. So this is what we'll end the session here, right? There we go. New slide. Thinking. Thinking is so important in life. Thinking. Because we don't think anymore. We just don't have time to think. We don't think anymore. Most of us, 99% of us, don't think anymore. Actually, 99.9%. That's why innovation is only with 1.01%. People become the successful entrepreneurs in the world. 99.9% of people are not sitting and thinking about ourselves because we are not thinking. So the author says, why are we not thinking? Why are we not thinking? And he finds the answer, and she finds the answer in this. We are extremely busy. We become so busy. Neither we are like Trump, that we are the president of the United States, busy and still not busy, or whatever it is, busyness. Nor we are Jeff Bezos, nor we are Michelle Hunt, nor we are Tim Scott. And we are so busy. What are we busy for? That's where busyness is something that is letting us not to think. We go to work 9 to 5, we take our kids to soccer games, and suddenly we come back home, it's 10 o'clock, we go to bed. Where is the time to sleep actually? There is the time to think, no time to think. Weekends go with friends, families, and all that. Busyness. And when we get too busy with all these ideas that are sometimes so irrelevant in life, busyness causes stress. We're always stressed. We're always thinking about, hey, where did my time go? I was supposed to achieve this. I was supposed to achieve that. Nothing. The whole day went. What happened? Sundays, sometimes we burn the entire Sundays watching a bloody series. My brother-in-law my sister is married to a French. My brother-in-law loves TV, right? He's really well settled now. He does. He's an innovator, so he does very, very well. But now he does not care about his life. He just watches TV and he watches every series. Ask him about how are you doing? He'll say, "Did you watch the series?" That's the first thing that comes out. But I can't comprehend that anymore, right? My life, it doesn't work like that. So busyness causes stress, and he's always stressed also. He's like, man, I said, how is it going, Francois? Oh, I'm so stressed. Stressed about what? You didn't watch a series? Or about what? So he says stress. Stress causes, and he's always so tired, fatigue. It causes fatigue, right? Always, I'm so tired. And the best thing is, I'm busy doing a 9-to-5 job. I'm not innovating anything. I'm not running Amazon. I'm not running Tesla. I'm not going for the presidency of the United States. I am not even going for becoming a counselor, because becoming a counselor in itself is a huge achievement when you get people's momentum behind you. Getting people's momentum, we laugh at these counselors, but the amount of hard work these guys do to get people's momentum behind them, it's phenomenal. If someone said, Hemant, become a counselor, I was like, that's one thing I cannot do, because how would I motivate people to support me to vote for them? It's the biggest, the greatest achievement in anyone's life to get 300,000 people to vote for you. Try doing that once. So let's not judge people. Let's commend people on every achievement that they have. I think we will become part of their stories, and they will become part of our stories. So busyness causes stress. Stress causes fatigue. And this is where, when we get tired all the time, what do? We establish patterns in life. This job just works well for me. It's 9-to-5. Man, there is no risk in it. You know, I like it like that. We demonstrate this weakness because of a pattern in life that we have established to support the busyness, stress, and fatigue. Now we developed a pattern. You know who has pattern? Reptiles have pattern. You know, a snake, it lies down in the daytime and a frog will jump by it. It won't go and take a bite of the frog because this is the time it sleeps. It only hunts in the night. Lions, I've seen humans go around lions in the day. Try going around a lion in the night and see what happens to you. In the day, you can pat them because they really do not care. This is their nap time. It's a cat. It loves to sleep in the night, 18 hours. Try patting a lion during the hunting time and see what happens. It'll rip you off in a minute, right? So patterns, humans should never bind themselves to patterns. When patterns happen, what happened? We get surrounded by like-minded people, and this is the most dangerous place to be in. When we are surrounded by like-minded people who have patterns. They support our idea of life, we support their idea of life. And this is where the author says the first step in cleaning of life happens when you clean up people out of your life. Because some friends are not friends. They are there because you support their pattern. And they're not there for you. They're there because they need you, right? That's why they're there. So some friends are there just because they support the pattern. They're supporting our wrong patterns, bad patterns, and we're supporting their patterns. So like-minded people. So the author says, if you really and truly want to become an innovator of any sort or want to transform your life from point A to point B, you will have to eliminate some people from your life, because decluttering of life happens by removing some people that create an environment around you that is not the right environment for human growth. Human growth, not success, not money, human growth, the mind growth, right? Then once you remove these people, you're like, oh man, right? I'll give you a basic example. I used to go to a gym, and at 4 o'clock, I was in the gym in the morning. You know, when I met Dave, work out, run on the treadmill, and do what I need to do. And then I'll go to work. This was a pattern in life. Dave told me once I had to do something, and Dave told me something and said, well, he said, why do you even go to the gym? This is the best time to be productive. This is about 9 years ago. I said, actually, and I stopped going to the gym that day. I said, next day I got up at 4, and by 8 o'clock, I had already been ahead of people by 4 hours. 8 o'clock, I was fresh. I was ahead of my team, and I was like, okay, it's time for a nice coffee at 8. Otherwise, I would be running to a meeting with my steering committee at 8 o'clock. But now I was having a coffee because I was ahead of other people. I was used to waking up at 4, but I started using that time well. I said 4 to 8 is not the gym time. This is the most productive, quiet time of my life, and I must use it well. That's why I study in the morning. I still use the same pattern of my life. A pattern I broke to start a very positive pattern. And because of this new idea last 10 years ago, I established business and assets over $100 million. I've been able to do that very easily. I sit here with you, relax, and I talk to you now with everything on the side running like a casino, money being made by people. And I sit here and I talk to you and I enjoy this experience with you now. And I should not even be doing it after 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, but I don't liberate myself of an accountability that I have taken on myself. If Dave is not here, I can't have any third person doing this. I have to do this, right? So, and it's not about saving money. Who cares about money actually? Because I could be not teaching here, but making money by creating another idea. But this is where money is made. So true money is the knowledge, the wealth, the intellect that you develop talking to people. Then what happened was, then I'm less fatigued now because look, I'm going to sleep so like a baby today because I have been up since 3 o'clock. I walked on my treadmill and I read a book. I read a book for 25 minutes because that's the time I had. I read a book. Great. I read a book today. I prepared for my class really well. I created a new deck for you guys. I did everything that I needed to do. I am not stressed. And if you look at, I come back, I can think now. Now, next 2 hours, we wrap up this session. I think for 2 hours, 3 hours. I think about my Monday, the beautiful Monday that I need to create. I think about this new company that's starting. I think about my India team and what can I do for them. So you become a true servant leader in many different ways. So what I'm trying to say here is that all these great leaders, they think. They're able to find time just for themselves, for those 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or 40 minutes in a day, when they sit back and they say, let's think, what did I do today? And how much value did I generate? And what is it that I need to do tomorrow? How can I get ahead a little bit in my life, not ahead of others? Because all of these folks will say that there is only one principle in their life. Who cares about the competition? Let's make the best product out here. That's the whole idea, right? Let's give it to everyone else. Let them make a good product too, and we can help each other here, right? The innovation is helping each other. So questions, or we will wrap up the session.
I have a quick question. On planning poker, is there a maximum limit on the numbers that are shown on the deck to any of the stakeholders?
So look, if you look at it, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. So it also goes, 1 means a t-shirt size of extra small. 2 means extra small. So t-shirt sizing and planning poker are exactly the same. Then small, then extra, then medium, then large, then extra large. You can go up to 34 and 43, right? So days of effort, 43 may translate into maybe 2 weeks of work. I think that's where you stop. Then you break it down further a little bit more, right? So t-shirt sizing and planning poker is pretty much the same. Instead of number 1, we will say extra small. Instead of number 2, we'll say extra small. So there is no such limit to the size, but I think it automatically limits itself to 14 days of work. Okay. Any size that relates to relative sizing, relates to 10 to 14 days of work, we stop there. One resource, 10 days of work, stop there, because sprint is 1 to 4 weeks, right? Yeah.
Got it. Great. Thanks.
Hi, Hemant. A question. You told us there's an answer of metaphor to a question, just one word answer to a question. What that question would be?
So in the exam, the question would be, you are working as a team, and in the team, somewhere in the room, there is this one-line statement that has been put together for this extremely technical project. What is this all about? Either the answer could be it's an agile philosophy that comes from XP, or the answer will be team has established a metaphor to simplify the vision. That's it.
Shared values. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions, guys? Good. All righty. So thank you so much once again. And we are here at the end of session 2, and you're still here. Look, we are still here. We're still slowly finding our way, right? Climbing up with a promise that we'll starting the project next week with the same spirit, same enthusiasm, motivation, and we will continue to remain a great high performing team for the coming about 10 weeks, right? And after that, I know you will continue to explode out there wherever you would be, because you will have this momentum of a designation that will carry you forward if we utilize it well, right? On that note, I will say goodbye to you, to a promise that there will be a review this week of starting the project to give you a little bit of head start so that you can put a nice sail on your boat and we can weather the storm that's coming our way in the session 3 and 4. Okay? All righty. Take care, guys. Have an amazing week. Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.